Chapter 251. As the saying goes, when you are full and warm, you can think about the topic. After eating and drinking, the 3 big lumps and the 7 litleones were lying lazily. Nagato and the others were still a little reserved and didn't talk much, but Mirai asked curiously, "Teacher, when can you end the war?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this. After Mirai finished speaking, he was also surprised that his words were a little sensitive. In the past, he was surrounded by his own people, and he was not afraid of what he said, but this time, there were not only ninjas from Konoha in the room, but also 3 orphans from the land of rain. He was also the leader of the organization that collected most of the tailed beasts in the future. And the center of this war was in someone else's country. His words seemed to be a bit of a scar, and he even spit in it. He hurriedly laughed, scratched his head and said embarrassedly, haha. This is a bit inappropriate. Orochimaru didn't have this concern. He noticed a grain of rice on the tip of his nose and licked it with his tongue. Lick it in your mouth, chew it, and then swallow it. The war won't end so soon. Although we have reconciled with Yugakure, Sand Village has jumped out again. Cho is determined to break through our defense line and enter Konoha village. Iwagakure in the distance is also restless and often provokes Danzo. Even the Kumagakure, which is fighting fiercely with the Mist village, has sent news of its readiness to move. Minato was stunned, his face slightly ugly. In other words, is there a trend of expansion of the war? Tsunade nodded, yes, maybe by then, even you will graduate early and be transferred to the front line. Hearing this, the 3 future people were silent, but Noeke was the only one with excitement on his face. It's just right. The battlefield is a place where people are tempered. When I regain the glory of the Senjo clan, I will definitely make the ninja world dare not attack Konoha again. Although the surprise attack a few days ago seemed dangerous, it was not really dangerous. Rope Tree felt that he could fight again. He was not satisfied yet. His words made Tsunade's face colder, and she slapped him on the back immediately. Rope Tree was shocked and twitched. You have never suffered the pain of war. War is not a joke. Even if I step into the war, I will be in danger of death. You can't even hit a finger of mine. Do you think you can really kill everyone in the battlefield? You are too naive. Nangshu was immediately unhappy. He suppressed the fear in his blood and retorted, don't look down on me. I am no worse than you. Tsunade narrowed her eyes slightly and looked at Naisha dangerously. If you go to the battlefield with this mentality, a simple detonating talisman can kill you. Do you believe it? Nangshu, _ A detonating talisman. Can that thing kill people? Don't be funny. Which idiot will be killed by a detonating talisman? Let's not talk about whether the detonating talisman can be hidden without any trace. Just before the detonating talisman explodes, it will produce a not-so-light hissing sound, and after activating the detonating talisman, it takes almost 1 or 2 seconds for it to explode. This time is enough for the ninja to evacuate a distance of 10 meters. So unless you are an idiot, you will never be killed by the detonating talisman. Unless the amount of detonating talismans increases, 10 or so detonating talismans will explode together, which can make the ninja die. But the same thing, the ninja's ability to save his life is very high. How could there be no chance to escape? Besides, which idiot would rush towards the detonating talisman? Tsunade looked at his expression and knew that this guy would not listen to her words. Well, wait a few days, let Orochimaru take you to experience the danger of the battlefield, and you will know how naive your thoughts are at this moment. Naoki responded without hesitation, okay, I will apply to leave the village tomorrow, and see if I will be scared. Future and the others watched Naoki and his sister quarreling. All of them looked strange. When did Naoki become so brave? Minato whispered in Future's ear. Future shook his head. As a sister control, he simply couldn't understand why there were always brothers who disobeyed their sisters when their sisters were so cute, so kind, and so beautiful. Unlike himself, he only felt sorry for his sister. He might be crazy. However, Tsunade's words just now gave him an idea. Perhaps the gears of Rope Tree's fate have begun to turn. When he thought of this, he hurriedly looked at Orochimaru and was about to ask him to take care of him, but Orochimaru spoke first. Forget about it these days, we are being watched by Unaki. It's so tight, I can't get out to help Shangshu. Ah! Shangshu was stunned for a moment, his face full of disappointment. How could this happen? He just got excited. Future's heart moved, looking at Shangshu and said, you can't even beat me, and you still want to go to the battlefield, you are so beautiful. When you can beat me, it won't be too late to go to the battlefield. If Shang Shu didn't go to the battlefield, maybe he could avoid the unfortunate scene of being killed by the detonating talisman. But he felt that this matter would not be so easy to pass. Shang Shu rolled his eyes at him, his tone was very speechless. Do you think everyone is like you, a pervert? To be honest, he has lived for so long, but he has never seen a talent more monstrous than Future and Minato. One learned the Raise Nan in 3 days, and his body speed and reflexes are ridiculously fast. A swordsmanship demon, Future holding a sword is like giving a tiger a pair of wings, 8 kidneys, and suddenly it is a mess. He can't beat the 2 of them now. And among the 5 people, the only ones he can bully are the girl Kushina and the fat boy Hyagarika. Thinking of this, he felt even more uncomfortable. He is a man, but he has fallen to the point where he can only bully girls to find a sense of superiority. Damn it! Thinking about it, he turned his head and looked at Orochimaru, blinking his big watery eyes. Teacher Orochimaru. When will you be free to take me to the battlefield? Orochimaru glanced at him. He also felt that there was something wrong with Rope Tree's mentality, which was even more serious than Jiraiya's at the beginning. Now let's not talk about whether I can get away. Even if I can get away, I can't pay full attention to Rope Tree. If this kid is injured, it's okay. As long as he doesn't die, Tsunade can save him. But what if he dies? Life is so fragile, and Tsunade loves her brother very much. I also like this disciple more. If something happens to him, not only can he not face Tsunade, but even he himself can't get over it. So let's delay it. After a long time, the novelty of this kid will dissipate, and his mentality will be much more stable. I guess I won't be busy by then. I won't be afraid that this guy will die. Wait until we beat back the rock ninja. Nawaka sat down depressed. How long do we have to wait? But since Orochimaru has already said it, he can't say much. In the Hokage's office, the 2 consultants are still working. To be honest, they are busy while others sleep. They are still busy while others rest. This is the price of having power. Elder Mightyman, Uzumaki Kushina has been summoned again. An Anbu half knelt on the ground, his face full of helplessness. They are one of the few people who know Kushina's identity. They used to be responsible for Kushina's safety. But since the 3rd Hokage went out, Mito-sama's tough attitude made them withdraw. Their monitoring of the Jinchuriki is ridiculously low, and they can only monitor from a distance through telescopes and other means. Just now they saw Kushina disappear again. They were panicked the first time, but this time, they were all numb, and they just mechanically reported to the top management and that was it. Mightyman Yan's hand paused as he stamped the seal, with a helpless look on his face. Got it, go down. Yes. After the Anbu left, he looked at Yutain Koharu with a wry smile. Alas, we 2 advisors are really incompetent. It's okay that we can't control Danzo, but we can't even control a child of a Jinchuriki. Yutain Koharu also stopped what she was doing. She glanced at the other party and sighed, who made her a member of the Uzumaki clan. But since Lord Mito has guaranteed that nothing will happen, why should we worry about it? Besides, if the Nine-Tails really riots and breaks out of the seal, can the 2 of them stop it? Instead of that, it is better to obey Mito-sama. Anyway, she won't live long. By the way, how long can she live? And the Nine-Tails, who was worried by them, was stunned at this moment. If it saw it correctly, it should be the breath of the reincarnation eye. Even through the seal, it can feel the purple eyes covered by the red hair, which are exactly the same eyes as the 6th-path sage. Master the power of the rules of the entire ninja world. The reincarnation eye has come out, it seems that the great disaster that the old man said has begun. It is necessary to inform the other tailed beasts about this matter so that they can all be prepared. Well. So. Let's sleep first. Wake up and find them. Oh. ZZ. Chapter 252. Land of Rain. Mirai also put aside the previous social death at this time. Just pretend that nothing happened. He came to Jiraiya, asked a few questions about hair training, and then went to Nagato's small team. Looking at the 3 people in front of him who looked a little restrained, Mirai smiled and said, "Hello, my name is Uchiha Mirai, and I'm a student." "Hello. Hello. My name is Zionin." "Oh my god, this boy is so handsome and has a good temperament, especially the long hair, which is so smooth and I want to touch it." This is a handsome guy who is different from Minato Namikaze, and his surname is Uchiha, and he is also a child of a wealthy family. He is definitely the cool male protagonist in the novel. At this time, Xionin is still a little girl. Because Yahiko protected her so well, her nature still remains the same as before. And she has not experienced the tragedy of Nagato stabbing Yahiko to death, nor has she become the cold goddess in the future. As Xionin said this, as if she had thought of something, she quickly turned her head and looked behind her, took out a piece of white paper, and folded it up quickly. Before 10 seconds had passed, a flower suddenly appeared, which made Mirai and the others' eyes light up. Especially the two little girls, Hyagarika and Kushina, who came up at the same time. They looked at Xionin with admiration on their faces. Wow! Xionin, you are so amazing. Your hands are so clever, unlike mine, which are as fat as pigs' trotters. Hyagarika's eyes were also shining. She used to like flowers very much, but after that incident, she never touched flowers again. However, a trip to Uzumaki Mito not long ago made her feel that flowers should not be abandoned. Mirai's attention at this moment has shifted from Xionin's hands to Hyagarika. He was a little surprised at the change of this guy. At first, this guy was like a porcupine. He would hide from anyone he saw. If he couldn't hide, he would stab him. Stab him hard. At first, he was almost killed by him. Strictly speaking, he was spared. Until today, he suddenly found that this fat guy had changed a lot. But this is right. Why do children pretend to be so deep? Not cute at all. When Xionin talked to others, she was not so restrained. She smiled and responded, in fact, I don't have much ability. I don't have Yahiko's smart mind or Nagato's strong and kind character. I only have this origami that I can show off. When she was wandering, she made a living by selling origami. But the rain country is very poor. People don't have money to buy food, so how can they buy paper like her that can be used but not used? To put it bluntly, this paper is so uncomfortable to wipe your butt. Then can you teach me? I like these beautiful paper flowers very much. Kushina's eyes were shining. She thought she could fold paper and give it to her grandmother to make her happy. The same was true for Hyagarika beside her. This made Xionin blush. For the first time, she felt that her skills were needed by others, which made her feel the meaning of life. The smile on her face became brighter. She tilted her head and nodded heavily, saying, "No problem, I can teach you now." Then, she took them to the wooden table beside. For a moment, the future was forgotten by Xionin. It's so funny, my appearance is not as good as the praise of two little girls. Only he, Nagato and Yahiko were left in the field. However, Yahiko did not notice the change in Mirai's expression. He looked at the smile on Conan's face and couldn't help laughing. So cute. It's been a long time since I saw Conan laugh like this. Mirai walked around him and came to Nagato. She covered her mouth with her hand and whispered in his ear, "Does he like Conan?" Originally, Nagato was a little wary. When he saw Mirai approaching, he shrank his neck. But after listening to Mirai's words, he couldn't help but think of when he fell asleep a few nights ago. He heard Yahiko hugging his pillow and shouting vague words like Conan, hee. With a silly look on his face. He nodded involuntarily, yes. Thinking carefully, the time they spent together was quite long. After hearing what Nagato said, Mirai asked quietly, "Then I understand how you feel. It must be uncomfortable for you to be sandwiched between them. It's really embarrassing to be a light bulb every day. Understand me?" Nagato was a little confused. What did he understand about himself? At this time, he noticed Mirai's eyes. Motioned him to look somewhere else. That was the yellow-haired boy, who was looking at a very sunny pier. When he smiled, it felt like the flowers in the land of rain had bloomed. And his expression at this moment was like this. Fuck, such a familiar expression, isn't this the expression of Yahiko at this moment? In an instant, he understood. Looking at the future, his head nodded involuntarily, "You're right. It's a bit embarrassing." At this moment, he inexplicably sympathized with the future. This guy must be feeling uncomfortable being caught between them. Will he be like himself? Every time in the silent and empty night, he always thinks about whether to leave and not disturb them. Hee, slurp. At this time, Yahiko, who looked silly, didn't know what he thought of, and suddenly made a weird sound. This made Nagato blush instantly. Shameful, so shameful. He wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. The three of them were a small group, how could they lose face in front of the Konoha ninjas? He looked at Wei, his face full of embarrassment. Well, he's not usually this kind of person. Wei shrugged, not targeting him, but turned his head and nodded, saying, look at him. Following Wei's line of sight, he found that it was still the yellow-haired boy of Minato Namikaze. And he also found something outrageous. That is, he also made a strange laugh. He smiled so brightly and sunny, but his personality was such a pervert. Should I say, his hair really didn't grow crooked. It was so yellow that it was greasy. For a moment, he was silent. Wei shook his head, a little helpless. You said the two of them, if you like them, you like them, there's nothing you can't say, but why are they so perverted? Nagato agreed crazily in his heart, and these words touched his heart. He knew that Yahiko liked Konan, and Konan seemed to see him as more than just a brother. But the two of them just didn't break this relationship and kept flirting. He just watched from the side, and he was almost embarrassed. He looked at the future and finally said something. It's not easy for you these years. Alas, you've been tired these days. The two looked at each other and spoke their minds. To be honest, since Kushina came to the class, although he was relieved that Minato had found a wife, Minato's eyes gradually changed from being full of him to being full of her. The words in his ears also changed from future, to future, Kushina-shi, future, what do you think of Kushina, such and such? To be honest, he was almost numb. Beside the campfire, Jiraiya retracted his gaze, with a smile on his lips. It would be of great help for Nagato and the others to have some contact with these children. Let them understand that not all people in Konoha are bad. He did not forget that when he took these three kids to build a house, they could see their hatred for Konoha in their eyes. In their eyes, it was the people of Konoha, Sand Ninja and Rock Ninja who brought the disaster. It was also the people of Konoha who killed Nagato's parents, and it was the people of Konoha who robbed their food and drove them out of the cave without mercy, leaving them to die gradually in the cold rainy night. If he had not told them carefully these days and confirmed that someone was really calculating after accidentally seeing Nagato's eyes. And he told Nagato about this through dream illusion. Of course, he did not tell Konan and the other two. The fewer people who knew about this, the better. Maybe now they see the future, they have already faced each other with swords. Even if they were not facing each other with swords, they would still glare at each other, which would not have created such a harmonious scene. But then again, it was beyond his expectation that Mirai could get close to Nagato so easily. Among the three children, Nagato was the most worried, and he always kept his thoughts to himself. The only time he opened his heart to him was when he exposed his Rinnegan and killed the intruder. 100 meters deep under their feet, Uchiha Madara sat on a stone chair, looking up at the picture displayed by the white Zetsu body with the technique. It was exactly the scene of the future and them in the room. It was just a bird's eye view. Above Jiraiya and the others, there was a pair of eyes hidden in the darkness. No one noticed. White Zetsu used these eyes to project the sight he saw on the top of the cave through the technique. Madara looked at the children playing and fighting, his expression did not change, and he was even a little cold. He gnawed the cold dry food in his hand from time to time. The sight can't help it fell into the pot on the screen. The corners of his mouth could not help but twitch a little. I am used to eating dry food, but now it feels like chewing wax. It tastes terrible. In other words, I feel unbalanced. Why should I, as a ninja Shura, eat this dry food that is not only nutritious but also tasteless, while you can eat such delicious mixed vegetable soup and white rice? Humph. Go, I want to eat roast duck, roast chicken, roast fish, roast lamb, hot pot, shabu-shabu lamb, green vegetables, tofu, potatoes. Oh, and white rice. White Zetsu. Where can I find you a midnight snack in the middle of the night? At this time, Uchiha Hong finally couldn't sit still. Her hands were sticky, and she didn't know how many mosquitoes she had slapped to death. But when she thought that Rope Tree might be suffering, she no longer felt resentful. After washing her hands by the river, she got up and went home with regret in her heart. Chapter 253. Happy times are always short. When they all returned to their respective positions in the future because of the spiritual communication time, Xionin was a little reluctant. Just now, she taught all her origami knowledge and skills to the two little sisters. That's right, in just a few minutes, they called each other sisters. The relationship improved like a monkey sitting on the sky. Teacher, will they come next time? She looked at Jiraiya and couldn't help asking. Jiraiya smiled and rubbed her head and said, yes. Since the disciples had left, Orochimaru and the others also stood up and said goodbye. But before leaving, Orochimaru still left a stack of banknotes. Since you want to stay here to take care of them, we can't say anything. This is 1,000,000 taels. If you spend it sparingly, it will be enough for you to maintain 3 or 4, half a year. Originally, he said that he might not be able to spend all the money in 3 or 4 years, but when he thought of Jiraiya's personality, if he drank wine every day, the money would not be enough. So he changed his words to half a year. Jiraiya was stunned. He looked at the 10 silver bills of 100,000 denominations in front of him and was a little at a loss for a moment. Is this the same Orochimaru that he knew? Could it be someone pretending to be him? Because my snake, it is impossible for him to be so kind. Looking at Jiraiya's stupid look, Orochimaru frowned. What? Do you think the money is too little? Although he is not short of money, and the money he gets from each invention is enough for his food, clothing, housing, and transportation for 10 lifetimes. But this 1,000,000 taels is not a small amount. It is enough to buy the head of 1/35 of an elite jonin. It can even allow him to buy a second-hand centrifuge that is 90% new, and he still thinks it is too little. Thinking of this, he withdrew his hand directly. But unexpectedly, he withdrew his hand, but the banknote in his hand strangely appeared in Jiraiya's hand. This made the latter speechless. You don't want it? Jiraiya flicked the banknotes happily. You know me, I haven't opened for a year, and the income is pitiful. Tsunade crossed her arms and said angrily and amusedly, how much can your crappy books sell for? As she said that, she looked at the 3 people standing at the door and watching them, shook her head and warned, I don't want to say anything about your bad habits, but they are still children, you must not teach a few perverts. Hearing this, Jiraiya was immediately unhappy. How am I perverted? Besides, look at Minato and the others, how are they perverted? Hearing this, Tsunade couldn't help but nodded, that's right, fortunately those 3 guys were not led astray by you. The 3 little ones on the side were all confused. Not the big sister, Namikaze Minato, Uchiha Mirai, are so perverted. How come this is normal in your eyes? Tsunade actually didn't know that she had been with Jiraiya for a long time, and her standards for judging perverts had become distorted. Mirai and Nawake were not affected by you, okay, I'll believe you for now. When Nawake was mentioned, Jiraiya suddenly shuddered. If he remembered correctly, Nawake had exchanged a few books from him last time. Brother, please don't let your sister find you. He prayed in his heart almost like begging. He forced a smile on his face, don't worry, I will never lead them astray. 3 little ones, degree. Help, why do I feel like I'm on a pirate ship? Is it too late to get off now? Jiraiya said, and couldn't help looking at Nagato, his eyes also changed to a complicated one. And I want to write a serious book, and when the time comes, it will definitely surprise you. Tsunade also left a sum of money and left with Orochimaru. They didn't take Jiraiya's words seriously. Because he said the same thing last time, but the result was still a pornographic book. So they didn't have any hope for Jiraiya's new book. Looking at the back of Orochimaru leaving, Jiraiya's mouth corners lifted a few degrees. Orochimaru, you are becoming more and more humane. That's great. The next morning, Mirai was still sleeping when he was woken up by the person at the door. Hello, takeaway. He opened his eyes, a little sleepy. It seemed that he couldn't open the corner of his eye, so he rubbed it subconsciously. It was hard, granular, and angular. When he touched it, his eyelids felt a little itchy. And it was still attached to the eyelid, but he wiped it off with a little force. Only then did he know what it was. Hardened eye mucus. He rubbed the other eye again, and rubbed the eye mucus away, then his eyelids opened a little wider, and he looked out the window. He was stunned. Shout a classmate. Why are you here? Standing in front of his door was Xiao Yele from the next class. He was wearing school clothes and holding a takeaway in his hand. It looked like 5 servings of ramen. After seeing the future, Xiao Yele hurriedly explained, this is what your parents ordered when they came to my house last night. They said that they would deliver different flavors of ramen every morning. As he said this, his face was full of joy. Since the last time they ate at his home, they left a silver note with a face value of 10,000. He was so excited that he couldn't say more. When he took the silver note to his mother to ask for credit, he didn't expect his mother to give him a big bag directly. He was so confused at the time. So when he reacted, he had a big quarrel with his mother. I don't understand why she doesn't support my dream. Obviously my cooking skills are not bad. And she knows how her academic performance is, isn't she a good ninja? No, not at all. After a night of cold war between mother and son, the next day no one paid attention to each other, cooking their own food and washing their own clothes. It was the parents of Uchiha's future classmate who broke this opportunity. They found my home by smelling the smell. After learning about the disagreement between me and my mother, the two of them began to talk about his strengths and weaknesses from all aspects. His strengths are obvious, that is, his ramen skills are good, and his weaknesses are also obvious. His grades are terrible. And the two of them also persuaded her son from the fact that it is World War II now. Does she want her son to go to the dangerous battlefield after graduation? It was this sentence that silenced his mother. As long as the ninja is on the payroll, they will be sent to the battlefield to defend their country. Every villager knows this. But Konoha usually only reports good news and not bad news. Many villagers only heard good news, but rarely heard how many people died, whether they were their own family members, or whether they knew them. The family members of these fallen soldiers could only know who died through the monthly body return ceremony. They also attended many monthly memorial services. To be honest, they were numb. In the end, his mother said to him that if he could graduate, he would become a ninja. And there was still a long time before they graduated. When he graduated, World War II might be over. At that time, it would be like after World War I, when the ninja village fell into a period of peaceful development. Then, no matter how bad his son was, he could become a superior person. If his graduation grades were poor, he would come back to inherit the family business. With the 10,000 taels of silver notes, he could pay some of the rent for the store. But Xiaodail had a bigger ambition, which was to redeem the store. When their father suddenly passed away, their mother spent most of her savings on the funeral arrangements. Later, the store had no income. In order to support his schooling and living expenses, she sold the store and rented it back. To be honest, he was confused by his mother's operation for a while. He didn't expect that his mother would do such a thing. Even if she didn't want to open a store, she could rent it to others. Why use such a weird operation method? Later, I found out that it was because my mother hated the kitchen after my father died, and she always thought of my father when she saw the store. Moreover, most of their youth was spent on the ramen shop. Regardless of sunrise and sunset, festivals, big and small matters, they were in the store. It can almost be said that their freedom was bound by this store. In order to completely break off, she sold the store in a rage at the instigation of others. But after she sold it, she found out that she actually hated herself. She hated herself for being incompetent and not being able to cook well. Looking at the store, she could always recall the voice and appearance of her former husband. In this way, she spent half the price and rented the store again. Because if she wanted to buy it, the new landlord had already raised the price. Let alone him. When Dazwang and his wife knew about this, they looked at his mother strangely. Suspected if she had a bag in her head. She could do such a weird thing. People say that big breasts mean no brains, but hers are not that big. Chapter 254. Oh. Wait for me, I'll open the door for you. Mirai said, and jumped down from the window, came to the front door, and opened it. At this time, Mieko's voice came from behind him. She complained, "Son, you can't be so rude at home. Who would walk through the window at home?" "Oh, next time for sure." Although he didn't know why he was impolite. But he agreed first. As he said that, he came to Xiaodail and said with a smile, "Come in and sit down. Speaking of which, this is your first time to my house." Xiaodail scratched his head and smiled. "Yes, this is my first time to the Uchiha clan," he said, and entered the Uchiha family. To be honest, he was still a little nervous. Walking into the Uchiha clan was like a beggar walking into the palace. He was extremely nervous. He was afraid that if he looked at it more, he would be beaten. After all, the Uchiha clan is known to the villagers for doing bad things. Their store has been checked and rectified by the Uchiha clan members. But when he came in with courage, he found that the Uchiha clan members he met were just like ordinary people. After seeing him as an outsider, they were just curious, and there was no bullying as imagined. But it was his first time here, and he was a little confused when he looked at the hand-drawn map in his hand. Because he couldn't tell the direction. He didn't know where he was, and there were no conspicuous buildings marked on the map, just a route map. So he found a kind old lady to ask. What he didn't expect was that when the old lady learned that he was going to Uchiha Mirai's home, she was so enthusiastic. Not only did she point out the direction, but she also said a long paragraph, 90% of which was praising Uchiha Mirai. She even wanted to take him to her store to sit and bring him some gifts. Fortunately, he declined the old lady on the grounds that he was delivering takeaways and time was tight. This made the old lady look regretful. To be honest, if the old lady had not been disabled, he would have doubted whether she would have brought him to the future home in person. After arriving at the house and sitting down, Mieko immediately found him a coin of 500 taels. This scared him. To be honest, the 10,000 taels left by the future was enough for them to buy thousands of ramen. Even if they ate ramen 3 times a day, they might not be able to finish it in 2 years. Because the price of ramen is very low in Konoha village. It is almost 60 to 70 taels per bowl. No, 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 Aunt Mieko, I can't take this money. He hurriedly stepped back and refused. Not to mention the money left by the future, even Aunt Mieko and the others gave him 1,000 taels when they came to his house to eat ramen last time. You know, they only ate 4 large bowls. 4,728. 70 taels per bowl, this is still calculated according to the high standard price, it is only 280 taels. He still wants to ask for 720 taels. But Aunt Mieko said she would not accept anything, and asked him to send ramen to the Uchiha clan as their breakfast in the future. This time Aunt Mieko actually took out another 500 taels. This time he said he would not accept anything. Student Ichiraku, you take it, this ramen also costs money. Mirai took the 500 taels from his mother and handed it to Ichiraku. Ichiraku quickly took back his hand, shook his head and said, No, 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 the money you gave last time was enough. I can't accept it this time no matter what. Besides, how high can the cost of ramen be? Well, I took another step forward, grabbed his hand, and said with a smile, let's make it one thing. In this way, we will pay according to the market price in the future, okay? No, 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 how can we make it one thing? You gave too much. It was so much that he felt guilty these days when he held this money. Not much. Besides, the ramen you make is so delicious. We must be your regular customers. If you always refuse to accept it, won't you lose money soon? This. Walai's words made Xiaodail stunned for a moment. His mind didn't turn around for a while. The last 10,000 taels and the last 1,000 taels, added together, 3 meals a day for one person, only about 2 years. If it's long term, it's a loss. Looking at Yul's confused expression, Walai smiled secretly in his heart. After all, he is still a child, and it is easy to be fooled. If it were an adult, his rhetoric would be full of loopholes. He didn't give the other party much time to think, leaving him thinking that if he didn't charge money in the long run, he would lose money. He then struck while the iron was hot and said, so just take it. Half of the 500 taels is for food and the other half is for running errands. It is your due, how can you not take it? But, the 10,000 taels. Wei smiled and shook his head and said, just think of it as the meal money we owe you. If we don't bring money in the future and eat at your place, we can deduct it from this. Okay. He was still dizzy from typing. He had forgotten that the last time he was at his house, Wei and the others had said the same thing. As he said that, he subconsciously took the 500 taels from Wei's hand, and by the way, he tried to find money to replenish Wei from his pocket. Don't count the money for running errands. You are all good people, and you have helped our family overcome the current difficulties. I really can't take this money for running errands. This time, Mieko spoke without waiting for Mirai to speak. She looked at Xiaodail, take it, this is what you deserve, we can't let you run for nothing, right? Besides, don't you want to buy back your shop as soon as possible? Speaking of this, Xiaodail was silent, and his hand holding the change stopped in mid-air. Buy back the shop. He dreams of it. But this money. Mirai also chimed in, that's right, and as long as you buy back the shop, you will be the owner. When you want to go to school or make ramen, you don't have to look at your mother's face anymore. What's more, your mother has been tired for most of her life. Even if you can't make ramen in the shop for the time being, you can rent it out. You can be the landlord and collect money every month, but it's much better than your mother guarding the shop alone. Future's words made Xiaodail completely speechless. I have to admit that everything Future said was right. In his mind, he couldn't help but think of the scene of his mother kneading dough with her hunched back. Her skin seemed to have more wrinkles, and her white hair was more than before. But Mom is less than 30 years old. She is the same age as Aunt Mieko, but it seems that Mom is about 10 years older than her. What classmate Future said makes sense. If I can buy the store back earlier, Mom can worry less. Looking at the change in Xiaodail's face, Walai winked at her mother. Praise your son. BD. Mieko was amused. At this time, Uchiha Hong and Dezhuang came back from outside. They went for a morning run early in the morning. When Uchiha Hong saw Ichiraku, she was stunned for a moment. She rarely saw outsiders come to her house, except for Minato Namikaze and her sisters. But she quickly came back to her senses. When she saw the ramen on the table, she immediately understood. This is the classmate who makes the best ramen in Walai's mouth. Hello, little friend. She smiled and greeted Ichiraku. Looking at Uchiha Hong, Ichiraku hurriedly replied, Hello, I am Ichiraku, a classmate of Walai's classmate next door. I'm sorry to bother you this time. This is my future classmate's sister. She's so beautiful. I also want a sister. Why doesn't my mother give me a sister? By the way, is it too late to give birth now? After washing his face, Dezhuang came to them and said, Hurry up and eat noodles. To be honest, Xiao Da's cooking skills are really great. Hearing the compliment, Xiao Da was a little flattered. Facing the future, he could still be a little calm, but facing Uchiha Dezhuang, his fierce look was enough to scare many people away. So scared. Although he knew that Uncle Dezhuang was a very good person, but he couldn't help being scared. If he walked on the road at night, ghosts would call him brother, not to mention himself. He quickly replied, Uncle Dezhuang is too polite. My cooking skills are just average. Chapter 255. After breakfast, Mirai went to school with Xiaodail. But when Xiaoda saw Mirai helping the old ladies to cross the road, he was stunned. He didn't expect that Uchiha Mirai, who was known as a cold gentleman, was actually such a person. This was really outrageous. But I inexplicably felt that Mirai was a little cute. It was strange. How could I have such a horrible idea? Is that child your friend? The old lady who was supported by Mirai looked at Xiaodail and asked with a smile. Not really, we have only met 3 or 4 times in total. Mirai thought about it and replied. Although he was a celebrity in school, he rarely contacted other people, and even ignored his classmates. Only Minato and the other 2 could talk to him. Is that so? After Walai helped all the old ladies, there was no more old lady in sight. When the old man crossed the road, he came to Xiaodail with a satisfied mood. Sorry, I kept you waiting for a long time. Xiaodail hurriedly shook his head and said, No, don't say that, I didn't wait for long. Besides, helping old ladies cross the road is a good deed. He didn't dare to help them, for fear that if he helped these old ladies to fall, he would not be able to compensate them even if he sold his house. Let's go, it's still early, I'll take you to the grove. Xiaodail had naturally heard about the grove, which was where Walai and his friends practiced. Although he also wanted to go and see it, he felt that he and Uchiha Walai were not from the same world. So he shook his head and said, sorry, it's still early, I want to go to the store to help. Future was stunned for a moment, looking at him in surprise. Go to the store? Does that mean your mother agrees to let you get involved in the ramen business? No, my mother still disagrees, but she is not as resistant as before. After hearing this, Future thought about it and understood. Okay. After saying that, the 2 of them went their separate ways after leaving the Uchiha clan. In the grove, Minato and the others were already here, and Future was the last to arrive. Rope Tree lazily lay on the tree trunk, looking at a scroll, which was part of the experience his sister gave him. Minato and Kushina were practicing on the water. As for Hyagarika, she was holding a large bag of snacks, eating while watching Minato and the others fight. Future thought about it, he planned to experiment with that technique today, and Hyagaraika would not be able to go all out. There was only one suitable sandbag, rope tree. So he walked straight to his tree, raised his legs and kicked the tree twice, shaking the man on it almost to the ground. He quickly used chakra to absorb the bark, and then stabilized his body. He looked at the man below with annoyance. Speechless, do you want to fight? Future raised his eyebrows and looked at him in surprise. This guy thought the same as himself. You are right, I am here to fight you. Rope tree. Damn Uchiha, I will destroy you today on behalf of my second grandfather. As he said that, he quickly rolled up the scroll and opened his mouth to swallow it. The man also squatted down, looked in the direction of the future, and stepped hard. He rushed down directly from the tree. He raised his fist as big as a fist and smashed it hard at the future. Walai did not want to use the knife, he wanted to experiment with his alternative use of Majin Qianben. He jumped immediately and avoided the fist of the rope tree. The rope tree had been prepared for a long time. When he saw Walai jump, he predicted his direction. He swung his other hand and aimed it in the direction of Walai, shouting, "Shadow Snake Hand!" The next moment, a cauliflower snake suddenly shot out from his sleeve, it opened its mouth, two sharp teeth flashing coldly, aiming at Walai's neck and biting. The big snakes they used were all special big snakes trained by teacher Orochimaru. Although it looks like a cauliflower snake, it is actually poisonous. If bitten by it, ordinary people will die in minutes. If it is a ninja, although they can resist with chakra, the effect is not very great. Even if they don't die for a while, there are nerve paralysis toxins in the snake venom. The person who is hit will be paralyzed and unable to move. As time passed, he could only be slaughtered. Walai countered the attack immediately. He also swung out his own snake and knocked away Shenchu's snake. It took only a breath for the two to fight. Shenchu fell to the ground at this time. He let the knocked away snake go back on its own, and then he rushed towards Walai. I will beat you until you call me daddy today. His right hand was still charging, and the fist force belonging to the super strength fist was still maintained by him. Mirai looked at his fist, and his face changed slightly. Rope Tree's super strength was becoming more and more powerful than his sister's, and he couldn't bear a few punches. He came to experiment with his ninjutsu, not to be abused. He immediately took another big step back, and at the same time, his hands quickly formed seals. Fire style, great fireball technique. He took a deep breath, causing his chest cavity to expand more than twice. Rope Tree felt a little difficult to breathe. Bullshit, you sucked up all the air in a radius of 10 meters at once. Although this statement was a bit exaggerated, Mirai at least sucked in a cubic volume of air. It was really a little cow going to the sky. Mirai didn't say anything. The moment he landed, his body suddenly stretched forward, and at the same time, his chest cavity was violently compressed. He blew out a mouthful of thick air. At the same time, he raised his sword finger with one hand, and placed his fingertip under his breath. This breath contained the special mixed chakra after his seal transformation, as well as the air inhaled into the lungs. After the mixed gas broke through the fist distance of his mouth, his fingers also released some high heat chakra, acting as an ignition device. This breath was like gas, and his hand became a lighter. At the moment the two came into contact, the flammable chakra oxygen compound contained in the breath immediately reacted. Bang! The flame burned violently, producing a slight explosion sound. Immediately afterwards, a flame ball with a diameter of about 2 meters was blown out by the future. Great fireball technique is different from firebomb and other techniques. Firebomb and other techniques can spit out fireballs by opening the mouth, because the chakra has become a more unstable flammable and explosive gas. If the enemy takes the opportunity to cover his mouth, then this technique will explode in the mouth of the operator. But the great fireball technique is different. Although it also mixes flammable and explosive gas chakra in the body. But because it is placed outside the body to ignite, it increases the power while also improving safety. This is why the Uchiha people will put their fingers in front of their mouths before releasing the great fireball technique. Or like Uchiha Sasuke, the index finger and thumb are clamped in front of the mouth. Because this is used to ignite the flame. When the name was called out by the future, Rope Tree was already prepared to deal with it. Although he is not as strong as his sister, he can still lift a piece of mud to block the fireball. His fist hit the ground directly, but it was not like before, cracking the earth. Instead, when his hand was inserted into the ground, the power carried by the fist exploded. Because it exploded underground, a huge mud block nearly 3 meters in size was shaken up by him. After seeing that his goal was half achieved, he quickly grabbed the edge of the mud with his other hand, and with his waist and horse together, he suddenly burst out with all his strength, and lifted it up and blocked it in front of him. In just 2 breaths, Rope Tree completed these 2 steps. And the future's great fireball technique just hit the giant wall of mud at the right time, intercepting all the fireballs. After releasing the fireball, the future used the size of the fireball to cover Rope Tree's blind spot, and quickly wanted to go behind the mud and take the opportunity to attack Rope Tree. Although his idea was good, Rope Tree did not see his move. But he predicted the future's move. After erecting the mud wall to block the fireball attack, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Water style, water tornado technique. A clear stream of water suddenly emerged from around his body, not only extinguishing the few remaining flames, but also completely wrapping him up. When Walai bypassed the fireball mud wall, he saw this scene and couldn't help but stop. He was stunned and said, "Good guy, you really control my battle rhythm. But it's good, I can experiment with my own skills with confidence." He stopped and quickly formed seals with both hands. Shenchu naturally saw Walai's figure from the water curtain. The corners of his mouth rose. This kid really thought of sneaking around. Now he used water escape to wrap himself up, which completely miscalculated him. Then, he danced with both hands quickly. While maintaining the operation of water tornado technique, he was also preparing to connect another use of this technique. For a while, the field fell into a brief silence. Shenchu had to form more seals than Walai, but he was not panicked at all, because he had the protection of the water tornado, and Walai didn't know the earth escape technique. But Walai didn't have many seals, and he soon formed them. He shouted loudly, "Ninjutsu, sprinting technique." After hearing that, Rope Tree stopped moving. Sprinting technique? What is that? A technique to increase speed? Chapter 256. Soon, Rope Tree knew what the so-called speedy legs technique was. This is actually a technique that uses leg hair to attack. Mirai is wearing a short-sleeved shorts jumpsuit today, which is the picture we saw last time. Everyone knows that as long as the smell of Uchiha Red, actually the smell of laundry detergent, remains on his clothes, he will not be willing to change them. It has been almost a month since he last changed his clothes. So Rope Tree clearly saw that countless tiny hairs on Mirai's legs quickly became thicker and longer. This change is very obvious, even if he is in the water curtain, he can clearly see it. Rope Tree, iota_. Damn it. So this is what speedy legs means. Although the name is appropriate, it is indeed the leg hair that is flying, but... Alas. Forget it, I'm tired, let's finish the game and admit defeat. There is no benefit in fighting with Mirai, and there are a lot of shit. Thinking in his heart, he took over the seal that he had not completed before. Mirai looked at the Rope Tree, and then at his leg hair. He didn't care before, and even if he saw it, he didn't think it was a big deal. He was only 7 years old, what leg hair would he have? At most, it was just fluff. But at this moment, it looked no less than that of a big chimpanzee. It was black, dense, and very long. From a distance, it looked like he was wearing a pair of woolen pants. The 2 Minatos fighting in the distance, and the speechless Hyagarika who watched them openly train and secretly show affection, also turned their heads and looked at Mirai curiously. Kushina's face was a little stiff. She had seen Uncle Jiraiya's technique, which was very glorious and upright. But why did Mirai look like this, a little disgusting, not only perverted, but also revealing a hint of vulgarity? Minato had a different opinion. He nodded and praised in a low voice, "This move of the future is good. The leg hair is also hairy, and it is a low-level move. Once it is launched, it is difficult for the enemy to react." Kushina looked at him and didn't want to talk. This person is like this. Once it comes to Uchiha future, he always has his eyes full of him. Even if the other party farts, he will say it is a spicy fart. However, Hyagarika, who had been in contact with Minato for a short time, looked at him curiously. Low level. This attack move is very obscene. After hearing this, Minato glanced at her and instantly understood that Hyagarika was still thinking wrongly. He explained, "The so-called lower 3 roots are not low-level moves. There are many roots to attack people, such as the upper 3 roots of the head, throat, and chest. The lower 3 roots are the abdomen, crotch, and legs. it is reasonable for the future to attack the enemy's lower 3 roots with his own lower 3 roots. And the name of the move is also very deceptive. When the enemy hears the 3 words speedsters, they will subconsciously think that he will launch a technique to make himself faster. But this technique does not increase the speed of the caster, but uses his own leg hair to attack the enemy. But in fact, it is not, which is enough to catch the opponent off guard. But in my opinion, this technique still has a lot of room for improvement. As he said, he smiled and planned to go to him to give his suggestions after the future is finished. With the relationship between the two of them, the future will definitely listen. Kushina, who had been speechless, looked at him curiously. Is there still room for improvement? Although she was speechless about this guy's changed feelings for the future, she had to admit that this guy was really talented. Hinata Reka also looked at her curiously. With her eyesight, although she could see the advantages and disadvantages of this technique, she really wanted to hear what this talented classmate had to say. Yet, Minato nodded. Without waiting for Kushina to ask, he smiled and looked at the two of them. For example, the name of this technique can be more meaningful. Hearing this, Kushina froze. She seemed to understand something and wanted to cover her ears. Don't talk. I don't want to listen. This made Hyuga Rika on the side stunned. I wonder why the little sister who is always fearless is so afraid of what Minato will say next. Minato was stunned for a moment, looking at Kushina in a daze. What's wrong with her? I seem to smell the smell of disgust. No way, how could Kushina dislike me? Do you think this name is not good? Hyuga Rika asked curiously. Hearing this, before Kushina's face changed, Minato had already said a name very proudly. I think it's called Physical Skill Secret Whirlwind Super Shooting Phantom Hair Leg Ninjutsu. Kushina, ... Sure enough, I knew it would be like this. God, you gave Minato a handsome appearance and a sunny personality, why did you give him a perverted nature and a natural idiot who is bad at naming? Can't he be perfect? Even 9 beauties are good. Hyuga Rika. I'm a bad mouth, really. Kushina was so resistant to him, why did I ask him? Now, my mind is full of words such as taijutsu, super, genjutsu, ninjutsu, etc. The weird thing is that I didn't remember the order of these words, but I remembered every word. Mom, this Minato's name is so poisonous. Minato looked at their dull expressions, thinking that they were all amazed by the names he gave. His mood suddenly became very comfortable, just like the morning sun on the top of the mountain, so active and dazzling. He went on to say, and think about it, this technique uses leg hair to attack the enemy. It's related to the legs, which gave me a good idea. As we all know, the legs and feet are connected. The feet have athlete's foot, and the legs are no exception. In the future, you can wear high boots to cover your foot sweat into athlete's foot. Let all the leg hairs be marinated with this athlete's foot. As he said, he pointed to the waterspout that had changed color. The water was full of leg hairs, and each one was as long as a finger. You can dye a 4-meter high and 1.5 meter wide waterspout into this color, which shows how many leg hairs there are in the water. In the future, he still worked tirelessly to produce new leg hairs on the original leg hairs and shot them into the waterspout. And the rope tree was still making seals. The two of them were in a stalemate. But if you look closely, the speed of making leg hairs in the future is getting more and more skilled and faster. Minato continued, according to the method I mentioned, once these leg hairs are shot into the human body, athlete's foot will also enter the human body through the wound, causing the enemy to also get athlete's foot. Or the kind with athlete's foot all over the body. And if the enemy uses a water tornado to defend like rope tree, then the athlete's foot on the leg hair will also be infected by water and become water with athlete's foot. Even if there is no water, as long as the future releases a large amount of leg hair around the enemy, the athlete's foot carried by these leg hairs will also evaporate into the air, causing the enemy's respiratory system to also get athlete's foot. Future, number. Although he was fighting with rope tree, he could also hear Minato's words. And Minato's words made him extremely uncomfortable. Immediately he looked at rope tree in the water tornado. There was only one meaning in his eyes. I'm going to kill him. Rope tree paused for a moment. He saw that he only needed one seal to release the ninjutsu, but Minato's words just now also made him extremely uncomfortable. I nodded immediately. Fuck him. After receiving the look from rope tree, Mirai turned around and faced Minato. Minato, what are you talking about? How could I have athlete's foot? Even if I do, it's you. Since you like athlete's foot so much, then try its attack. As he spoke, the hair on his legs immediately aimed at Minato and shot out nearly 10,000 leg hairs in one breath. This number was guessed by Mirai, but it was so dense that even if there were not 10,000, there were at least several thousand. More than half of the chakra was consumed. Minato's face changed immediately after seeing this scene. He looked at Mirai in horror and howled, "Mirai, you can't treat me like this. We are dear friends." At this time, he realized that Kushina and Rika, who were originally beside him, had both stayed away from him after he expressed his opinion. Seeing him being attacked, he not only did not step forward to help, but moved further away. Hiss! When he thought of the leg hair image in his mind just now, he felt that his whole body was about to lose a layer of skin. Especially the hair, which was wrinkled and shrunken. So much so that the skin on his cheeks was pulled tight. Rope Tree also finished the last seal at this moment, and he breathed a sigh of relief at this time. He immediately said lightly, "Water-style water dragon bullet technique." The next moment, the water tornado that wrapped him turned directly into a dragon head. It bared its fangs and claws, and its body made of water looked mighty at this moment. Seeing the ninjutsu take shape, Rope Tree's eyes flashed, and he looked at the future with his back to him, and suddenly shouted, "Nishin! Future!" The future, who was shooting Harry at the fleeing Minato, changed his face after hearing Rope Tree's words. He looked behind him suddenly. All he saw was a majestic water dragon, with its neck raised high, staring at him intently. In its body, dense black lines flowed, like a parasite, and looking at it made people feel claustrophobic. It was clearly a dead thing made of water, but Wei Lai felt like he had seen a real dragon. At this moment, the water dragon had already pounced on him. His pupils shrank suddenly, and his face, which had been angry before, turned extremely pale. "Shang Shu, you actually stabbed me in the back. No martial ethics." Just when Wei Lai was panicking and wanted to use his trump card to dodge the attack, a flash of yellow suddenly appeared in front of him. The next moment, he only felt that he fell into a warm embrace. Looking at that familiar profile, he was stunned for a moment. Was he being carried like a princess? Chapter 257. Morning. The morning sun slowly penetrated the clouds, revealing its already reddened face. Like a shy little girl, looking at the earth. Just like Mirai's mood at this moment. He was held by Princess Minato at this moment, jumping high in the air. If this scene had happened under the moonlight, he would have taken Kushina's place. Looking at Minato's heroic chin, he didn't know why his heart was pounding. He couldn't help but reach out and touch Minato's cheek. This made the latter look stunned. He lowered his head in confusion and looked at Mirai. His expression was extremely strange. "Dude, you're so coquettish." Mirai, After being called by Minato, Mirai froze instantly. Only then did he realize what he was doing just now. He was like Xiao Jianjian, his brain short-circuited instantly, and he even began to have hallucinations, mistakenly thinking that he was the beauty in the hero saving the beauty. On the ground, the expressions of Nawaki, Higarika, and Kushina were all quite weird. Such a yellow light, so dazzling. My eyes are dirty. At this moment in the future, in addition to the boundless shame in his heart, there is also a strong sense of anger. He immediately took out the mad knife from his mouth, turned over, and jumped off Minato. He looked at Nawaki, who was looking for his eyes below with an angry face, and shouted angrily. "Nawaki, I'm going to kill you." As he said, he activated the mad knife and turned it into the fang blade form. Nawaki's face turned green when he saw this scene. He had seen the Tessaigan, which was so powerful that it could increase the combat power in the future. He couldn't even beat Future's crazy blade, let alone Tessaigan at this time. He immediately ran away. "Damn it, you little trash, you can't afford to play with me." Future chopped the ground where Rope Tree had just been with a knife, and in an instant, the ground immediately cracked into a wide crack of 10 meters. The splashed gravel, soil, and dust all shot out in all directions. Fortunately, Minato and the other three were far away. Future landed, bent his legs, relieved the force of falling, and then looked in the direction where Rope Tree escaped, and kicked his legs hard. With a strong impact, he chased after Rope Tree. "Stop right there, old lady. Ah! If I don't beat you up and make you call me dad today, I'll take your last name." In the grove. 3 people. Omega dash, dash omega dash, dash omega dash. Looking at Mirai running away in a rage after rope tree. None of the three knew what to say. After a long while, Hyagarika spoke. Minato, you two are actually the true love. Look, one of them only sees him when talking about Mirai. After being rescued, the other one subconsciously becomes flirtatious. If there is no true love between them, she will lick Uchiha Mirai's body. After saying this, Kushina also looked at Minato silently. But Minato hurriedly defended himself. No, 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 how is it possible? Don't talk nonsense. Mirai and I are good friends, and we have a pure friendship. Just now it was just, by the way, it was just that the sun was too bright. Mirai just wanted to block the sun with his hand. Yes, that's it. Yes, that's right, I just wanted to block the sun, but when you look at it from the ground, it looks like he is touching my face. Hinata Reka didn't believe it at all and rolled her eyes at him. Hey, pure friendship, boys' feelings can also deteriorate. Kushina nodded and responded, so that's the case, I said no wonder, you two are pure friends. Hinata Reka was stunned when she said this, she looked at Kushina in confusion, with a look of astonishment on her face. No, sister, do you believe him? Minato's words were completely made up to deceive them. Kushina didn't seem like a mentally retarded person, so why did she believe it? Kushina glanced at her and felt very calm. Because she had known for a long time that the relationship between the two was not normal, she planned to be a third party, to intervene between them, to use herself as the sandwich, to help them establish correct values, views, feelings, etc. In the past, it was for the reputation of the three of them. But after so long, reputation or not is not important, she just wants to change Minato's abnormal relationship. Minato's eyes suddenly lit up, and his heart was even more happy. Kushina actually believed me, look, she really loves me. Immediately moved herself. Oh, oh. Kushina. Instantly, Hyagarika shuddered like never before, and goosebumps appeared all over her body. Even her bones began to tremble. Kushina looked at Minato and smiled with a fake smile, I believe in Minato's character. And it was just a touch, which is very normal. It doesn't mean anything. Minato, Nana. Hyagarika glanced at Kushina. If you really think so, you wouldn't stutter at the end. She looked at Minato, who was full of emotion, and turned around and left without saying a word. Her intuition told her that if she stayed any longer, her eyes would really go blind. Damn, I didn't expect Kushina to be a love-brained person. Thinking about it, she couldn't help hugging her arms, shuddered twice. Hiss. How terrible. Mirai kept chasing Rope Tree until the other party rushed into the Senju clan's territory. Rope Tree was relieved when Mito's grandmother protected him behind him. He panted heavily, looked at Uchiha Mirai from behind Mito with a speechless face, and said unhappily, it's obvious you who are perverted. After being hugged by Minato, you couldn't help but touch his face. Now you are shouting and killing me. You deserve it to be perverted. Uchiha Mirai, number. Who? You still said that I would kill you no matter what I say today. As she spoke, Mirai's breathing became more and more rapid. But Uzumaki Mito, who was standing between them, had a strange look on her face. She heard a lot of gossip from the few short words the two had just said. Uchiha Mirai actually touched Minato's face. This. So curious. Oh, asterisk. Seeing that Mirai was about to take action, she hurriedly spoke to comfort him, okay, stop making trouble. My grandma's body can't stand your noise. Hearing this, Mirai was stunned for a moment. In the end, he didn't take action against the old lady. He looked at Nawaka coldly. Just wait for me. If you have the ability, don't come out for the rest of your life. As he said this, he bowed to Uzumaki Mito. I'm sorry, Grandma Mito, I disturbed you. At this moment, he noticed that there were many eyes around him. They should be the Anbu protecting Grandma Mito. If he had really taken action just now, they might have taken action in advance to stop him. Hehe, little guy, although Grandma really wants to keep you to talk, your class time is almost up. As she said, she looked at the pendulum clock hanging in the room, and smiled at the future. It was already 8:50. If he didn't hurry up, he would really be late. But the future didn't care whether he went to class or not, otherwise he wouldn't have left last time. But this guy Naoki. He looked at Naoki, who was still hiding behind Mito at the moment, and was determined not to leave. In other words, he couldn't touch him at all at the moment, but there would be plenty of time in the future. He didn't believe that this guy could hide forever. Thank you Grandma Mito for reminding me, otherwise I would have forgotten the time. He bowed to Mito and left. After Mirai left, then Rope Tree emerged from behind Uzumaki Mito. He patted his chest and smoothed his disordered breathing due to intense exercise. Uchiha Mirai, this mad dog, actually chased me for 10 blocks. Uzumaki Mito looked at him with a smile, and curiosity flashed in his eyes. Tell Grandma why he chased you. Speaking of this, Rope Tree had a lot to say. He immediately helped Mito sit on the recliner, and he knelt beside her to help her rub her arms. Grandma, listen to me. Billy Billy, Bala Bala. Jigu Jigu, Mixy Mixy. At the end, Rope Tree's face was full of helplessness. Grandma, you said that this matter can be blamed on me, it is clear that he is perverted. After hearing this, even Uzumaki Mito, who has lived to such an old age, couldn't help but look surprised. After a long time, she said faintly, it seems that Kushina's mission has become heavier. Rope Tree. Aren't we talking about the pi relationship between Uchiha Mirai and Namikaze Minato? How did it involve Kushina? Is there any relationship between the three of them, a love triangle? Chapter 258. Wei Li was already angry but had nowhere to vent. He simply turned it into motivation and ran directly to the ninja school. The journey that was originally 10 minutes was compressed into about 2 minutes by him. When he entered the classroom, he was immediately surrounded by a group of female students. Since being beaten by Kushina last time, they felt ashamed to see people. After the wounds on their faces healed and their previous appearance was restored, they felt that they were able to do it again. As soon as the sun rose, they ran to the classroom to wait for people. Seeing Wei Li coming in alone, many girls' eyes lit up and all came up. But before they could chatter and talk, Wei Li snorted coldly, "Get out of the way, you are blocking my way." The cold and domineering aura was revealed, and the female classmates were instantly frightened and trembled. The road ahead of Wei Li was cleared in an instant. The originally lively discussions and fights in the class also became quiet instantly. Even Zhang Shangjilang couldn't help but get down from the table. His intuition told him that Uchiha Mirai was very angry this morning. He didn't dare to provoke him. He was a member of Uchiha. If he was beaten, he would be beaten. He couldn't fight back. He couldn't compete with him in terms of father, so he shrank his neck and was as honest as a quail. The female classmates who were coldly said by him also reacted at this moment. They all looked at each other, a little at a loss. What happened to the future male god today? Why is his temper so bad? Although this is very manly, they still think that the former poisonous future is better. What's wrong with him? I don't know, do you think it's his uncle's period? You know what, it's quite like when we have our period. Not only is he irritable, but he always wants to curse. The future male god has the same temper as them at that time. Nonsense, how can a boy have an uncle? And you, how old are you, how can you have an aunt, bragging without thinking? By the way, why haven't Minato Namikaze and the others come yet? Could it be that they have a quarrel? As soon as this whisper came out, everyone's eyes lit up. They all looked at one of the girls, full of praise. Sister, you got it. Yes, yes, it must be that the number 1 male god and the number 2 male god have a quarrel, so the number 1 male god is in such a bad mood. She wanted to say something, but was pulled by the little sister behind her. She turned her head subconsciously and found that Hinata Reka, Minato Namikaze and Uzumaki Kushina had entered the classroom together. However, due to the previous incident with Uchiha Mirai, they did not dare to act rashly. So they did not surround Minato Namikaze. As soon as Minato Namikaze arrived in the classroom, he saw the back of the man with his hand on his chin, looking out the window. Long hair fell behind him, and everyone around him was silent, fearing to offend Uchiha Mirai. Many people did not dare to sit back in their seats. For a moment, he was surrounded by loneliness. Namikaze Minato took 2 quick steps and sat down in his seat. He stretched out his hand to pull Uchiha Mirai's shoulder and joked, "What's wrong? Are you angry now?" After being pulled by him, Mirai did not resist and sat up straight with his strength. He gritted his teeth and said, "I must make Senju Nawake pay a painful price." These words made Higarika and Kushina speechless. "Good guy, Namikaze Minato, you didn't mention it at all, but put all the blame on Nawaki. Is that so? Minato smiled and said nothing. At this time, Kushina did not walk into her seat. Her seat was against the wall, and Hyagarika sat outside. Therefore, Hyagarika did not sit down. She looked at Kushina's thoughtful expression and was a little confused. What's wrong? Kushina suddenly looked at her and smiled apologetically. This smile gave Hyagarika a bad feeling in her heart. It's going to be. Before she could say anything, she left the other party speechless. Kushina looked at Namikaze Minato and showed a charming smile. Minato, sit with me. Minato. Hey. He was stunned for a moment. Kushina invited herself. This. In fact, after sitting down in the classroom and calming down, Mirai also realized that his relationship with Minato had definitely deteriorated. He was still thinking about how to maintain a certain relationship with Minato, because he didn't want to be a gay person. Unexpectedly, Kushina made this suggestion, and his eyes lit up. This is a good idea. As long as she pushed herself out, Kushina went to her side pole, Minato will naturally maintain a relationship with him. Looking at Minato's dazed expression, Mirai immediately led him by the back of his neck and slid him to Hyagarika's seat. This made the latter look at him in a daze. Mirai, you. Mirai smiled and replied, you will sit here in the future, don't sit with me, I don't want Kushina to misunderstand. Kushina unexpectedly glanced at Mirai, and a touch of approval appeared on her face. Well done. Sure enough, her guess was correct. It was actually Minato who was perverted. He was the real pervert. That's why Mirai was infected with his perverted personality. After the grove, Mirai had fully realized this and made the right changes. She didn't believe that they could not straighten Minato with the combined strength of the two of them. Be the same table with Kushina. Minato's heartbeat accelerated and his breathing became rapid. This is really great. He dreamed of being Kushina's desk mate, but Kushina rejected him last time. Unexpectedly, Kushina proposed it herself just by letting Mirai touch her. Look, I said Kushina liked me, and she was jealous. But he was not so proud that he didn't know who he was. He turned and looked at Hinata Reka apologetically, Reka classmate, do you have any objection? Looking at the apologetic smile on his face, his tone was quite overbearing. Hinata Reka was speechless, what kind of request was this? Kushina also faced her, clasped her hands together, and had a requesting emotion on her face. Please. Hinata Reka. She looked at Mirai again, and the latter nodded at her at this time, and took the initiative to move a seat. Good guy, it turns out that the three of you have the same opinion. But then again, she would feel sick if she saw the relationship between Mirai and Minato. In this case, she might as well follow Kushina's wishes. Thinking of this, she didn't say anything, but sat down directly. Mirai felt the wooden bench creaking, and he was so scared that he hurriedly reminded, be gentle. Your tonnage is too heavy. At this moment, he felt the bench flickering, and it felt like it would break in the next second. Hyagarika ignored this, but took out a kunao and measured the distance of the table with a ruler. Exactly 2 meters. Then he used the kunao to draw a line at 90 centimeters. 90 on Mirai's side, and 1 meter and 1 on his side. She pointed at the line and said to the future seriously, from now on, this line is the dividing line between us, you can't cross this line. Future, Sigma, A. Good fellow, you even figured out the 38th parallel. In all these years in the ninja school, he has never seen a table divided by the 38th parallel. Because the students in the ninja school are very precocious, love and other things are already selected since childhood. So how much does this guy dislike me? I know what you think, but why do I only have 90, and you have a 1.1 meter desk? Hinata Reka replied as a matter of course it's because I'm fat. Mirai. Gosh, I've never seen such a shameless person. They actually said fat so confidently. No, divide it equally, I'm 1 meter, you're 1 meter, or I'm 90, you're also 90, leaving 20 for the public area. I don't agree, I want 1.1 meters, or I'll go back and sit, and let Minato sit with you. Mirai was shocked, if he heard it right, this guy was threatening me just now. Definitely threatening me. Although this threat is the same to me as nothing. You threatened me. I threatened you, so what? Mirai suddenly laughed, threat? Don't forget, I have something on you. Hinata Reka was stunned. After all these days, she would have almost forgotten if Mirai hadn't said it. Her face turned ugly. I have something on you too. But he's fine, isn't he? Hinata Reka, oh. How can you be so shameless? You are an Uchiha after all. Mirai crossed his arms and looked at Hyuga angry look. He felt much better. There is a famous saying that the mask of pain will not disappear, it will only be transferred to someone else's face. So, just listen to me. Either everyone divides it equally, 1 meter per person, or 90. Hyuga was so angry that her teeth itched. She took a deep breath and suppressed the anger in her heart. Okay. The word good was bitten hard by her. Just wait, I will definitely repay you in the future. Future chuckled, repay. I think it's revenge. I'll wait for you. After saying that, the corners of his mouth rose again. It looks like there will be something interesting to watch. He noticed that all the female classmates in the class were looking at Hyuga with gritted teeth. However, Hyuga had her back to them, so she didn't notice it for a while. Their eyes were full of envy, jealousy, and hatred. Isn't this the way they looked at Uzumaki Kushina at the beginning? Even when he looked at Mr. Kamimura who came in, he had a touch of sympathy. This made the latter look puzzled. Chapter 259. After Mr. Kamimura taught a class inexplicably, he left inexplicably. He always felt that Uchiha Mirai's eyes looking at him before class were strange. As for what was strange, he couldn't tell for a while. But in general, as long as he didn't cause trouble, it would be fine. This guy has been quiet recently, and he just prayed that he could continue to be quiet until they all graduated. As soon as Mr. Kamimura left, all the female classmates stood up, and the movement scared the male classmates in the class. They all looked at their desk mates blankly, wondering what happened to them. But soon they knew that these female classmates all surrounded Hinata Reka. Xiao Chun looked at Mirai's handsome face, and her heart couldn't help but beat, and even her breathing stopped. Ah! How could there be such a perfect man in this world? He smiled slightly, and I felt the world bloomed. Looking at so many people coming around, Wei Li frowned and said, "What's up?" His words were cold, and most of them were dismissive of anyone who was not recognized by him. His words brought all the girls back to their senses, and Xiao Chun hurriedly replied, "Well, we have something private to do with Hyuga." Hearing that they were looking for her, Hyuga was a little confused. "You are looking for me?" Several female classmates nodded hurriedly, but because every time they saw Wei Li, their faces would turn red, their necks would become thick, their breathing would become rapid, and their bodies would twist and turn. She was so embarrassed that she couldn't say anything, so Hyuga didn't see anything. Xiao Chun hurriedly suppressed the restlessness in her heart, and a warm smile appeared on her face. "Yes, the teacher asked us to help the new students. After all, you skipped a grade to join our class, and your academic performance is 1 year behind ours. It just so happens that we have our own learning help area, so we want to invite you to join." As she said this, she also pointed to the people not far away, where there were 2 people who skipped a grade with Hyuga. Her appearance seemed to want to prove that she was not lying. Mirai had to admire the girls at this moment. He already knew what these girls were planning, but he didn't expect that they were so good at acting that he couldn't see any problems. "Please." After saying this, Mirai stopped talking, with a playful expression on his face. Rika, I told you a long time ago that you should strike first. Now, you have no choice but to strike." Other female classmates were relieved when they heard Mirai's words. As long as Uchiha Mirai didn't interfere, it would be fine. But Xiao Chun smelled a hint of something strange from the male god's expression. Why did he say please instead of other words? She is very smart, and she is in the top 5 in the class in all subjects, even Kushina can't compare to her. She is also one of the girls who can keep her sanity in the field. Soon, her eyes lit up, as if she thought of something. The male god doesn't like Hyuga either, but Hyuga is Kushina's best friend, and Kushina is the person that Minato male god likes, so he has to give Minato face, and that's why he tolerates Hyuga to be with him. Just before class, Hyuga was not only ungrateful, but also took advantage of her and drew a line on the male god's desk. So the male god's tolerance for her is already negative. The light in her eyes is getting brighter and brighter, and there is only one truth. That is, the male god saw their thoughts, but the male god did not stop them, but let them do it on their own. This. Then what are you still doing? Fuck her. She was so fat and so withdrawn. When she joined her class, she didn't try to please her, the big sister, and avoided them every time. Could it be that they were so unwelcome in her eyes? Seeing that her own people were still trying to be nice to her, she, who thought she understood her future thoughts, immediately gave them a look. Several loyal female brothers understood immediately. 4 people came out immediately, and pulled Hinata Reka out of her seat from the left and right. Hinata Reka thought that since her classmates wanted to help her, she would just agree. When they gradually reduced contact in the future, they would naturally forget about her. But when she came to her senses, she had been taken to the back of the classroom. At this time, she had already noticed something was wrong. What do you want to do? We don't want to do anything, we just feel that some people are shameless. You can sit next to the male god, which is a great blessing for 10 lifetimes. But the male god who we hold in our hands and are afraid of melting, and hold in our mouths and are afraid of softening, is actually regarded as garbage by you. So, tell me what we want to do. As she said this, the other girls had already smirking, he surrounded Linghua in the middle. There were also caring people who closed the door. Just as Kushina was about to get up, she was grabbed by the sleeve by the future. She frowned, let go, can't you see that Linghua-chan has been bullied? The familiar words and scenes made her speechless. She was too familiar with it. Last time, she was the protagonist. Minato finally came back to his senses from the excitement. He looked at the future with a face full of confusion. Future, what do you think? Linghua is our friend. How can you watch your friends being bullied and be indifferent? That's still a human being. As he said that, he wanted to get up and persuade them to stop fighting. We are all girls. Don't hurt the harmony for a man. Then he was also pulled by the future. This puzzled him for a while. According to his understanding of the future, this guy is not so petty that he would not help. Otherwise, how could he let himself go to save Kushina when she was bullied by Tsubaki and the others last time? But thinking of the last time, he suddenly looked at Mirai, carefully weighed his tone, and asked in a low voice, do you want to be a hero and save the beauty? Mirai, save your head, I'm not such a boring person, and besides. As he said that, he looked at the surrounded Hyagarika, who was like a weak and harmless little rabbit shrinking her head, and smiled inexplicably. Besides, that guy is very strong. Minato. Fuck. No, man, why do these words sound so familiar to me? He subconsciously looked at Kushina. This made the latter look puzzled, why are you looking at me? No, I just remembered something. If I remember correctly, he said this to Mirai. Jiroigami was just about to join in the fun, but he couldn't help but think of the bad luck he had last time. He had originally wanted to bully the declining nobles and seek a sense of superiority. But he didn't expect to hit a wall. All of them were knocked down by Uzumaki Kushina. Not only was he beaten up, but he was also beaten 50 times by his teacher and father afterwards. He had wanted to seek revenge from his brother, but as soon as his brother heard that the other party's last name was Uzumaki, he immediately gave him another big slap. He has been much more obedient recently. He has been very well behaved since he saw new classmates in the class and didn't provoke them again. Do you think that woman will be beaten back by the fat guy? The younger brothers were all stunned, and they all thought of themselves back then. Definitely. The snotty man was very sure. The boss was stunned for a moment. He just proposed an idea, and he himself was not so sure. How could this guy be so sure? What do you mean? The snotty man's eyes flashed with wisdom, and he looked in the direction of Uchiha Mirai. That guy is very arrogant. Do you think ordinary people can play with them? Everyone was stunned. All subconsciously looked at Uchiha Mirai. In their eyes, that guy is very Uchiha, arrogant, powerful, and does not take ordinary people seriously. Only Namikaze Minato could get along with him. The current Uzumaki Kushina can be with them because she is very strong. So, they all thought that the little fat guy must be very strong. Coincidentally, their thoughts are exactly the same as Mirai, except that one knows that Hinata Reka is very strong, and the other guesses that the other party is very strong. And they are the focus. They heard what the snotty man said and what Mirai said. All looked at each other, no one dared to shout. Because they were all beaten by Kushina. It was miserable at that time. And I have to admit that the snotty man's analysis makes sense. If there is nothing special, Uchiha will accept her to join his small team in the future. What should I do? A female classmate hesitated and looked at her companion on the left. The companion on the left looked to her left again. I think what he said makes sense, why don't we forget it? The person on her left heard it and also looked to her left. I'm a little panicked, what should I do? She looked at the girl on her left. The girl on the left. Where the hell do I know what to do? I'm also panicked. She was still in a panic, and the girl on the right also looked at her. Big sister, we. Xiao Chun was silent. She looked at the two people on her left and right, and they all looked at her. Damn it, just die. Now the arrow is on the string and it has to be shot. Hit me, Uzumaki Kushina only is an exception. She is just a branch of the Hyuga clan. If she can beat one of us, how can she beat all of us? Go. The eldest sister took the lead and started fighting. Seeing this, the other sisters also followed suit and started fighting. Chapter 260. 1 minute later. Kushina looked at the bruised and swollen Rika Hyuga, and immediately got angry. She shook off Mirai's hand and pointed at Rika Hyuga, who was squatting with her head in her hands. She said coldly, "Is this what you call strong?" Without waiting for Mirai to answer, she jumped over by stepping on Minato's shoulder. With brute force, she quickly squeezed into the crowd and protected Rika Hyuga. Even Minato looked at Mirai with some confusion. "Brother, do you really think she is strong?" He didn't doubt that Mirai was lying. Although this guy was very arrogant, he would never lie, especially to him. If he knew, he knew, if he didn't know, he didn't know, and if he couldn't say it, he would say he couldn't say it. Anyway, Mirai was sincere to him and never hid anything from him. Sure enough, Mirai just glanced at him and explained the reason. "Do you still remember that you told me about my hollowness a few days after Kushina transferred to school?" Minato thought about it and soon remembered this incident. That time when he saw Mirai so hollow, he thought that this guy had done that with Kushina, and he even thought about quitting and helping them. Although the facts proved that he was just overthinking. "I was beaten by her that time, and I almost died in her hands." Hey! Minato was a little confused. He didn't react for a while. This little fat classmate who was bullied actually beat Mirai like that. How is this possible? You know that Mirai is very strong. He can beat the ninja school without any opponents. All the graduated genin have been beaten by him. Only he can barely suppress him. But such a person was actually beaten by the unknown Hyuga Rika, and he almost died. But Mirai couldn't lie to him, which means that this matter is true. In an instant, he stood up suddenly in shock. Staring with a pair of big eyes, he exclaimed, "What?" All of a sudden, he became the focus of the whole class. They all looked at Minato, not knowing what he was shocked about. Even Kushina, who was protecting Hyuga Rika, was puzzled. What happened to this guy? He shouted so loudly and was so shocked. As the protagonist, Minato naturally noticed the changes in his classmates. He hurriedly smiled and explained, "Sorry." Before he finished speaking, the door suddenly exploded. The poor door was kicked away by someone, and with a strong wind, it passed over the podium and hit the wall directly, breaking into two pieces in an instant. It can be seen how strong the person who kicked the door is. Then, a furious shout came, "Little bastard, are you going to rebel?" As this furious shout came, a figure walked in step by step from the door with terrifying anger. Behind him, it seemed as if he could see the illusion of flames burning the sky. Everyone in the classroom shuddered uncontrollably. Even Mirai couldn't help shrinking his neck. It was the first time he saw Teacher Kamimura so angry. After Teacher Kamimura came in, he saw the scene at the back of the classroom. A group of girls in the class surrounded a little fat boy, who was now bruised and swollen, with tears streaming down his face. Those white eyes were full of fear and terror, like a frightened deer, which broke his heart. But the good thing was that Uzumaki Kushina stood in front of her and stopped the violent female students with both hands, preventing Hyuga Rika from suffering more harm, which made him a little relieved. Although Uzumaki Kushina gave him a serious demerit last time, she was not the kind of person who would take the initiative to cause trouble. She was also very helpful, which was good. He suppressed his anger and walked from the classroom door to the back of the classroom step by step. Xiao Chun and the others were all silent at this moment. They were extremely frightened. The anger of Teacher Kamimura made them feel terrified. This time the teacher seemed to be really angry. Seeing the teacher coming step by step, they all subconsciously stepped back a few steps. After a while, they let Hyuga Rika and the others out. The teacher ignored them, but walked in front of Hyagareka, and the anger on his face turned into a touch of heartache. He helped the little fat boy up and apologized, "I'm sorry, the teacher is late and you are wronged." Hyagareka was stunned, and she looked at teacher Kamimura in a daze. To be honest, she couldn't remember how long it had been since the teacher would stand up for her. I remember that she was also bullied in the previous class, and the previous head teacher had stood up for her once. Later, seeing that her grades were so bad, her status in Hyaga was not high, she was an orphan, and she was fat, stupid, and unpopular. Gradually, the teachers gave up on her. Although this was the result she wanted most, the consequence was that the classmates in the class became more and more unscrupulous. Not only did they ask her to run errands, but they also paid for it themselves, and asked her to wash clothes and cook. After a few months of this kind of life, those who bullied her got tired of it and gave up bullying her. After all, bullying a punching bag is not fun at all. So thinking back to the last time the teacher helped her out, it was still the last time. And the teacher only lectured those people last time. Unlike this time, teacher Kamimura was very angry. Teacher Kamimura would never be at peace if he didn't vent this anger. She subconsciously replied, I'm used to it." Looking at Hinata Reka's dull eyes, there was no liveliness in them before. Teacher Kamimura's anger became several points stronger. He helped Hinata Reka up and looked at her carefully. Fortunately, these little bastards didn't hit him so hard, at most it was just a superficial injury. But they had brought him so many serious offenses. He took a deep breath, looked at Uzumaki Kushina, and praised, "Uzumaki classmate, you did a good job. When classmates are in trouble, you should help them." As he said that, he glanced at someone. If that guy would take action, with his prestige in the class, how could Hyagareka be beaten? Uchiha noticed his gaze and shrugged speechlessly. "Well, it's my fault, okay." He thought Hyagareka would resist, but who knew she chose to bear it silently. But now thinking about it, she has been bearing it silently for so many years. Even if her personality has changed a lot, it is still difficult for her nature to change in a short time. The reason why she pretended was to show it to the Hyaga clan. If she really exposed her strength like this, he could imagine what the Hyaga clan would do to her. Even if Hyaga Suji's family died or was put in solitary confinement. But there are other members of the main family. Teacher Kamimura didn't even look at Mirai's apologetic eyes. He asked Kushina to help Rika go to the infirmary, and he looked at these cute-looking but ugly female students. The disappointment in his eyes almost came out. Unexpectedly, teacher Kamimura didn't beat or scold them. He suddenly sighed, and the anger he carried dissipated instantly. His tone was cold and his expression was indifferent. "Your class is the worst class I have ever taught, and you. I have taught the worst students. There have never been any worse students than you in the past, and there will never be any worse students than you in the future. People like you, who beat others for a little insignificant desire, will only become the scum of Konoha even if you leave the ninja school in the future. Tell your parents to come to school tomorrow. You are not suitable to study in the ninja school anymore. I will not teach you anymore." As he said that, he turned and left, wanting to go to the infirmary to comfort the little white flower. This blow must have hurt her a lot, and he must go to see her. It was not until the teacher walked out of the classroom that the sluggish people in the class came back to their senses one by one. They are ordered to drop out of school. I don't know who said this, but as soon as this word came out, the class exploded instantly. "Big sister, our teacher doesn't want us anymore." A female classmate stared at Xiao Chun blankly, her face extremely pale. Ninja schools are equivalent to aristocratic schools. It doesn't mean that people who study are aristocrats, but students who graduate from ninja schools are almost all commanders of various teams. Because there are many ways to become a ninja, but those who come out of ninja schools are naturally superior. If they are expelled from school, wouldn't it ruin their bright future? In an instant, many female students were anxious. Their faces turned pale and red. Even Xiao Chun, the leader, was the same. If she was forced to drop out of school, how could she be a superior person and make a name for herself in the future? No, absolutely not. She gritted her teeth and chased after the teacher. As soon as she moved, the people who had no backbone also moved in panic. Chapter 261. In the infirmary. After the examination, the school doctor breathed a sigh of relief. She looked at teacher Kamimura and said, "This child only suffered some skin injuries. It can be seen that the female students in your class have restrained their attacks. Hearing this, Teacher Kamimura relaxed a lot. As soon as he returned to the office, a group of people came in. When he saw Xiaochun and the others, he knew what these students wanted to do. He didn't want to listen to these students at all. He asked them to stand up and ran to the infirmary to take a look. He was really afraid that the injury of this little white flower, Hyagarika, was a bit serious, although he had checked it before. But at this moment, the school doctor said this, and his heart was a little relieved. Uzumaki Kushina also breathed a sigh of relief. When she looked at Hyagarika, she couldn't help but show a trace of guilt in her eyes. She lowered her head, bit her lip and said, "I'm sorry Linghua-chan, if I had taken action earlier." Before she finished her words, Hyaga Linghua grabbed her hand and interrupted her. The latter smiled at the former, "It's not your fault, and it's because you took action that I didn't get hurt so badly." After she said this, Kushina felt even worse. "It's all Uchihamarai's fault. He said you were very strong and asked me not to interfere. I think he was just talking nonsense." Hearing this, Hyaga Linghua's face froze. Her expression couldn't help but be a little embarrassed. Cough cough. The school doctor looked at the conversation between the little girls and chuckled. How powerful can this child be? With such a fat body, with her eyesight, she can naturally see that Hyaga Linghua's body is almost all fat. Muscles and bones are stronger than those of peers. But this is normal, because if you want to support the weight of this fat, without solid bones and strong muscles, you can't even walk, let alone get up. But this little girl is from the Byakugan clan, not the Akimichi clan, how can she turn fat into strength? So she just thought that the person called Uchihamarai was making it up. While writing the prescription, she said, "Teacher Kamimura, the people in your class should be rectified. I'm almost becoming the infirmary for your class." Some people from other classes also came to her, but most of them were sick or injured by accidents, rather than injuries caused by this kind of fight. Teacher Kamimura sighed lightly, "I'm planning to let them all drop out." As soon as these words came out, the school doctor's hand paused, and she looked at Teacher Kamimura with some doubt. Drop out? Even Hyagarika and the other two girls were stunned. They left the classroom first and did not hear what Teacher Kamimura said afterwards. Well, with their jealous personalities, they are not suitable to study in the ninja school anymore. Look at other classes, even if there are girls fighting for a boy, or a group of boys fighting for a girl. But it's basically a one-on-one fight, not like them, all rushing in at once. This is no longer healthy competition, but malicious bullying. If such people graduate from the ninja school, they will only bring shame to their ninja school. Moreover, people who graduate from the ninja school are connected to the command level of each team. Once such people become commanders, the harm will be greater. Isn't this too serious? The school doctor looked at Linghua and saw that she was also stunned, and then continued. After all, they are only 7 or 8 years old. If they are forced to drop out of school, their future will be ruined. Hinata Linghua also had the same idea. It's just bullying, which can happen everywhere. Strictly speaking, there is no hatred between them. It's just a dispute caused by Uchihamarai. As the saying goes, you can tell a person's future by looking at him when he is 3 years old. They are already 7 or 8 years old. Some of them have started to help their families with chores to make a living, but look at them. They don't seem to study and their character is not good. Speaking of these things, the teacher has too many sad things to say, and it's not the first time they have bullied someone. He looked at Uzumaki Kushina, for example, the last time, they bullied Uzumaki-san. At that time, a group of people took Uzumaki Kushina to the grove. If Kushina-san was not stronger, maybe it was Kushina-san who was lying here. Hearing this, the school doctor paused again while writing the prescription. She looked at Uzumaki Kushina in surprise. Did you beat them up last time? The little girl in front of him was soft and weak, and her red hair made her look like a small tomato. It was soft and sticky when she took a bite. If she punched her, she would probably cry a lot long. I didn't expect that the attack was so violent. When those children came to her to change the dressing, she mistakenly thought that they were beaten by enemies from other classes. It was really too heavy. Kushina's face flushed twice, and she replied awkwardly, yes. Did I hit too hard? Teacher Kamimura snorted coldly, No, after this incident, I thought you were too light. Those guys forgot the pain after the scar healed. Look, they started to make trouble after only a few days of healing. To be honest, they don't improve their self-cultivation, strength, and grades, but think about intrigue. How can such people be favored by Uchiha Mirai? A bunch of rotten swans, and they still want to eat toad meat. At this time, Hyagarika also spoke up. She looked at the teacher and felt that it was too heavy to let them drop out of school. Although she was the bullied party. Teacher, why don't you give them another chance? If they really drop out of school, their future will be ruined. In her opinion, this matter was Uchiha Mirai's fault. If it weren't for him, this would not have happened. But think about it carefully, this matter cannot be blamed on Uchiha Mirai. He just did nothing. If he is willing to speak for herself, this matter would not have happened. But soon she smiled bitterly. Yes, strictly speaking, he and I are still enemies. He has no reason to help me. The teacher glanced at her. After all, this child is too young and has a much kinder personality. If she were 15 or 16 years old, you can see if she would beg for mercy. Letting them continue to stay in the ninja school is a great harm to people. He said, looking at the prescription in the school doctor's hand, he said, Kushina classmate, you take care of Linghua classmate here, I will go back to the classroom to deal with some things. Okay teacher. Hinata Linghua hesitated for a while, and did not talk about begging for mercy anymore. After the teacher left, Mirai and Minato walked into the infirmary. When she saw Mirai, Uzumaki Kushina snorted coldly and turned her head away, not wanting to look at him. If he hadn't pulled her, how could Rika-chan be injured? The school doctor naturally knew Uchiha Mirai and Namikaze Minato, two influential figures. And he also heard that Namikaze Minato had a special feeling for Uzumaki Kushina. At this moment, he was immediately happy. When this kid came to the infirmary before, he looked at her first at first sight, just like Mirai. Who said she was just a beautiful girl in her 20s? Beauty naturally attracts more attention. But at this moment, the two little ones subconsciously looked at Uzumaki Kushina and Hyagarika at first sight. A woman's intuition told her that Namikaze Minato liked Uzumaki Kushina, and Uchiha Mirai had a special feeling for Hyagarika. Especially Uchiha Mirai. When she faced this brat before, she always felt like she was facing an adult. This kid's gaze was the most like that of an adult. He always looked at the part she was proud of secretly. Hey, these two guys. You guys stay with the patient first. I'll ask Konoha Hospital to send some medicine. She said. With that, she got up and left quickly without waiting for the two boys to answer. This made Mirai, who was about to say hello, stunned. Why did she feel that she was doing it deliberately? Hinata Reka, I didn't expect you to not fight back. Before Hinata Reka said anything, Kushina spoke first. Fight back? So many people hit her, how can you let her fight back? Hearing Kushina's somewhat aggressive tone, Minato hurried forward and grabbed her. Hurriedly said, Nana, come with me first, I have something to tell you. What? Kushina was confused. She looked at Minato who was holding her hand and tried to struggle. Just follow me. Don't worry, we'll talk at the door. As he said that, he pulled Kushina out of the infirmary, leaving only Mirai and Hyagarika. As he passed by, Minato winked at Mirai. As you requested, I took Kushina away. When Kushina saw that Mirai didn't move, that is, if they all went out, there would only be Mirai and Rika in the infirmary. She hurriedly warned, Mirai, don't do anything to let me down. Minato, degree. Mirai, Rika. Sister, look at what you are saying. Even Mirai almost fell down. He looked at Kushina speechlessly and said unhappily, what nonsense are you talking about? How come he and Kushina are having an affair? Minato he didn't dare to delay any longer and directly pulled Kushina to the door. He was afraid that Kushina would say something shocking again and scare him to death. Chapter 262. In the infirmary, only Mirai and Hyagarika were left. One was lying down, the other was standing. The former rolled her eyes at him, while the latter looked down at her. Tell me, there must be a reason why a great man suddenly came to visit a little girl like me. Mirai raised his eyebrows, then sat on the edge of the bed without any hesitation, looking at her with his arms folded across his chest. Can't I just want to see you? Come on, how can someone like you be so kind? Hyagarika sneered, then pointed to the part where she applied the medicine, thanks to you, I'm seriously injured now. Blame me. Mirai followed her example and rolled his eyes. I told you to strike first and you will be in trouble later. Look, isn't this true? Hinata Reka. If you have something to say, just say it. If you don't disturb me to rest. Okay, I just want to see if you are seriously injured. Mirai said, and stood up and wanted to leave. Only Hinata Reka was left speechless. Is this man sick? Did he really come to the infirmary just to see himself? But Mirai didn't really want to leave. He stood up, changed direction, and sat down again. Still didn't forget to cross his arms. Why haven't you left yet? Hinata Reka asked with a pair of dead fish eyes, without any emotion. I suddenly remembered something. Hearing Mirai's words, Hinata Reka directly pulled the quill to cover her head. She looked like I didn't want to listen. Mirai. I said, you are so serious. In the tailed beast space. As the leader of the group, the Nine Tails once again summoned all the tailed beasts together. As soon as the One Tails appeared, it started to shout impatiently. Kuroma, are you sick? The last gathering just ended and I haven't even closed my eyes yet. Why are you summoning us together again? The other tailed beasts also looked at the leader of the group, with humane puzzlement on their faces. Not to mention the Nine Tails, they have never been so active. If you want to do something, usually after deciding, you sleep first. If you can remember it after waking up, do it. If you can't remember it, forget it, or continue to sleep. Anyway, they are tailed beasts, with a long lifespan and time. They will gather again after death. If they are active, how should they spend the rest of the time? Kurama glanced at it lightly. When it initiated this summons, it didn't even need to think about it, and knew that Shikako would definitely jump out. I saw the old man's eyes. Silence. The space became quiet in an instant, and it was a little scary. It was like the silence before dawn. 10 breaths passed. Sun Wukong was the first to exclaim, Kurama, are you sure? Yes, didn't the old man's eyes turn into pure land? How could they appear again? The other tailed beasts were also in doubt. Based on their understanding of Kurama, this guy disdained to lie and brag. But what it said was too outrageous. To be honest, Kurama was also shocked when he saw the child at first. It even thought that the old man was resurrected. Or reincarnated. When it used its perception ability and carefully sensed the child's soul, it found that the child did not have the old man's breath at all. Even those eyes were only very similar to the old man's eyes, but they were not the same eyes. The reason why it took so many days to contact them was because it had just woken up. Listen carefully, I said I saw the old man's eyes, not I saw the old man's eyes. The tailed beasts. Is there any difference between these two sentences? There is no difference. The eight-tailed cow ghost looked at it strangely, and after a long time, he suddenly said, do you think there is a difference in what you said? The cow ghost's words expressed the thoughts of many tailed beasts, and they all nodded. Looking at it with a strange face. Yes, the two sentences even have the same punctuation marks, what's the difference? I think Ju Lama must have been sealed and stupid, so he started talking nonsense. I suggest that I, Shikaku, be the group leader. What do you think? Shikaku said, blinking his little eyes excitedly. He looked around to see who supported him. All the other tailed beasts chose to ignore him. Let it be the leader of the group. Don't make fun of it, it's not funny at all. If it becomes the leader of the group, then they won't be able to sleep peacefully. Among the 9-tailed beasts, it is the most jumpy and has a very poisonous mouth. Kurama frowned, shook his ears, and was a little confused. His words, is it that hard to understand? Or the 5-tailed king asked tentatively, you mean, someone got eyes similar to the old man, right? It is the only female among the tailed beasts, and its voice is very royal. After listening to it speak for a few words, you can imagine that it must be white and long, very. Hearing this, Kurama nodded. Look, there is a beast that can understand it. Thinking of this, it looked at the other 8-tailed beasts with contempt. Anyway, the era that the old man talked about may be coming soon. This is why I asked you to come here. The 8-tailed Jihoki snorted coldly, not targeting Kurama, come if you want, it has nothing to do with us. Humans are a group of selfish people. Look at what the ninja world has become now. There is hatred and resentment everywhere. And not long after the First World War, the Second World War broke out again. In such a world, I am unwilling to help humans. Speaking of this, the other tailed beasts were all silent, especially the four-tailed Son Goku. It looked at the huge chains on its limbs. Every time it moved, it would make a rattling sound. It was one of the first beasts to lose its freedom among the tailed beasts. I don't want to help humans either. This kind of speech appeared twice in succession, and the other tailed beasts also expressed their opinions. Even the two-tailed Nikomata, who had the best personality, said, I don't want to help humans anymore. They are not worth our efforts. Kurama glanced at the beasts and then retracted his gaze. He said lazily, it's up to you. I called everyone together this time to tell you about the appearance of a new pair of samsara eyes in the ninja world. As for what to do, that's your business. Disband. After saying that, his figure disappeared in the space. In the field, many tailed beasts looked at each other, and then began to dissipate one by one. Soon only the two-tailed Nikomata and the one-tailed Shikaku were left. The Nikomata only realized at this time that Shikaku, who was usually the most clamorous, had rarely shouted just now. This is unreasonable. Shikaku, what's wrong with you? It asked curiously, with a hint of confusion in its pleasant voice. After Shikaku was silent for a moment, it looked at the two-tailed Nikomata. Although humans are very bad and disgusting, there are also good people among humans. It thought of its own Jinkraki. The old monk Fenfu, who was now imprisoned in a dungeon by the Sand Ninja, was sent to watch him 24 hours a day. They treated Fenfu as a monster. But Fenfu not only had no resentment, but often enlightened him and told him some Buddhist principles. And the word he said the most was love. Those were the two words his master had written on his palm. The left hand was for receive, and the right hand was for heart. Put the two together, and it was the word love. The two-tailed cat looked at it in astonishment again. Are you okay? Why are you talking nonsense? This guy used to shout that he wanted to kill humans every day. Shikaku smiled bitterly, maybe he was really sick, infected by the old monk Fenfu. No, I just thought of Fenfu, the monk who looks like Mr. Six Paths. But you're right, there may be good people in this world, but they are definitely not many. I really won't participate in this catastrophe. If possible, I'll kill a few more humans to cheer me up. Hey ha ha ha. For a while, Shikaku's unique laughter echoed in the tailed beast space. Its figure also began to disappear in the space with the laughter. Only Nikomata was left, a little confused. I always feel that Shikaku's appearance just now is very strange. But who cares, anyway, the tailed beasts, have no freedom. Even the strongest nine tails has been sealed by humans, so they'd better sit aside and watch how humans play themselves to death. It controls the passage between the yin and yang worlds, and can already feel the hatred in the yang world, which has accumulated to a terrifying level. One day in the future, this hatred will turn into a monstrous disaster. I really look forward to the despair of humans at that time. Meow. O equals omega equals m. Chapter 263. As soon as the nine tails came back to his senses from the deep space, he heard what Minato Namikaze said through Kushina. Nana, listen to me, Hyagarika is not simple. Do you remember that when you first transferred to the school, Mirai looked sick for a few days? That was because he was beaten by Hyagarika. According to Mirai, he almost died at the hands of Hyagarika at that time, so Mirai said she was very strong in the classroom. I just don't know why she hides herself like this. After he finished speaking, he looked around very carefully. For fear that someone would eavesdrop on him. Although he was willing to tell the secret to Kushina, he would not tell the secret to others. Besides, he had confirmed it with Mirai before he came, and Mirai also said that there was no need to hide it from Kushina, and let him do it himself. After a few glances, Minato did not notice anything unusual, nor did he sense that someone was nearby. Most importantly, his voice was so low just now that no one should be able to hear it. Kushina was silent after hearing this. Kyuubi, you said that there was a strong power in Hyagarika's eyes, right? Kurama did not answer. It closed its eyes lazily, used the boulder behind it as a backrest, and fell asleep comfortably. Seeing that Kyuubi did not answer, Kushina did not ask any more questions. She recalled the bits and pieces of getting along with Rika these days, and she could feel that the girl was a good person. In her eyes, the past spirit gradually recovered. Rika-chan must have her own difficulties, so she pretended like this. What on earth did a child go through that made her so repulsive to the world and afraid to expose herself? For a moment, she actually felt a little depressed in her chest. But you don't have to think about it to know that her experience is absolutely painful. She exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked at Minato firmly. Don't tell anyone else about this, okay? Minato scratched his head and nodded in response. Well, I was only going to tell you about this. Minato, you are so nice. Kushina felt a little touched. She was not a coward, and she had a heart of flesh and blood. With the talents of the Uzumaki clan and the characteristics of the Nine Tails, she could tell who was good to her and who was bad to her. From the first time she saw Minato, this guy fell in love with her at first sight. That is what is commonly known as being attracted by beauty. She was quite disgusted at first, but after being forced to accept it, she suddenly found out. Oh my! It smells so good! Hee hee. Minato's mouth corners were crazily raised, but he tried to suppress it. He couldn't lose his manners in front of Kushina. Let's just pretend we don't know she's hiding her strength. I can feel that she has reasons she can't tell. After becoming the Nine Tails Jinchuriki, she gained an ability, which is to distinguish the emotions of people around her. For example, most of the classmates in the class treat her with inexplicable hostility. This is because of Minato Namikaze, and she understands it. Who says Minato Namikaze is so outstanding, so gentle, and so handsome? That's right, this personality. Well, as the old saying goes, no one is perfect. And with this mistress, Minato will transform into a perfect male god. She didn't feel hostile emotions from Rika Hinata. Never. That's why she became good friends with Rika Hinata in just a few minutes. Okay, I'll listen to you. In the medical room, on the bed. Mirai sat on the bedside and took out the fruit sealed with plastic wrap from his throat. He opened the plastic wrap and put the fruit basket on the bedside table. In the strange eyes of Hyagorika, he said lightly, I wanted to see you get slapped in the face, but I didn't expect it to be this kind of slap. At first, he wanted to see a mental slap in the face, and then ridicule her afterwards. Who told her not to listen to him and take the initiative? But Hyagorika was slapped in the face by Xiao-chun and the others without fighting back. This was really beyond his expectations, so he brought Minato here to apologize. After all, if he hadn't indulged himself, Hyagorika wouldn't have been beaten into such a bear. Although there were no broken bones, she looked much fatter than before, and her body was bruised. Hyagorika stared at him with her eyes, as if she wanted to see his true thoughts through her eyes. Uchiha Mirai, are you sick? Mirai ignored her sarcasm, put down the fruit basket, and took out a knife, fork and toothpick for her. Don't worry, this fruit basket is not stained with my saliva. As he said this, he sorted out the garbage and walked out of the infirmary. After a while, Kushina came in with a weird look on her face. When she saw the fruit basket on the bedside, the weirdness on her face became more obvious. This. Knowing what she was thinking, Hyagorika said helplessly, this guy just wanted to apologize, don't think too much. Kushina's face suddenly became wonderful when she heard it. Guess if I believe it or not. Simple. Funny, that guy almost wrote his thoughts on his face. She moved closer and couldn't help but teasing, Rika-chan, do you think Mirai likes you? Hyagorika. Don't make fun of me, you know what I look like, he would fall in love with me if he was blind. Hyagorika wanted to firmly deny it. But not long ago, Tongzi told her about this, which made her tone not so firm for a while. Kushina shook her head, no, I have never seen him care about any girl. Many girls in the class have been ruthlessly attacked by him. He can bring a fruit basket to see you, which proves that you are not ordinary to him. Hinata Rika looked at her helplessly, Kushina-chan, why didn't I notice that you are so gossipy? Hee. Kushina smiled, with some curiosity on her face. Rika-chan, what do you think of the future? What do you mean by what? Hyagorika knew what she wanted to ask, and she asked back pretending not to know. Then she spoke first, trying to change the subject, this fruit basket is very fresh, I can't finish it by myself, you can help me share some. Hearing this, Kushina was unmoved. She looked up and down at Hyagorika, and her eyes gradually became brighter. Why didn't she realize before that although Linghua-chan was much fatter, her facial features, skin color and bone shape were all perfect. If she lost weight, she would definitely not be fat. And she would still be a great beauty. Linghua-chan, why don't you lose some weight? If you can lose weight, you will definitely be the most beautiful girl in the ninja school, and you will fascinate those boys. And if Mirai sees you after losing weight, he might be so excited that he would bleed, so excited that his eyes would open. At present, she doesn't know that Mirai has opened his eyes. For other people, when they are extremely excited, they will have nosebleeds or faint. But for Uchiha people, it is excitement to open their eyes. Hai ga Linghua. She looked at Kushina with an inexplicable expression. Could this girl have been peeping in the grove at the beginning? Otherwise, how could she know that the dead pervert Uchiha Mirai was attracted by her beauty after seeing her suddenly lose weight, and instantly opened his eyes? Kushina naturally noticed the strange look of the little sister, which made her a little puzzled. What does this look mean? What's wrong with you? Nothing. Hai ga Rika shook her head, it's just losing weight. I have the kind of physique that can gain weight by drinking boiled water, and the effect of losing weight is not great. Hearing this, Kushina frowned. Can I gain weight by drinking boiled water? What kind of haiga is this physique? It's simply the most suitable for the Akimichi clan. This physique is what they want most. Don't worry, as long as you can control your mouth and move your legs, you will definitely lose weight. As she spoke, her tone suddenly paused. Akimichi clan, fat accumulation, chakra. Hearing the words from the little sister's mouth, Hai ga Rika's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the perverted Uchiha Mirai exposed their secret to Kushina? Before her face changed drastically, Kushina looked at her excitedly. She said excitedly, Rika-chan, I have a way to make you get a perfect body without losing weight. With the previous idea, Hai ga Rika naturally thought of the secret medicine of the Akimichi clan. Her face was a little stiff, and she wanted to refuse. No. No. No, I am quite satisfied with my body. No, 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 people are creatures who see things with their eyes. The first impression is very important. If you become beautiful, those people will not bully you. As she said, she stood up, took a banana from the fruit basket, and quickly said, Wait, I will go back and ask my grandma to find a sealing technique now. She remembered seeing a sealing technique when she was a child, which was the sealing technique of their Uzumaki clan. It is called yin seal. You can set a point in the body to seal chakra, and seal the excess chakra in it at ordinary times, and release it in one breath when needed. This is a technique created specifically for people with low chakra levels. But it also has several passive points, that is, in addition to keeping youth forever, it can also fine-tune the body proportions through chakra. For example, if you want a big breast, no matter how big it is, it can be. It is said that yin seal can also be combined with other techniques to exert the power of 1 + 1 greater than 4, but it is a pity that the predecessor who developed this technique has passed away. As a result, only this technique is left. Of course, if it is just to change the body shape, this technique is completely enough. Thinking of this, she did not give Linghua a chance to ask, and ran back home directly. Hai ga Linghua. It is not a secret medicine, but a sealing technique. Chapter 264. After Kushina got the teacher's permission, she ran out of the ninja school in a hurry. Minato and Mirai formed a new desk because their desk mates were not there. On the blackboard, a big was drawn on the position of the class assessment. Looking at the above, which was more than the on his own test paper, Zhang Shangjilang was silent. After a long time, he whispered, Have you noticed that anyone who has anything to do with Uchiha Mirai is very unlucky? The snotty man heard the words and his face suddenly changed. He hurriedly covered the mouth of the boss and glanced at the last table carefully. Seeing the latter talking to Minato, talking and laughing, he breathed a sigh of relief. Brother, please don't provoke that madman. We are just pretending to be crazy, but he is really crazy. If he gets crazy, let alone us, even if Mr. Kamimura comes, he won't give face to us. The boss's face changed immediately after hearing this. Damn it, how dare I talk about that guy in the classroom? This is not the way to die. Could it be that Uchiha Mirai has been much more obedient recently, which makes me feel that I am okay again? The more I think about this possibility, the greater it is. He was so scared that he dared not say anything more, fearing that he would say something out of his mouth and end his life. After Mirai and Minato stayed in school for a while, they went to the infirmary to take a look. Hinata Reka seemed to have fallen into a deep sleep. With the school doctor watching, Mirai and the other two simply had nothing to do, so they went to the grove. Mirai, have you successfully practiced your random lion hair technique? Minato asked curiously on the way. Future shook his head, not yet, I can only harden the hair. Then the leg hair. He hesitated for a moment, wanting to talk about his opinion on the leg hair. Future thought he wanted to ask why the hair couldn't be ejected if the leg hair could be ejected, so he explained, oh, you mean that, as you can see, I can only make the leg hair fly out, within 10 meters, let alone the human body, even a piece of paper can't be pierced. The power is still too small. And the hair needs more control, it is harder than the leg hair, I can't launch it at all. It can't be extended infinitely, to the level of being driven by arms like Jiraiya. Minato blinked and looked at Future with a sharp gaze. His eyes were like headlights, dazzling Future a little unable to open his eyes. Seeing his expression, Mirai understood immediately, and he said unhappily, don't even think about it. The name you chose is long and hard to remember. Not to mention whether the enemy will be distracted, I feel embarrassed just shouting this name. Minato's face froze, and his first idea was rejected so ruthlessly. The problem is that he hasn't said it yet. I just mentioned it last time. He hurriedly opened his mouth and wanted to say his second suggestion. Then athlete's foot. As soon as he opened his mouth, Mirai opened his mouth and spit. A piece of bun with his saliva was sprayed directly into Minato's mouth by him. The latter was stunned instantly. I told you, handsome guys don't have athlete's foot, even if they wear boots and cover it for 100 days. Minato looked down, looking at the bun with saliva on his mouth, he blinked twice. He immediately bit down hard and ate it without any disgust. He suggested again, what about poison? Mirai. No, you really want to eat it. Minato smiled and held the bun in front of Mirai, this is your import and export product, how can I waste it? Looking at the saliva on the bun and Minato taking another bite, Mirai felt his stomach churning instantly. He just lay on the side of the road and vomited. Ugh! Seeing this scene, Minato was immediately overjoyed. Haven't you learned enough from the last lesson? You still want to disgust me with this, you deserve it. Asterisk. As he said, he tore off the saliva-stained outer skin of the bun, and then happily ate the clean bun inside. Mirai, a pervert, thought that Minato was even more perverted than himself. After he vomited for a while, his face was covered with tears and snot, and he looked like a stray cat. Minato helped him to calm down, and said with a smile, brother, will you dare to do it next time? Mirai felt that his intestines were about to turn out. He looked at Minato's hateful face and wanted to say something cruel, but he was afraid that Minato would kill him in return. He had to grit his teeth and said reluctantly, I will definitely not do this next time. Minato raised his eyebrows and looked at Mirai with a half-smile. As the person who knows the future best, when he said this, he already knew what the other party was thinking. This guy still won't give up. But it doesn't matter, I will take action. Thinking of this, he didn't say much, but waited until he cleaned his cheeks before going to the grove with him. In the Senju mansion, above the whirlpool tower. Uzumaki Mito looked at Kushina, she shook her head and said, it's not that grandma doesn't want to teach you, nor is it that grandma doesn't want that girl named Hyagarika to learn Yin Seal. It's really too dangerous. It belongs to the S-level ninjutsu. Whether it is the degree of danger or the difficulty of practice, it is the top. You two are still young, the water here is too deep, you can't grasp it. Although Yin Seal looks simple, it is to set up a small pool in the body that can seal chakra, but this step alone is extremely thrilling. With their abilities, they can't even understand the seal technique, so how can they master such a difficult and dangerous technique right away? Although she can help open the Yin Seal pool in their bodies, maintaining the operation of this pool requires the practitioner's own extremely subtle control of chakra. How exquisite can the chakra control strength of these two children be? So she will not let these two children learn Yin Seal. Hearing this, Kushina's face was full of disappointment. Why is this happening? She thought she could help the little sisters lose weight, and then they would be the most beautiful twins in the ninja school. In that case, Mirai's feelings for Hyagarika might be more obvious. Just like Minato, he fell in love with her at first sight when he saw her for the first time. It would be easier to snatch Minato away from Mirai. Just like Grandma snatched Senju Hashirama from Uchiha Madara. Uzumaki Mito rubbed Kushina's hair and smiled to comfort her, if you really want to learn this seal technique, then study the relevant seal technique knowledge well. When you can perform a seal technique above A level, Grandma will agree to let you learn Yin Seal. Hearing this, Kushina's face suddenly became bitter. That will take a long time. Maybe she and others can graduate from the ninja school. How can she surprise everyone and be elected as the school beauty of the ninja school? And if the future is always focused on Minato, it will be too difficult for her to snatch Minato. Because Minato, although he always emphasizes that he is an upright person, only she knows it. He is actually a pervert, and the yellow hair is the evidence. But after thinking about this, Kushina cheered herself up again. She waved her little fist and cheered herself up, saying, "It's just a sealing technique above A level. It can't be difficult for us at all." Hinata Reka herself has very strong strength. She was able to injure Mirai at the beginning, which shows that her strength is not inferior to Minato. And she is the same age as me, maybe her ability to learn techniques is far beyond ordinary people. As long as they are willing to work hard to learn, they will definitely learn powerful sealing techniques before graduating from the ninja school. Okay, Grandma, just watch it. My sisters and I will definitely learn sealing techniques above A level in a short time. Uzumaki Mito was a little amused, but this is also a good thing. As long as Kushina is willing to learn sealing techniques, the inheritance of their Uzumaki clan will not be cut off. After talking about the business, Kushina accompanied Uzumaki Mito to talk in private, and then left with full of enthusiasm. She must learn the knowledge of sealing techniques in the shortest possible time to impress her grandmother. But learning alone is boring, so why not bring a few more people? Thinking of this, she remembered Uchiha Mirai's selfless dedication. He can easily teach them the A-level unprinted ninjutsu, Raise Nan. At the beginning, Brother Rope Tree said that he would compensate him later. However, due to consideration for Minato's feelings, they have not given the technique to Mirai these days. And this time is just a good opportunity. At this moment, she already had an idea in her mind, that is, to learn 5 elements seal. In the ninja world, there are 5 major attributes of chakra: wind, fire, thunder, water, and earth. And 5 elements seal is to use these 5 chakras to apply a seal. It is a difficult A-level sealing technique. It can also be divided into 5 sub-sealing techniques, such as the fire sealing seal used by Jiraiya, which is a method of sealing fire attribute chakra, and its difficulty is B-level. The 5 sub-sealing techniques of sealing fire, sealing thunder, sealing water, sealing earth, and sealing wind are combined to form the 5 elements seal. Then there is the 4 symbol seal, which is a combination of the positive and negative of the 2 4 symbol seals. They will get a more advanced 8 trigram seal. But that is for the future. Right now, they don't even know the basic knowledge of the seal technique, so they should just keep going with their feet on the ground. Chapter 265. After Hyagaraika recovered, the 5 little ones fell into the process of training day after day. In the blink of an eye, a month passed. Mere ha ha ha. I succeeded. Everyone look at me, my Raise Nan has finally been successfully trained. Ha ha ha. A burst of ecstatic laughter came from the direction of the rope tree, attracting many friends to look at them sideways. Mirai and Minato stopped fighting, and Kushina and Rika also put down the books in their hands. There were books piled up more than half a meter high around them. All of them were the treasures of the Uzumaki clan, all about sealing techniques. Sealing techniques are a technique with a very high upper limit and a lower limit that is higher than a person's head. The starting point is B-level difficulty. Therefore, in addition to time, if you want to learn sealing techniques, you must also have a smart mind and corresponding talents. Both of them put down their books and curiously approached the rope tree. Looking at the dazzling ball in his hand, everyone was a little surprised. Great, in a month, you finally mastered this technique. Mirai praised. This is the normal level of a native genius in the ninja world to learn this technique. Minato is completely cheating. Naruto actually has a very strong talent for learning techniques. In the early stage, it was just that the 9 tails interfered with the flow of chakra, which made him always unable to do it. That's why he looks like a fool. He was able to learn Raise Nan within a week. Although there is a suspicion of cheating, it is undeniable that he can learn Raise Nan in a week. This talent is many times stronger than that of ordinary people. As a time traveler, Mirai is even stuck at the door of the 3rd step. This difficulty even makes him want to give up. And Jiraiya can learn it after 3 days, that's because he has reached the peak period. The understanding of the technique has reached a very deep level. Hehe. To be honest, future, you are so fucking awesome. This instantaneous feeling is much stronger than my super strength punch. If super strength punch is not used with seals, its power will be much smaller, but Ray's Nan does not have this feeling. How powerful it can be depends on how much chakra the operator injects, and maintain its shape unchanged. As long as the last point can be guaranteed, then theoretically, he can even rub out a ball the size of Konoha. Now it is only the size of a fist, but it can already break a boulder. If it is rubbed out to the size of a village. Tisk tisk tisk. One ball down, don't even think about existing within a radius of 20 miles. Of course, this is the worst use of Ray's Nan. The inventor Future said that if the extreme shape change is added with the change of properties, then the power of this technique will increase exponentially. At that time, if a ball of property and form the size of a village is rubbed out, let alone 20 miles, 50 kilometers will not be enough for it to destroy. When he thought of this, his eyes suddenly lit up. Wait until I add the nature change into it, then I will go directly to the battlefield and throw it at the enemy position, and see who dares to say that the Senjo clan has declined. Minato Namikaze on the side just smiled and didn't say anything. Nature change is not so easy, he hasn't even touched the surface for so long. But since Rope Tree is so happy, it's not easy for him to hit him. Mirai also looked at the balls in his hand curiously. Although they are similar to Minato's, there are still some differences. For example, Minato's balls are bluer, while Rope Tree's are slightly greener. It's because the chakra colors of the two are different. And Rope Tree's Ray's Nan is slightly larger than Minato's. This should be because Rope Tree's attributes in all aspects are higher than Minato's, such as chakra volume, age, etc. Try it and see how powerful it is. Mirai suggested. Hearing this, the other friends dispersed together, leaving enough space for Rope Tree. Minato was very considerate and used the earth escape technique to create a 2-meter square earth wall. This earth wall is very solid and dark in color, and it looks like stone at first glance. Although the hardness is not as good as stone, it is not much different. Rope Tree heard this and was eager to try. Okay, you all be careful not to get hurt. After he said that, he found that all the friends were far away. The distance was at least 20 meters away. I say, do you really need to be so scared? A fist-sized Ray's Nan is not 100 detonating tags, so why are they so scared? Okay, stop talking, and get started. Yes, Rope Tree, we are going to school. Rope Tree. Ate Gaelu. His good mood was gone at this moment. Thinking of this, he immediately slapped the soil in front of him and took it as an object of anger. He quickly protected his face with his other hand to prevent the splashing soil from hurting his handsome cheek. In just a breath, the earth wall made by Minato with chakra instantly produced cracks. These marks were like spider webs, densely packed. It looked like a wall made of irregular building blocks. As long as a little force was applied, the wall would collapse. And in the cracks, there was a blue-green light flashing. It was like the light was wandering around in the cracks of these spider webs. Before a breath had passed, the whole wall collapsed. It was like the core components at the bottom of the building blocks were pulled out. The walls that lost their supporting force all fell down at once. Rope Tree, who was protecting his face with his hands, was a little stunned when he saw this scene. Is it broken? Shouldn't it be an explosion? Future and the others also had this question, otherwise they would not have dodged and ran 20 meters away. They were afraid that the wall would explode and hurt them. The experiment was over at this time, and everyone approached quickly to take a closer look. Future squatted on the ground, picked up a small piece of broken mud, and put it in front of his eyes to examine it carefully. He found that the irregular surface of the mud was very rough, not the kind that was cut, but the kind that was broken by a huge force. Each cross-section was very obvious. This should be shattered. As he said, he stood up, and Hyagarika beside him curiously took the mud in his hand. Looked at it carefully. That is to say, when Rope Tree's Ray's Nan hit the wall, it instantly produced an explosive vibration. However, this vibration is either very strong, shattering the wall in an instant, and the excess force is all dissipated along the cracks. Or this vibration is just right, only shattering the wall, and the force of the Ray's Nan has already dissipated. Her analysis is not unreasonable. If the force is small, or the force is large but not to the limit, the wall will not collapse like a building block. Instead, it will produce an explosion, causing the fragments of the wall to fly out instantly. Minato thought about it, and he shook his head. No, these 2 points are too difficult, and Rope Tree is performing it for the first time, it is impossible to achieve these 2 points. Why don't you try it again, Rope Tree? Kushina suggested. Rope Tree thought about it, and thought it would be better to perform it again. He was also very curious about what his raised nan was. Why did it shatter the wall? Minato hurriedly used the earth wall again according to the previous amount. This time they did not evacuate, but stood behind Rope Tree, intending to watch closely. Well, everyone open your eyes and watch. After Rope Tree finished speaking, a blue-green ball appeared on the palm of his hand. The next moment, he pressed it directly into the wall according to the previous action. In the future, they all opened their eyes wide, and they were reluctant to even blink, for fear of missing the beautiful scene. Even Hyagarika opened her bien to observe. She was also a member of the Raised Nan Learning, and it was a little hard to accept that she was stuck at the second level. Unable to make the chakra rotate. So now that there is a sample, she is not going to let this scene go. But... bang! A dull explosion burst out from the earth wall. Countless broken stones and mud blocks were all blown to pieces and shot out in all directions at a rapid speed. Minato reacted quickly. When the explosion occurred, his expression changed and he immediately hugged Mirai and Kushina. He also kicked Hinata Reka on the buttocks and kicked her out. In just a blink of an eye, Mirai and the other two appeared intact 20 meters away. Only Nawake was left in the field, standing there in a daze. It was like lighting firecrackers during the New Year, but being stunned by the explosion. Chapter 266. Is everyone okay? Minato asked hurriedly after landing safely. Mirai and Kushina, who were in his arms, shook their heads. Fortunately you acted quickly, otherwise we wouldn't know how to defend ourselves. Mirai said with some relief. Although he would be fine if the mud hit him, it was really painful. Who would want to be hit by this thing and have their nose and face bruised and swollen? Kushina shook her head, I'm fine too. As they said that, they subconsciously looked to the other side. If they were not mistaken, Rika was kicked away by Minato. But Minato soon breathed a sigh of relief. Hinata Reka was half kneeling on the ground steadily. Obviously, his subconscious kick just now did not make the other party lose balance. But this reaction speed is indeed worthy of being the woman who almost killed Mirai. Kushina immediately trotted over and wanted to help the other party. Mirai and Minato looked at each other and both looked towards Rope Tree. At this moment, the guy was still standing there in a daze, like a stone sculpture. There were scattered mud lumps all around him. But most of them were fine sand. Because the harder and larger mud lumps were blown away by the explosion. These fine soils were intercepted by the air because of their volume. Brother, are you okay? Mirai shouted curiously. Kushina and the others also looked at the stunned Rope Tree. The latter seemed to have come to his senses. He turned his head with a look of confusion and puzzlement. This is unscientific. How did it explode? He was not injured. The destructive force generated by the explosion of the Raised Nan just now was splashed in 5 directions from his palm, forward, left, right, up, and down. There was no damage behind him, because behind the Raised Nan was himself. It can be said that he was protected by the Raised Nan. After seeing that everyone was fine, the alarm in Minato's arms rang at the right time, pulling everyone back to reality. You can experiment slowly, we have to go to class. Mirai shrugged, glanced at him, and after making sure that he was fine, he packed his things. Kushina, Hyagarika and Namikaze Minato also hurriedly started to fight. Only Nawake was left with a confused look on his face. Strange, what went wrong? Compared to the explosion, he still likes the first one just now. It seems that the power is not great, but the damage is not small at all, which is very suitable for assassination. And he has become accustomed to explosions, such as his superpower fist, which makes too much noise every time. So much so that he is annoyed. Ninjas all like to use assassination methods, and he is no exception. When they were young, their teachers taught them that the frontal attack fighting method, although it seems passionate, is generally not recommended. Being able to spend less effort and gain greater benefits is what a ninja should do. So he was very happy when he saw the silent destruction of Raised Nan for the first time. He thought he could be like his second grandfather, quietly, and solve the opponent thousands of miles away. If it was a head-on attack, he would be like his great-grandfather, using super strength fist to open and close. Combining the fighting advantages of the two of them, he would definitely surpass them and become the strongest Hokage in the world. But as far as the result is concerned, the first time was really an accident. He sat down cross-legged and pondered, and was unmoved by the departure of the future. What went wrong? After seeing Rope Tree thinking alone, the future and the others were too lazy to care about him. They immediately walked towards the classroom in pairs. In the classroom, Xiao Chun and the others who bullied Hinata Reka were still not forced to drop out by teacher Kamimura. I heard that one of Xiao-kun's family members is a senior executive, and it was he who talked to Mr. Kamimura and suppressed the matter. After that incident, these girls were unusually well behaved. They didn't dare to cause trouble. As a result, Future felt a lot more relaxed in the past month. Otherwise, he would have to rack his brains to think of some hurtful words to reject them. Thinking of this, he had already returned to his seat. But as soon as he sat down, he felt that he had dodged twice and was speechless. He propped his chin with his hand and looked at Higarika. Why don't you lose some weight? My stool really can't bear your tonnage. Hinata Reka, O_O. She stared at Future with a pair of big white eyes, without any emotion. It's none of your business. If you don't like it, go sit somewhere else. Hearing that he was asked to change his seat, Future was instantly unhappy. You wish, this is my exclusive seat. When talking about this seat, there is a memory that Jiro Igami will never forget. Because this seat was originally his. And Mirai's original seat was at the second table in Group 1, which was the seat in Minato's original work. However, Mirai liked the last table in Group 3, so he took it by force and beat Jiro Igami up before he gave up his seat. Later, he asked his brother Dallin for revenge, but was beaten back by Uchiha Mirai. So how could Mirai be willing to give up this seat? Although Jiro Igami's original seat was already occupied by Minato and Kushina, it didn't matter. Mirai wanted the last table by the window. The last table by the window, this is the hometown of the king. As long as he turned his head, he could see the scene outside the window. This was one of the ways he could relax during class. Why don't you go sit at the front table? Mirai raised an opinion again. But it made Higarika speechless. She glanced at the table in front of her, and then looked at Mirai. Why don't you go? Mirai also turned her head and glanced at the table in front of her, and the next moment her face was dark. Kushina and Minato were actually whispering to each other, and the smiles on their faces were so damn dazzling. I really want to light a holy fire and burn these two heretics. You go, aren't you the best girlfriend of Kushina? You and Minato are still good friends, you go. After that, the two often fell silent. I don't know how long it took, and the two of them sighed again. I don't want to be a light bulb. X2. After saying that, both of them were stunned and couldn't help looking at each other's eyes. They suddenly found that the other's expression was exactly the same as their own, both had the same dead fish eyes. Then, the two turned their heads silently and did their own things. Some were in class, some were in a daze. The Land of Rain. After more than a month of testing, the Sand Ninja and the Konoha Ninja once again started a war. On the battlefield, there were constant sounds of fighting. There were scenes of blood and flesh flying everywhere. Tsunade stopped the puppet troops, while Sarutobi Hiruzen fought with Cho and Ebizo. Ebizo almost never took action, and usually directed others to take action. He was famous for his wisdom and was in charge of the intelligence of the Sand Village Department, decides the battle strategy of the Sand Ninja. In fact, his own strength is only a step behind his sister Cho. He is also a ninja who can control 10 puppets, but there is only one Chikamatsu 10 people in the world. So his strength is not as strong as his sister. However, using the puppets he made himself, he can drive them at will, and his operability is the highest among the two siblings. 2 people, 20 puppets, trapped Sarutobi Hiruzen. Once Sarutobi Hiruzen uses the 5 escaping techniques, Cho uses 3 treasures absorption to invalidate the opponent's ninjutsu. The invalidation here does not refer to the hungry ghost ability of Rin Egan, but through the combination of 3 puppets, a strong tornado is generated, and the target is forcibly sucked into the core of the tornado, causing it to collapse. After it collapses and has no attack power, it will be released. It is very targeted at offensive ninjutsu of the Fire Escape, Earth Escape, Water Escape, and Wind Escape series. Only the Lightning Escape has a fighting force. Every time at this time, Ebizo will operate the puppets to launch sneak attacks, or to save Zhao from Wei. In short, as strong as the 3rd generation Sarutobi Hiruzen, it is really impossible to break the joint attack of the 2 siblings for a while. Even if the Ruyi Jingbang is strong, Ebizo's puppets are very cunning and never confront him head-on. It is impossible to hit his puppets at all. If they want to attack the puppeteer's body, they are protected by 2 Chikamatsu 10 people. They can release powerful shields to directly offset his attacks. It's really troublesome. The third generation swung the golden hoop and swept across with one blow. After the 1,000 troops were sent out and all the puppets of Ebizo retreated, they immediately looked at the battlefield. The current battle situation is that Konoha will definitely win. Apart from other things, although there are elite ninjas among the sand ninjas, they all went to beat Tsunade. The puppet master was held back by Tsunade again. So the remaining sand ninjas can barely fight with the Konoha ninjas, but the problem is that there is still an unstoppable ninja on their side. Kato Dan. His spiritualization technique has become more and more proficient. In the past month, no less than 300 ninjas have died under his spirit body. Most of them are elite Chunin. If he is allowed to kill, at least this number will be more than 5 times higher. However, the sand ninjas have also found a way to resist him, using lightning escape, barrier and sealing techniques. So Kato Dan, for a moment, no one dared to kill more. For fear that they would be fine when they went out, but they would not be able to return later. Cho, I advise you to surrender. You sand ninjas cannot defeat our Konoha. You can ask me to surrender, but there is one condition: hand over the murderer who killed my son and daughter-in-law. Cho responded coldly. This made the third generation Sarutobi Hiruzen shake his head. Then there is no room for negotiation. Chapter 267. This war ended with the defeat of the sand ninja. At this moment, both sides tacitly did not open fire, but silently collected their own corpses. The commanders of both sides stood on their respective positions, looking at each other solemnly. All in case the other side cheated. Cho looked at the 3 people on the opposite side, and there were only 2 on her side, and her heart was a little heavy. After a month of fighting, there were many news of supplies from the sand ninja village. But she insisted not to withdraw her troops and stayed here, wanting to bite off a piece of meat from Konoha. In the past half-month, their supplies were all looted from the villages in the Land of Rain, and they barely supported it until now. Sister, Lei Xiao will be here tonight. Ebizo whispered. In fact, until now, anyone with a discerning eye can see that they will lose sooner or later. Konoha is definitely strong enough to beat them all back at a certain price. And the reason why they didn't take action is probably because they were afraid of consuming too much and unable to cope with the next battle. After all, there are still Rain Ninja and Rock Ninja here, eyeing them covetously. But he knows his sister's character, and the current situation is not enough for her to order a retreat. Very good, he is a master of thunder attribute. As long as he can hold back the kid who uses the secret technique, we can free up our hands and defeat the ninjas of Konoha from other places. As long as one point is broken, we can gradually pull the advantage of the battle to our side at this point. In other words, as long as Lei Xiao can defeat that weird guy, their sand ninja will be victorious. At that time, once she sees Konoha's defeat, she can contact Hanzo and Onaki to launch a general attack on Konoha together. Damn it, if our sand ninja is even 1/3 as rich as Konoha, I can let these 2 people take action at any cost. Then their sand ninja's personnel losses will be reduced a lot. But there is no word even if. Their sand ninja is already so poor that they can't even make ends meet. Therefore, now she can only adopt this fighting method of hurting the enemy by 1,000 and herself by 800, so that the Rain Ninja and the Rock Ninja can see the benefits, and then pull them off the battlefield and become her side. Defeat the Konoha ninja together. As the 2 talked, the ninjas on their side had already cleaned up their own people and began to retreat vigilantly. So the 2 siblings turned around and left. Although they wanted to defeat Konoha, they would never risk the world's greatness and make a move during the post-war battlefield cleaning period. Unless they, the sand ninja, don't want to be among the 5 gangsters. After people die, various epidemics will occur. Although this is not their respective countries, artificially creating epidemics is the most criticized. Not to mention how people outside look at their own people, even their own people will not be able to raise their heads in front of outsiders. The Konoha ninjas quickly cleaned up the battlefield and returned to the base with grief. Although they won again this time, hundreds more people died, and countless people were injured. Although some of them saved their lives, it was a problem whether they could become ninjas in the future. Of course, this was the situation in the past. Now these injured people don't need to worry about the future. Because as long as they don't die, the medical master, Senju Tsunade, can save them. This is also one of the reasons why Konoha can defeat the sand ninjas so quickly now. Tsunade's existence not only doubled the confidence of the people here, but also greatly enhanced their endurance. In the Hokage tent, Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at a latest map, and he suddenly said, "I want the students of the ninja school to graduate early, what do you think?" In the tent, besides him, there was another person. That was Jiraiya. But this was Jiraiya's shadow clone, and he himself was not here. Of course, this shadow clone also changed its appearance. Once there is a real collapse here, the shadow clone will summon the toad here, and then use the toad to perform the reverse summoning technique to summon the real body. With Tsunade here, there is no need to worry about the durability of the shadow clone. Jiraiya's face changed slightly when he heard the teacher's words. He quickly rejected it and said, "Teacher, the first generation of Musama founded the village because they didn't want the children to go to the battlefield too early, and we are not dead yet, why do they need to go to the battlefield?" Hearing Jiraiya's firm denial, Sarutobi Hiruzen pursed his lips and said nothing more. The reason why he wanted the children of the ninja school to graduate early was to add a few pillars to Konoha through the baptism of the battlefield. After all, the battlefield is the environment that is most likely to sharpen people. Only if he wants to pass the battlefield, then this person will surely soar to the sky in the future. But Jiraiya is right, they are not dead yet, how can we let students who are still studying come to the battlefield? Okay, I'll go to the wounded camp to see. He said, turned around and walked towards Tsunade to see if he could help. Jiraiya looked at the teacher's back as he left, and a trace of worry flashed in his eyes. Why did the teacher suddenly mention this idea? Konoha's ninjas are still sufficient, and the village has enough ninjas to deal with emergencies. The group of sand ninjas who want to surprise Konoha are the best example. On the other side, the Hidden Rock village is not idle either, and is still fighting at this time. Orochimaru faces Onoki, Danzo and the Root, and several family leaders face Old Purple. Although Lao Zi is a Jinchuriki, the seal on his body is firmly controlled by Onoki, who is afraid that he will be attacked by the chakra of the tailed beast if he is not careful, and become a beast that does not distinguish between friend and foe. Let alone Konoha, they will definitely have a headache at that time. Because Konoha can evacuate, but they must definitely recover the tailed beast, and then Konoha can wait for the opportunity. Orochimaru stood on the top of Manzaru, he looked at Onoki from a distance, and the solemnity in his eyes was beyond words. This old man was called the strongest Tsuchikage by the Rock Ninja. However, there is nothing wrong with this title. He has mastered the extreme changes of the nature of the earth attribute and blood elimination, so he is indeed qualified to be called the strongest Tsuchikage. The funny thing is that every village calls the incumbent third generation Kage the strongest among all the generations of Kage. Even his teacher, Sarutobi Hiruzen, is the same. Many people who have not seen the godlike power of the Senju Hashirama brothers also blindly worship Sarutobi Hiruzen. Tsuchikage-sama, Junior Orochimaru, please teach me. After standing for a long time, the people below were almost tired of fighting, and Orochimaru decided not to just watch. Onoki crossed his arms, he was suspended in the air, and looked directly at Orochimaru. Hearing Orochimaru's words, Onoki smiled indifferently, "Boy, you and I have fought for no less than 5 times, and you almost died in my hands every time. Why don't you call your 2 teammates? I really don't have any interest in dealing with you alone." Faced with his words, Orochimaru did not have any expression, he just smiled. When they are supposed to appear, they will appear naturally. My mission is to hold you back. Your strength is not bad, but your arrogant character is very annoying. As he said that, he clapped his hands and shouted, "Dust release, original realm peeling technique." The next moment, a dazzling white light appeared from his palm in an instant. Its light was brighter than the sun in the sky, causing all the combatants below to evacuate the place tacitly. Even the rock ninjas were the same. They knew the horror of their own shadows. If this move hits a person, no, as long as it touches him, he will definitely die. There will be no ashes left. Orochimaru's face became heavier. This technique is really unsolvable. As far as he knows, there is no technique in the world that can deal with Heidehoki's dust release. He can only dodge by speed. It seems that he must find a defensive ninjutsu for himself. Jiraiya's hair defense is good, but he doesn't think much of it. His own soft transformation can make him immune to most blunt injuries. If he loses his arms and legs, even if half of his body is gone, as long as he still has chakra and a breath, he can spit out a complete self from his mouth. After seeing Onoki's move, he immediately dodged. The snakes under his feet didn't need his reminder, their speed was several times faster than that of a human like him. Immediately, the purple snake shed its skin, leaving only a piece of snake skin. The original snake had already passed through the gap of the snakeskin in its abdomen and quickly drilled into the ground and disappeared. At the moment when Orochimaru and the snakes fled, a white light suddenly shot from their original position. In an instant, the head of the snakeskin disappeared, and the white light continued to blast into the ground. Suddenly, the earth did not explode, but with the trace of the white light, a neat cut surface on the ground was revealed. It was like the Titan using a huge kitchen knife to chop the ground heavily. Orochimaru fell freely in midair, looking at the gullies on the ground, his eyes unable to hide his excitement. No matter how many times I watch it, this technique is still so tricky. I really want to learn it, what should I do? Chapter 268. Although it seems that the Konoha ninjas are at a disadvantage. But the rock ninjas did not get any benefit either. Although Orochimaru and his men are not as strong as Onoki and his men. But the overall strength of the Konoha ninjas is far superior to that of the other side. Especially after the death of the main family, without the people who are in charge, the branch family heads can command the remaining Hyuga clan members very well. Strive to fight a coordinated battle with the Uchiha people. Both sides are Ijutsu families. Although some abilities will be repeated, the perspective ability of the Bun can allow the Uchiha people to grasp the situation of the entire battlefield. Then the Uchiha Jong clan elder will allocate the combat power. They can quickly beat back the rock ninjas. And the extra people join the battlefield to besiege Lao Zi. Lao Zi may not care about the Ijutsu of an Uchiha, but a group of Uchiha illusions will always cause trouble for Lao Zi. Although Lao Zi is a Jinkriki, he has not yet achieved telepathy with the tailed beasts, so there is still a risk of being hit by an illusion. Even if he has 2 chakras in his body, this is still the case. After all, as long as one Uchiha casts an illusion on one chakra, how long can he resist with so many Uchiha using illusions at the same time? The core of the battlefield. Orochimaru and Manja cooperated, and they avoided the opponent's dust release every time in a thrilling way. But for Orochimaru, every time was a brush with death. Boy, you are very good. Onoki did not hesitate to praise. Orochimaru smiled lightly and ignored it. He didn't know how many times he had heard such praise. Nothing new. He looked at the battlefield, his mouth corners raised. Lord Tsuchikage, you failed again. Onoki looked down and his mouth corners twitched. The rock ninja below really began to retreat in an orderly manner. In the battles of these days, the rock ninjas are used to it. They rush up and use group ninjutsu to attack first, and the Konoha ninjas will defend first. Then other Konoha ninjas will bypass their front and attack them from the side. The rock ninjas will have to split from one group into 2 groups to fight, one group to deal with one direction. Then while they are entangled with some Konoha ninjas, other Konoha ninjas will split up again and go around their sides. They can't split up, 2 becomes 4, and fight. So their group combat plan was broken by the Konoha ninjas. In the end, it was reduced to a one-on-one battle. At most, it was a battle between a small team and a small team. However, since there are more secret families on the Konoha side, strange ninjutsu emerges in an endless stream. At first, the rock ninjas were beaten back step by step, but after adapting to the secrets of the secret families, they finally had a strategy to deal with it. The time they persisted was getting longer and longer. Onoki put down his hand and flew away from Orochimaru's attack range. Orochimaru, it's not certain that you Konoha will always win. You may lose next time. Watching Onoki fly away without looking back, Orochimaru looked a little ugly. He also noticed the recent battle situation. The rock ninja seemed to have adapted to Konoha's attack method. Oh, headache. Orochimaru, don't forget my 100 sacrifices, otherwise I will eat you. After saying this, Monsaku turned into smoke and disappeared. Orochimaru. Okay. My head hurts even more. He subconsciously looked up at the sky, with a trace of confusion in his eyes. Oh, I just want to do my research well, why is it so difficult? In theory, most of his new jutsu has been completed, and the rest needs experimental data as a basis. But these days, he has been dealing with the affairs of this camp, which has divided most of his mind. How can he have time to do experiments? No, I have to end the battle as soon as possible so that I can get away and do what I want to do. Thinking of this, he turned and walked towards the Konoha position. When he passed by Denzo, he just greeted him. He didn't say much. And Danzo was also thinking about his own things. In the recent battles, he felt more and more powerless, especially when facing Onoki and Lao Ziai. Just wanting to survive from the opponent, he had to use all kinds of means, and the root ninja even risked his life to save him. And there was another Jinchuriki in the direction of the rock ninja. Although he did not participate in the battle, he was like a mountain, towering. While giving the rock ninja confidence, he also put endless pressure on them, so that they didn't dare to pursue the rock ninja too much. If he joins the battle next time, then they Konoha might really lose. Izanagi, I must get you. Thinking of this, he narrowed his eyes, couldn't help but look at the Konoha ninjas who were cleaning up the battlefield, especially the Uchiha ninjas. They all began to collect the bodies of their own clansmen, and other ninjas who wanted to touch them would be glared back by the other party. Even if he had asked the root ninjas to do it secretly, it was the same. Those guys were too sharp-eyed. After fighting for so long, no Uchiha corpse was lost. Even if the bodies could not be recovered in the battle, the eyes of the fallen clansmen would be taken out and preserved first. They protected their blood limit too well. The location of Sarutobi Hiruzen. When he received the message from Danzo, it was already afternoon time. Looking at the information in his hand, he was silent for a long time, and then he slowly asked, Danzo didn't suffer any harm. The root ninja half knelt on the ground, shook his head coldly and said, no. It's just that Elder Danzo thinks that the next time the rock ninja will make a big move. With the current ninja configuration, the rock ninja has already figured it out. The next battle will be even more thrilling. Elder Danzo means that if you don't give the next instruction, he will decide whether to retreat to the border of Konoha, prolong the opponent's consumption, shorten his own transportation, and start a war of attrition for defense. Hearing this, Sarutobi Hiruzen frowned. Recently, Hanzo of the Rain Country has been very well behaved and has never provoked them again, allowing them to fight to the death in the territory of the Rain Country. But according to his idea, this guy is unlikely to help the Sand Ninja. Although they, the Konoha Ninja, also fight in the other country like the Sand Ninja, they are far from wantonly plundering the villages of the Rain Country like the Sand Ninja. Moreover, Old Lady Cho and her brother are not his opponents at all. They can only fight against him together. If on the contrary, he lets the monkey demon out and lets it fight freely, while he holds them back. In other words, they can draw out a master from this place to defend over there. Thinking of this, he immediately had an idea in his mind. He said to the root ninja, let him defend first, I will let Tsunade go with you. Yes. The root ninja responded without any emotion. Sarutobi Hiruzen continued, well, you go and wait at the door first, I will ask someone to call Tsunade and the others over. After the root ninja went out, he then looked at the fat man with a strange face. Jiraiya, you go too. Hearing this, Jiraiya's shadow clone was stunned for a moment. Old man, if we all go, can you stop it alone? Don't worry, I'm very strong. He has mastered all the techniques of Konoha except the secret technique, so he is fully qualified to say this. He even earned the title of ninjutsu professor for this. But I can go alone, there's no need to let Tsunade go too. As he said, he continued to persuade, after all, only she can solve Chiyo's poison. I know this too, but the three of you are one, and only with Tsunade can you fight against Onoki. As for poison, it's difficult to innovate. The antidote developed by Tsunade is enough to deal with her. As he said, he sighed, Onoki hasn't used his true strength these days, he is just paralyzing Orochimaru and the others. He has fought with Onoki and can clearly know how terrible that guy's strength is. Perhaps he is the most worthy of the title of the strongest third-generation Kage. What? Jiraiya was stunned. He never expected that the intelligence said that Orochimaru could hold back Onoki alone. He always thought that the opponent's strength might be very strong, but extremely limited. But he didn't expect that he deliberately made them think so. Well, very strong. The nature of his Earth Escape technique has reached an unprecedented height among Earth Escape masters. But in these days, have you seen any reports of him performing Earth Escape techniques even once? No. Jiraiya was puzzled, but what's the use of him doing this? He has fought with you, hasn't his ability been exposed? Why does this feel like taking off pants to fart, but I'm not there? Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled bitterly. 1 month is enough for many ninjas to form new ideas. They may know that Onoki has a trick up his sleeve, but they will subconsciously ignore it. Even if he didn't ignore it and didn't meet Onoki's requirements, he really didn't use his full strength, which is an indisputable fact. Hearing this, Jiraiya fell silent. Isn't he the best example just now? He thought that Orochimaru could hold back Onoki, and as long as the battle here was over, Tsunade and the others would be able to come back to support Orochimaru, join forces, and completely defeat Onoki. After thinking for a long time, he finally nodded. Okay, I will go there immediately after I know. The next moment, he took the initiative to cancel the spell and let himself disappear. Chapter 269. Watching the shadow clone dissipate, Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. If I had the strength of my teacher, or the first generation of Musama, how great it would be. It's a pity that he has reached the peak he can reach and can no longer climb higher. He looked at the map again. The idea in his mind quietly appeared again. Why not let Rope Tree and the others come to the battlefield to experience it in the future? As he was born at the beginning of the village, he naturally felt that although the children were the future of Konoha, the big tree of Konoha evolved to protect them. Old leaves will attract harmful insects, and will also wither and turn into nutrients, allowing their new buds to grow strong. But children can't hide under the leaves of big leaves all their lives. There will always be new buds that have not grown up and will be targeted by other insects. And some insects like fat and tender tree buds. He felt that it was necessary to let the children, accompanied by himself and others, feel the wind and rain in advance, so that they would not grow crooked in the future. After thinking about this, he had made up his mind. He wrote a handwritten letter and asked Ninja Eagle to send it back to Konoha. Let Xiao Chun and others arrange that all children above their class in the future graduate early. They are all 7 or 8 years old. If this happened in the Warring States period, each child who survived would have at least 7 or 8 lives. And it can also vent their excess energy. It saves them from always thinking about jealousy. He received a report from Mr. Kamimura, saying that the descendants of Midaman repeatedly bullied girls who were close to him in order to win the favor of Uchiha. That's right, Xiao-kun's full name is Midaman Xiao Chun. When he saw this name at the beginning, he was shocked. If this were put in a novel, it would also be quite explosive. He actually gave his grandchildren the names of his old friends of the opposite sex. What is he trying to do? Although these two old guys often go out together, they have their own family affairs. In order to give his old friend a face, he simply asked Kamimura to give them another chance. If they do it again, he will never tolerate it. In the cabin, Jiraiya wore a large frog costume and looked at the 3 people below with twitching eyes. He had already noticed that Nagato was given to him by the person behind the scenes. The purpose is self-evident, that is, to teach Nagato and others to gain power through his hands. Now he can't decide whether to teach or not. Even if he doesn't teach, the person behind the scenes will let others teach them. Instead of this, it's better to let himself do it. Only when he joins the game can he find a way to break the game. After all, he doesn't even know who the other party is. He knew that there was a person behind the scenes, but he guessed it by feeling. Let's get back to the point. The reason why his eyes twitched was because he was angry at Yahiko. Teacher Jiraiya, what do you want to say? He looked at the sign hanging on the wall, and his eyes twitched even more than Jiraiya's. It was fine that he had to wear such ugly clothes, but he actually pulled them and said that the sign was red and white. He was confused. Jiraiya didn't expect that he could understand what he said with his IQ. He said, this area is not safe. Maybe one day another ninja will break in. As he said that, he looked at Nagato, his expression became more serious. You can't expect Nagato to save you every time. After hearing Jiraiya say this, Konan and Yahiko were silent. Only Nagato smiled and said, don't worry, I will never let them get into trouble. He has revealed his eyes at this moment, and it is obvious that he really recognizes Jiraiya. But what if? Your ability is indeed very special, but ninjas are not so easy to deal with. Your strength may be able to kill a Chunin if the enemy is careless, but what if the enemy is very vigilant? He is fully capable of completely avoiding your ability before you explode. After this, Nagato stopped laughing. Jiraiya continued, also, if they kidnap Xionin and others first, how will you deal with it? The 2 questions made Nagato speechless. Xionin on the side glanced at the 2 of them and interrupted, Teacher, we are not safe in the base. Jiraiya nodded seriously, yes, the base is actually the most unsafe place. Although it is located in a remote area, it is surrounded by weeds and is in full view. This house is very eye-catching, and there will always be ninjas passing by here. I put this sign on purpose. Intentional. Well, no wrong. Jiraiya nodded, and then continued, when you are at the base, turn it to the red side. When you go out, remember to turn the sign to white before going out. As he said this, he looked at the frog head he drew, and was somewhat proud of his painting skills. It was still quite good. Look, it's very lifelike. By the way, this frog also represents the meaning of come back soon. After he explained it this way, Zionin immediately understood. That is to say, when the sign is turned to red, we who should be in the base, but there is no one, which means that we are likely to be captured by the enemy. When the sign is turned to white, it means that we are out, but there are people in the base, then we can think that the people in the house are the enemy, so it is very easy to distinguish. Teacher, this is what you mean, right? Jiraiya looked at Conan with satisfaction. It's good to have a smart student. Just give a general idea and the other party will understand. Oh, good. Conan is really smart. That's about it. He wanted to say something, but suddenly his body trembled. A complex message suddenly flooded into his mind, causing his face to change slightly. The shadow clone can feed back everything it has experienced. This is an advantage and a disadvantage. The advantage is that one person can do two things, and he can clearly know what the shadow clone has done. The disadvantage is that no matter how big or small the matter is, it is all borne by the caster. Once the critical point of mental power is exceeded, the caster is very likely to be confused by the impact of this information. Even turning into a vegetable is no exception. The three little ones also noticed Jiraiya's abnormality, and Yahiko suddenly became nervous. Teacher, what happened? Could it be that an enemy really broke in? The teacher's mouth is not really a jinx. Jiraiya rubbed his eyebrows and smiled bitterly. Hey, don't be so nervous, it's not someone coming, it's the teacher who has something to do and I have to go out for a few days. Ah. X3. The three little ones were all stunned. For a moment, they felt very insecure. The rock ninja is going to make a big move. Orochimaru alone can't stop the Tsuchikage. I must go over to help. As he said, he thought for a while and took out 3 palm-sized one-time summoning scrolls from the huge scroll placed aside. While I'm away, you must carry these 3 scrolls with you. They all contain my shadow clones. If there is a problem, you can tear open the scroll directly, and then you can summon my shadow clone. As soon as these words came out, the 3 children looked at the scroll in their hands curiously. Is this thing so powerful? It can actually summon the teacher's clone. But remember, you must not run around when I'm not here. This world still speaks with strength. You just stay here and refine chakra. Yes. The 3 children did not refuse. Chakra is the foundation of ninjas and their hope to become stronger. It is also an important bridge to control their own destiny and change the destiny of this country. Inside Konoha village, Tatsune and Koharu held Sarutobi Hiruzen's handwriting, looking stunned. Koharu, what kind of madness is the 3rd generation going on? We obviously still have ninjas, why do we let 7 or 8-year-old children go to the battlefield? I don't agree with this. Mizudaman firmly objected. 7 or 8 years old, doesn't that mean his granddaughter will also go to the battlefield? Absolutely not. Yuta and Koharu also rejected it. I don't agree either. The purpose of the 1st generation to establish the village is to protect the children and prevent them from being exposed to the battlefield too early. Children of 7 or 8 years old have never done a mission. Their character is so bad. If they go to that dangerous place, let alone whether they can survive, even if they survive, their character will be distorted. That's right. Mizudaman breathed a sigh of relief when he heard that Xiao Chun was standing next to him. He seemed to have thought of something and was a little speechless. Could he have mistaken everyone for Orochimaru and the others? Hearing his old friend's words, Yuta Koharu was stunned for a moment, and his face darkened instantly. Don't say it, don't say it. This possibility is really fucking big. Chapter 270. One night passed just like that. After the tug of war between the two sides, the 3rd generation finally took a step back and stopped all the 7 or 8-year-old children from going to the battlefield, but for Uchiha and the other 5, it was up to their personal wishes. Are they willing to graduate early? If they are willing, then let them graduate early, and there is no need to find a guiding jonin, just Orochimaru and the other 3 can take them. Yuta and Koharu and Midaman looked at the information in their hands, and their eyes twitched a little. Does this old guy know what he is talking about? They have no objection to Uchiha and Namikaze Minato going to the battlefield, as long as they are not their own descendants. To be honest, if they didn't know what kind of character their own descendants are, they would really let their descendants go to the battlefield to hone their skills. But the problem is that they all know that there are no talented people among their descendants. Most of them are ordinary people, and these people are still about 7 or 8 years old. Why go to the battlefield? Are they going to give credit to the enemy? In front of them, there stood a Chunin teacher. It was Teacher Kamimura. He was a little confused, not knowing why the two had called him here so early in the morning. But when he saw the two's thoughtful expressions, he didn't want to interrupt them. Xiao-chun, I have no problem letting Uchiha, Namikaze Minato and even the skipping student named Hyagarika graduate, but Uzumaki Kushina is too important, and she must not be allowed to go to the battlefield. Midaman Yan said seriously. They have been discussing this matter, so much so that they have not come to a conclusion even after finding Teacher Kamimura. I don't agree either, but look, the words between the lines all reveal the final thoughts of the third generation. If we still reject it, he will probably force an order to let all the 7 or 8-year-old children graduate. Hearing this, Midaman Yan opened his mouth, but couldn't utter a word. To be honest, the two of them are the Hokage advisors and the top leaders of the Konoha elders. But if the third generation is determined to remove their positions, it would only take a word. It's nothing more than their faction going on strike. But the world is big, Konoha is also big, even without their people, the world will still run. Compared to letting their useless juniors go to the battlefield and die, it is better to agree to the third generation's request. I'll go and discuss it with Lord Mito, you handle this. Koharu Yudin said, and got up and left. Only Teacher Kamimura, who was full of astonishment, and Midaman N, who had a headache, were left. After Koharu Yudin left, Teacher Kamimura finally came back to his senses. He became excited instantly. Elder Midaman, what do you mean by what you said just now? Why do you want them to graduate in the future? They are only 7 or 8 years old. What's the use of going to the battlefield? Midaman N took off his glasses, rubbed his eyebrows, and looked at him a little irritated. However, thinking that he was Zio-kun's homeroom teacher, he patiently explained, this is what the third generation meant. He originally planned to let all students above your class graduate early, but we didn't agree. So the third generation plans to let the 4 people in your class graduate. After saying that, he suddenly looked up at Teacher Kamimura, by the way, I asked you to come this time, and I have another thing to ask you. The third generation specifically wanted Namikaze Minato, Uchiha, and Uzumaki Kushina to graduate. We all understand that their strength has exceeded that of the students in the ninja school. In the last defense battle, they discovered and delayed the backup attack of the Sand Ninja. Their strength and wisdom fully show that they are enough to become a genin. What I can't figure out is this person named Hyagarika. Why does the third generation also want her to graduate? Is there anything special about her? When they got the last information from the third generation, they asked someone to check all the information about Hyagarika. Now everything about her is on his desk. Since she was a child, her father was murdered and her mother was killed by a curse. She has a self-destructive character and her grades are in the middle and lower levels. She is transparent among the transparent people in the branch family. They all know clearly that the Xiang family has been deducting her parents' inheritance for several days. In summary, she is just a fat girl with no characteristics and a tragic life. Except that she was pretty when she was a child. If she could achieve something in grades or other aspects, he would still look at her with a higher regard, but she just degenerates and muddles through. It can be said that her character has completely disappeared with the death of her parents. Such a person is a waste who has accomplished nothing. So the question is, why did the third generation bring her along? Is there something special about her? Teacher Kamimura was also thinking about this question. This little fat boy is someone he has been paying more attention to recently. Since he was beaten by Xiao-chun and the others last time, this little fat boy has almost no popularity with women in the class. All the same sex don't play with him much. He only has one friend, Kushina. Advisor, let me think about it. Mito Kato-en didn't urge her, but looked through the information in her hand again, as well as her former class teacher who was killed in the battle. When Yudin and Koharu came to the Whirlpool Tower and told Mito about the third generation's desire to let Uzumaki Kushina go to the battlefield, she couldn't help but said, Mito, please persuade the third generation, his decision is wrong. Especially Kushina, she still has the village guarding tailed beast 9 tails sealed in her body. If it is damaged, it will be a disaster for our Konoha. Mito also frowned. Did he really say that? She was not surprised to see that Lord Mito did not believe her words. If she had heard the thoughts of the third generation, she would have felt incredible. She immediately showed Lord Mito a letter from the third generation. This is the message from the third generation last night. Please take a look. After Mito took the letter and read it, she said nothing more. Instead, she picked up a cup of tea and took a big sip. The tea was very hot, but it was not as hot and anxious as her mood at the moment. After drinking the tea, she looked at Lord Mito from time to time. Her mouth moved many times, and the words in her heart always wanted to jump out, but she restrained them. When she noticed that Mito-sama's eyes were no longer moving, she hurriedly continued, Mito-sama, you asked us not to restrict Kushina's freedom and not to let the ninjas secretly protect her. We have no big objections. Because Kushina only moves around in the village, and you are still alive. She pretended not to know that Kushina was summoned away. We all believe in your ability to seal. No matter how strong the 9 tails is, it can't escape your palm. But this time is different. If Kushina goes to the battlefield, then our control over the 9 tails will drop rapidly. Once the 9 tails breaks the seal, who can seal it again at that time? Mito-sama, please persuade the third generation quickly. Kushina really can't leave the village. After thinking for a moment, Uzumaki Mito looked in the direction of the Hokage. Her eyes swept from her husband, brother-in-law, and Monkey Yanyan in turn. Finally stopped at Sarutobi Hiruzen's face. She couldn't help but let out a faint laugh. This little guy is indeed worthy of being called a monkey by Tobirama. He is so smart and has noticed something strange so quickly. Yudin Koharu? She was confused and didn't understand what Mito said. Without waiting for her to ask why, Mito continued, have you noticed that Kushina has never been affected by the 9 tails chakra? Yudin Koharu looked at her in a daze, isn't this normal? Because you are here, no matter how strong the 9 tails is, it is just a bigger pet in front of you. Seeing that Koharu didn't understand what he meant, Mito spoke again, you should all know that Kushina is often called to the battlefield by Tsunade and others. Yes. Yudin Koharu nodded and responded. If Mito didn't say it, she would pretend that she didn't know about it, but since he said so, there was no need for her to hide it. But she is only 7 years old. Do you think that a 7-year-old child, so far away from me, the 9 tails would not want to start a riot and take the opportunity to escape? Tatsune Koharu replied hesitantly, Mito-sama, this should be because your sealing skills are very high, you can trap the tailed beasts and prevent them from escaping from the Jinchuriki's restraints. Mito shook his head and said, you still don't understand what I mean. The Jinchuriki's sealing skills are fundamentally based on the Jinchuriki's will to activate the sealing skills to seal the tailed beasts. Why do you think that a 7-year-old child, I have a strong willpower to restrict the strongest tailed beast? People in other villages will strengthen the seal from time to time to prevent the tailed beast from finding a chance to escape. But for 2 months, Kushina has not been by my side many times. The 9 tails will always find a chance to escape from Kushina's body, but until now, Kushina is still fine. Don't you think this is strange? Yudin Koharu was completely confused. She exclaimed in astonishment, the 9 tails didn't want to escape. Mito smiled and then looked at the village outside the window. Just wait and see, Kushina may become the most perfect Jinchuriki. Chapter 271. After Koharu Yudin came in a hurry, she left with a confused look on her face. When did the 9 tails become so good? This is unscientific. As consultants, they have the right to share the intelligence network of the Anbu. They have heard a lot about the riots of the tailed beasts in other villages. For example, the Hidden Mist Village, the Hidden Cloud Village. Every riot will cause countless casualties among their people. But just now, she listened to what Mito said, and the unreasonable things that happened in these days, and she had to make sure that what Mito said might be right. Love. With a complicated expression, she murmured, left the Senju residence, and soon returned to the Hokage's office. Koharu, what did Mito say? Mito Kadokawa hurriedly stood up and asked. Even Kamimura hurriedly looked at her, wanting to hear what she said. In fact, he had no objection to the graduation of Uchiha, Namikaze Minato, and Uzumaki Kushina. He really couldn't teach them anything. These 3 had already met the graduation requirements before, and later became apprentices to the three ninjas, which made their strengths improve by leaps and bounds recently. During the last surprise attack, he saw the excellence of these children from afar. For him, the extremely difficult sand ninjas could only last 2 moves in their hands. To be honest, he was both relieved and happy at that time. It was absolutely explosive to say that he could guide the new 3 ninjas in the future. However, he was not the kind of ninja who loved to show off, so after that, he pretended not to know about this matter and had not seen their heroic fighting. Even if his companions asked him, he couldn't explain it clearly. But Hygarika. Why was this little white flower mentioned by the 3rd generation? There was nothing special about her. Yudin Koharu walked back to her seat and sat down. She sighed and said, Mito-sama agreed with the 3rd generation's opinion and asked us to cooperate. Hearing this, Mito Kato-yan was startled and couldn't help but sit down dejectedly. Even Mito-sama agreed, what else could he do? But looking at Koharu's expression, she seemed to agree with this absurd thing. He could no longer influence this matter based on his own opinion. Forget it, I have already stopped it anyway, even if something goes wrong, it can't be blamed on me. Even if nothing goes wrong, I won't suffer any loss. What about Hygarika? Why is she mentioned? Teacher Kamimura asked hurriedly. Hearing his question, Mito Kato-kane also looked at Yudin and Koharu. They discussed for a long time just now, but they couldn't discuss what was special about Hygarika. Yudin and Koharu looked a little strange. Mito-sama thinks that she might be making up the numbers. Hey! The two were stunned. What a weird reason. Seeing them so confused, Yudin and Koharu immediately repeated Mito's words. She also participated in that defense battle. Although she didn't fight much, she still had the courage to face the sand ninja and used her bian to help Konoha overcome the difficulties. And leaving her in the ninja school might cause trouble. She is the one who offended your granddaughter. After saying that, she glanced at her old friend. Without Kushina's protection, Hygarika would definitely be bullied. Even if there was Teacher Kamimura watching, it's impossible for Teacher Kamimura to watch every day. In fact, there is one thing she didn't say, that is, Mito-sama also thinks Hygarika is a little special. She feels that this girl is very strange, but she can't say where it's strange. The most important thing is that Uchiha is willing to accept her into his small group. You know, that is a person who is very cold to the opposite sex of the same age, and is very open-hearted to the same sex. He must know something. In short, no matter what, Hygarika is a suspicious person. Teacher Kamimura walked back to the ninja school in a daze. He thought for a long time and finally decided to follow the advice of the 3rd generation. Uchiha and the others wanted to graduate, he had no control over it, and he was happy to see them graduate early. After all, their teacher graduated when he was younger than them. As for Hygarika, he planned to persuade her first, just in case she didn't want to graduate, then everyone would be happy. If she wanted to. Alas, I can't stop her from going her way. Anyway, it depends on their opinions. After he called the 4 people of Mirai to the office, he told them about it. All 4 were stunned. Graduate early. Minato said with a strange look on his face. Teacher Kamimura nodded, handed him a document, and said, well, this is what the 3rd generation meant, of course the premise of this matter depends on whether you are willing to graduate early. After saying this, he looked at Hygarika, my opinion is that you should wait a few years, after all, you are still too young. He said this, and he didn't think it would stimulate the future. These little guys are very mature. Although Hygarika is timid, she is also a very opinionated person. Because every time he sees Uchiha, he will be retorted by her. The 4 people in the future looked at each other and looked at each other. Especially Minato, his eyes when he looked at Mirai changed. It was as if he saw God, and even Teacher Kamimura was stunned. What's your expression? Shock doesn't look like shock, astonishment doesn't look like astonishment, happiness doesn't look like happiness, and even less like excitement. It's completely different from what he expected. Uchiha explained, Teacher, in fact, we discussed this matter a month ago. He looked at Kushina, but at that time, we thought that Kushina had just entered school not long ago, and it hadn't been a full year yet, so we didn't talk about it again. Speaking of this, the strange look on his face became even stronger. Teacher Kamimura? Oh my god, there is such a thing? His eyes couldn't help but wander over them. At this moment, he had an idea, that is, these guys in the future, could they not have told the third generation about their idea of graduating early without telling him? After all, they are all disciples of the three ninjas, and it is easy to convey their ideas to the third generation. Thinking of this, he also asked, by the way, could it be that you passed your ideas to the third generation through your master? Hearing this, let alone teacher Kamimura, the four of them began to doubt each other. Then, they all looked at Minato. It was he who proposed whether to graduate early last time. Minato naturally knew why they were looking at him, and he hurriedly shook his hand to reject it, saying, "It's not me, I didn't, don't look at me like that." Hearing Minato's denial, everyone stopped looking at him. Since Minato said it wasn't him, then it really wasn't him. Teacher Kamimura did the same, and he continued, "So, do you want to graduate?" Minato thought for a while and said, "Teacher, do you not need to worry about Kushina's review period?" If it weren't for Kushina, he would have discussed early graduation with Mirai long ago. Teacher Kamimura shook his head and rejected it, saying, "No." "What about you, Mirai?" Minato looked at Mirai and the others, his eyes sparkling. "I don't care." Future spoke first, which was very consistent with Future. Kushina also nodded, "I want to graduate early." Then the three of them looked at Hyagarika, each with a different look in their eyes. Kushina didn't want her to go to such a dangerous place. After all, the document said that if they graduated early, they would have to rush to the battlefield immediately. Mirai wanted her to go. To be honest, he hadn't seen the thin Hyagarika for a long time, and he was greedy. The adult comics under the bed were not as fragrant as before. The same was true for Minato. Mirai had told him that this girl was very strong, so he was not worried that anything would happen to Hyagarika. As the person who was the focus of attention, Hyagarika was also very entangled in her heart. "Tongzi, do you think I should go?" "Go, there are many more opportunities to sign in on the battlefield than staying in Konoha, and maybe the progress bar will soar by more than 10 points at once." The system encouraged. Hearing this, Hyagarika was stunned. So many. Of course, after all, the battlefield it's a human meat blender, it's terrifying, but also a great opportunity. Besides, aren't you planning to stay with Uchiha Mirai for the rest of your life? Hinata Reka, straight face, she was speechless. This Tongzi always wanted to match her with that pervert. "I really don't know who is its master. I just use him as a tool, don't say such misunderstood words next time." The system is silent. Leave time for Hinata Reka to think. To be honest, if it's true as the system says, if you go to the battlefield, as long as you can survive, you will be 1/10 closer to your big goal. This is a major improvement, at least much faster than staying in Konoha. If I stay in Konoha, I will probably have to wait for 3 to 5 years before I can get 10 percentage points. This is the progress speed that can only be achieved by staying with Mirai. So tempting. Oh my god. Hearing this, teacher Kamimura finally sighed. Tone. He stopped trying to persuade her, because he already knew that this was the conclusion that Hinata Reka had reached after careful consideration. It was useless for him to persuade her. "Okay, fill out this form." Chapter 272. The next morning. It was just dawn. The five of them rushed out of the Konoha gate. Behind them were Mr. Kamimura, the elders of the Senju clan, Uzumaki Mito and Uchiha Hong. Only Hyagarika's clan members did not come. Originally, there was no Senju rope tree in the Hokage's information, but when Rope Tree knew about this, he cried, made a scene, and threatened to hang himself, which gave the Senju clan and Uzumaki Mito a headache. Then he agreed to his request and let him follow Mirai to the front line. It was only 6 o'clock in the morning, and it was quiet all around. Mr. Kamimura looked melancholy. "Alas, I have a headache these 2 days. Last time, Mirai was away for only 1 day, and he and the people in the class lost their energy. Now Mirai, Minato, Reka, and Kushina are all gone. The class must be in chaos." Uchiha Hong's eyes were always full of worry. She looked at the back of Nawaki and then at her dear brother. That sentence was never said. It was the last time she wanted to tell Nawaki that her brother was Uchiha Mirai. Last time, she didn't have time to tell him because he was summoned away. A month passed and she didn't want to say it again, but last night she suddenly heard her brother say that he graduated early and was going to the battlefield. She was almost excited to open the 3 Megatama. Afterwards, her father and mother both supported Mirai's idea. Even if she opposed it, it was useless. Because this matter has become a foregone conclusion. Nowaika-kun, Mirai-chan, you must not be stubborn. With their strength, as long as they are not stubborn, they can definitely survive on the battlefield. Even if they are a little cunning, they can still live very freely. At this time, an old but kind voice suddenly came to her ears. Little girl, you are Uchiha Mirai's sister, right? Hearing the old man's words, Uchiha Hong hurriedly turned her head to look at the old man. She replied, yes, my name is Uchiha Hong. As she said this, she noticed that although the old man stood straight, her age was there, so she stepped forward a few steps and supported the old lady's arm. You don't know, I often hear your brother mention you. To be honest, your relationship is really good and enviable. Hong Hong restrained her worried expression and responded with a smile, Mito-sama, don't listen to the nonsense of Mirai. I guess he almost beautified what he said to you about me. Hearing this, Uzumaki Mito couldn't help but laugh. Haha, you little girl, you are so interesting to talk to. Let's go to Grandma's house and sit for a while. Faced with Uzumaki Mito's invitation, everyone present was stunned. This is the second time that Uzumaki-sama has invited an Uchiha. Could it be that Lord Mito wants to ease the relationship between Uchiha and Konoha? Uchiha Hong thought about it and it seemed that there was nothing to do today. They just came back from a mission yesterday and had 3 days of rest. So she didn't refuse, okay, Lord Mito. Don't call me Lord or something, that's too distant. If you don't mind, call me Grandma like Rope Tree and the others. Uchiha Hong listened and followed suit, and responded sweetly, okay, Grandma Mito. Hey! Asterisk. This little girl is really good, worthy of being the object of Rope Tree's heart. She doesn't have the arrogance of Uchiha, but has richer emotions than Uchiha. And she has a good personality, she is a good granddaughter-in-law. The two talked and laughed all the way, and soon came to the gate of the Whirlpool Tower. There are ninjas from the Anbu guarding here. At this moment, they all looked hopeless. At first, they finally managed to stay and protect Mito-sama at close range, but they didn't expect that they would be driven out by Mito-sama again after just a few days. Uchiha Hong nodded slightly when she saw them, and then helped Uzumaki Mito walk into the tower. When these Anbu saw the Uchiha people, their lips moved twice, but they didn't say anything in the end. They had a hunch that if they dared to say something, they could go home, and Mito-sama would no longer need their protection. On the tower, Uchiha Hong helped Mito sit down, and she poured a glass of boiled water and placed it next to the old lady. Looking at the little girl in front of her, Mito was more and more satisfied, especially in front of the gate. She had seen the little girl's eyes showing admiration and worry for Nowaiki. But because there were other people, the two of them just glanced at each other because of their status. She suddenly joked, Grandma tells you that Chenchu is a little stupid, and his brain is sometimes smart and sometimes not. Please take care of him more in the future, okay? Uchiha Hong was stunned for a moment, and she didn't quite react to what Grandma Mito was saying. When she heard it clearly, her cheeks flushed instantly. She stood up in a hurry and said, Grandma, we weren't, you think too much. Looking at the dancing girl in front of her, Uzumaki Mito smiled, as if she saw herself when she was young. At the beginning, she fell in love with Dazuzi at first sight, just like her, but she was too shy to show it. At the beginning, she thought she had hidden it well, but she didn't expect that her parents would see the clues at a glance. Now thinking about it, her reaction at that time was exactly the same as the little girl in front of her. The corners of her mouth slightly raised, looking at the shy Hong Hong, she couldn't help but want to tease a few words, oh, can't be, Nowaika, that kid always mentioned you to me, and said that when he grows up in the future, he will marry you. Uchiha Hong, /Omega, so shy. She didn't care about being shy, and hurriedly came to Uzumaki Mito and squatted down, holding her hand, and asked nervously, Grandma. Nowaika-jun. Did you really say that? Hee. No. I said that myself. In an instant, Uchiha Hong's face froze. When she reacted, she was not feeling well. She couldn't help but act like a spoiled child, Grandma, how could you cheat me? If I don't cheat, will you admit it? Grandma tells you that you must take the initiative in matters of love and never wait. Otherwise, the more you wait, the more things will happen. At the beginning, I cut the Gordian knot and snatched the big pillar back from your ancestor. Grandma, the things between us are very complicated and cannot be exposed too early. Uchiha Hong was silent for a moment, and then replied faintly. Although she wanted to complain about what grandma said, Uchiha Madara was at most the grandfather of her generation, not the ancestor. Hearing Hung Hong's words, Mito grandma was also stunned for a moment, and then she thought of the relationship between the village and Uchiha. And the thousands of years of grievances and hatreds between Senju and Uchiha. Ah, that's right, you're not like us. But don't worry, I agree with your marriage. Uchiha Hong, Omega asterisk. Grandma, what are you talking about? Who wants to marry him? She was a little embarrassed about saying such a thing, but her mouth was out of control and she said what she was thinking again. He hasn't even proposed to me yet. After saying this, she was even more embarrassed and wanted to find a crack in the ground to bury her head in. Oh my! Uchiha Hong, what are you talking about? I'm so embarrassed. Uzumaki Mito. Oh yes, he hasn't proposed to you yet, we can't let him get away with it so easily. Grandma. As a sister Khan, Uchiha Mirai also noticed the abnormality of her sister before. He stared at Noeki, which made the latter look strange. I didn't expect that Hung Hong's younger brother is actually you, old six. Hong Hong didn't react at that time, but he did. When he saw Uchiha Hong coming with Uchiha Mirai, he thought Hong Hong was here to see him off. But when he saw that the eyes of Mirai were full of Hong Hong, his second thought was that Uchiha Mirai was going to snatch his wife from him. He was ready to draw his big sword and fight with Mirai. The winner would be the younger brother, and the loser would marry Hong Hong. But the word sister completely broke all his thoughts. Uchiha Mirai actually called Uchiha Hong sister. He was shocked at that time. My brother-in-law's sister is actually the person I like. This is so surprising. Mirai hesitated for a long time and finally spoke, Senior brother, are you related to my sister? Ask first to avoid stabbing the wrong person later. No. Shang Shu rejected it subconsciously. Fuck, why did I think of rejecting it just now? He used to think that this idiom of saying one thing but not the other was just an idiom, but now he knows what it means. Impossible, my sister looked at you for 0.5 seconds longer, there must be something strange between you. Future, do you think it's possible that it's because I'm handsome? That's why your sister looked at me more. Oh my god, Shang Shu, what are you talking about? His heart and his mouth seemed to be separated. He didn't want to say that in his heart, but he said it out loud. Future glanced at him sideways and couldn't help rolling his eyes. Don't. Come on, we Uchiha are rich and handsome men, there are many handsome men in our Uchiha, how could my sister think you are handsome? At this time, Minato, who was leading the way in front, suddenly interrupted and said, Mirai, Noeki, do you think there is a possibility that Noeki and Hong were students of the same class, and when they saw their old classmates, Hong would look at you more? After hearing what Minato said, Mirai's brain suddenly became clear. Oh, so that's the case. That's right, it's just as Minato said. I was also a popular figure on campus back then. Your sister admires me, there's nothing wrong with that. Nonsense, my sister is still the school beauty of the ninja school, how could she admire you? Mirai hit him unhappily. However, Minato's explanation made him feel relieved, I thought you were my sister's mysterious lover. He glanced at Shenshu. Noeki was startled, and his face was a little embarrassed. Hee. You don't know, I wanted to stab you. Good dong. Hey. Why are you pale? No, it's just the wind. Future looked at him strangely. The skin of Kushina and Rika is more tender than that of rope tree, why don't they look pale? It seems that you are a little weak. Bullshit, you are the one who is weak. I have no problem with 7 times a night. Then why are you pale and sweating? I. Chapter 273. At Uchiha Dazwang's home. Dazwang was eating the ramen in the bowl, a little absent-minded, and so was Mieko. Alas! Zhuang, are we looking up to Mirai-chan a little too much? His birthday is in 3 days, and he is only 8 years old. Can he survive if he goes to the battlefield at such a young age? Dazwang comforted, don't worry, you have seen the strength of that boy, and he has killed several sand ninjas. This is different, the battlefield is much more thrilling than the Battle of Konoha. She said, stirring the ramen in the bowl unconsciously. In fact, Uchiha Dazwang was also a little worried at this moment. He regretted that he was careless and let Mirai go to such a dangerous place. Although there would be many benefits as long as he survived the battlefield, the danger was also real. And most importantly, Mirai had opened his eyes. Once the Sharingan was exposed, their family would really be at the forefront of the storm. But he couldn't say his worries, he was afraid that Mieko would be more worried. Don't worry, Orochimaru gave the summoning contract of Ryokai Cave to Mirai, which means he really wants Mirai to inherit his mantle, and Fugaku and Zhang clan elders are on the battlefield, they will definitely protect Mirai. He noticed that his words seemed unconvincing. Dezhuang continued, besides, our son has the appearance of an ancestor, he won't die so easily. Mieko was stunned and didn't react. Ancestor? Who? Which ancestor is so awesome? Uchiha Tajima. Uchiha Madara. Hearing this, Mieko was speechless. Uchiha Madara is of the same generation as the first generation, Kushina, and others call Uzumaki Mito grandma. According to this generation, we can only call him uncle or something like that, how can we call him an ancestor? Dezhuang looked a little embarrassed. Well, just treat me as if I was wrong. Dezhuang hurriedly changed the subject and said, by the way, have you thought about what to ask Mito-sama? Hearing this, Mieko smiled bitterly, not yet, she may not help us with what we need, and it's redundant to ask for what we don't need. I've been thinking about whether to let Honghong worship her as a teacher. Why did you think of this idea? Dezhuang was a little stunned. Didn't you realize that in the past 2 months, we have been too focused on our son and ignored Honghong? They are all our children and should be treated equally. Hearing this, Dezhuang's eyes froze, and he was a little ashamed. Yes, why did we ignore Honghong? As a daughter slave, this is really incompetent. It's decided to kill a pig, 2 chickens, 3 roast ducks and 4 fish tonight, so that Honghong can feel the love from her father. Let's talk about 2 things separately. Dazhuang and his wife don't like ramen very much, but the future ones like it very much. Slurp. No matter how many times you eat it, handmade ramen is still so delicious. While eating, Shenqiu looked at the ramen in the future bowl, especially the 3 pieces of fat and lean barbecued pork. Drooling. I really want to love it well, slurp. The future naturally saw his gaze and glanced at him immediately. Do you want to eat it? Yes. Shenqiu nodded hurriedly and handed over his bowl. Thank you, you are such a good person. The future. Good guy, he hasn't eaten it yet, but the good person card has been sent first. Immediately, in front of Shenqiu, he put a piece of barbecued pork in his bowl into the bowl of Minato. There were 3 cup-sized pieces of barbecued pork in his bowl, which were specially added by hand. Come on, eat more. Minato was stunned. He looked at the extra piece of barbecued pork in the bowl and looked at the future at a loss. Is this for me? Well, eat it. Future smiled lightly and nodded. Then he picked up another piece of barbecued pork. Rope Tree hurriedly handed over his bowl with a simple smile on his face. If the piece just now was given to Minato, then this piece should be given to himself. Here, eat it, eat more and you will get fat. Hinata Reka, _ She looked at the barbecued pork in the bowl, then looked at the future, and finally looked at the petrified Rope Tree. In a bad tone, he asked, are you using me as a shield again? Mirai was speechless. I wonder if you have paranoid delusions? Why do you always think that I will hurt you? Hinata Reka repeated coldly, a month ago, I was raped by Xiao Chun and the others. Listen at this, well I suddenly felt overwhelmed. Stop talking, please. Since that incident, this girl has always used this incident to bully him. He has heard similar words at least 80 times. At first, he felt a little guilty, but now he just felt a headache. These words were like the tight hoop on Monkey King's head, and Haiga Linghua's words were the spell to activate the tight hoop. After Walai finished speaking, he wanted to pick up the barbecued pork in Linghua's bowl, but she dodged it. What do you want to do? Since you said I used you as a shield, then give me the meat back. He wanted to pick it up again, but was rejected by Linghua again. It's already in my bowl, you still want to take it away, dream on. Walai paused, he looked at Linghua speechlessly. At this moment, he realized that what Haiga Linghua said just now was said deliberately. The purpose is very simple, just to squeeze him. At this time, Shang Shu also came back to his senses from the petrification, and he squinted at the future. You guy. Seeing that he wanted to say something harsh, but the future picked up the last piece of barbecued pork and shook it in front of him. It interrupted what Shang Shu wanted to say. The future looked at him with a smile. What's wrong with me? Shang Shu immediately restrained his anger. He smiled and looked at the future, with two big greedy words written in his eyes. You are so cute. This last piece of meat should be for me. Yes, that's what I think, my brother-in-law is pretty good. The future picked up the meat and shook it in front of Shang Shu twice, attracting the latter's greedy eyes to stare at the meat, and his head shook back and forth. For a while, it was more puppy than a puppy. Kushina, here, eat this piece of meat. Just when Mirai was about to continue teasing Senju dog rope tree, Minato's happy words came over, making the two of them look at them subconsciously. Minato picked up the barbecued pork in his bowl and handed it to Kushina's mouth. He didn't put it in Kushina's bowl, which obviously meant to feed her directly. Rope tree, degree. Mirai. Oh my god, it's so dazzling. Mirai was a little angry. She kindly gave it to Minato, but he turned around and gave it to Kushina. How could he be so angry? I won't give you my meat even if I give it to a dog. Thinking of this, he immediately threw the meat to his senior brother. Here you go. Eat it. Rope Tree was no longer interested at this moment, and he looked at Mirai with some suspicion. His intuition told him that there seemed to be something wrong with the meat. But he couldn't tell what the problem was. However, when he saw Ling Hua and the somewhat shy Kushina, they ate the meat without any abnormality and even licked their lips. There should be no problem. So he took a careful bite. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. It was indeed very fragrant, and there was no other special smell. So the possibility of Mirai's tampering was ruled out. After a meal, among the 5 people, only Uchiha Mirai had a dark face throughout the whole meal. This made Minato a little puzzled. What's wrong with you? Why did he feel like he was going to set himself on fire? He shouldn't have provoked Mirai. No. Mirai retracted his gaze, then looked at Hyagarika, and said lightly, the road ahead is getting dangerous. So, Minato will lead the way, Rika will be in the middle, and use the Bun to sense danger at any time. Noeki and I will coordinate on the left and right, and Kushina will support at any time in the back. In the previous road, they ran separately, without any formation. It's okay in a safe place, but if they encounter an ambush, they will be easily separated by the enemy and defeated one by one. Okay. No problem. The friends have no objection to the arrangement of the future. Even Noeki was wondering if the third generation included Hyagarika because she had the Bun ability. After all, their team only lacked a sensing ninja. And Rika happened to be with them. Chapter 274. After Kushina used the sealing scroll to collect all the dishes and chopsticks they had finished eating, they began to run towards the position where Orochimaru and the others were in the formation that Mirai had said. Before they set off, the top leaders had given them the route through Teacher Kamimura. After a day and a night of rushing, the 5 people finally saw their own people from a distance. This made them slow down a lot. The distance between the 5 people also narrowed a lot. Finally, the 5 people stopped on a big tree, and Mirai took out the map and took a look. Next, we only need to rush about 8 kilometers to reach the border. After passing through there, we will truly enter the battlefield. Are we finally almost there? To be honest, I'm almost bored to death. Rope Tree said. After a long rush, his originally excited heart was gradually replaced by a touch of boredom. He just ran all the way, unable to do anything, and had to be alert to his surroundings at all times. It made him unable to concentrate. Because of his distraction, he almost fell into an abandoned trap. If it weren't for the future waving a big snake to save his life, he would have been killed by the detonating talisman. The corners of the future's mouth twitched. He looked at Shang Shu and couldn't help but increase his volume. Brother, what I said just now was for you. If you hold this mentality, then please go back. At that time, the future was shocked. He thought that the gears of fate were irresistible and Shang Shu was really going to die in front of him. Became the first unlucky person in the world to be killed by the detonating talisman. Hearing this, Shang Shu hurriedly became serious. I know. The future and the others looked at him. Seeing that he really listened to the future, the 4 of them did not breathe a sigh of relief, but smiled bitterly. The future had said before that he should be vigilant, and Kushina also mentioned some, and the other party agreed. But look, he has forgotten it completely now. Do you really think he is the protagonist? The future rubbed his eyebrows helplessly. Some people are like this. They will listen to what you say, but they will forget it the next second. Only when he has learned a profound lesson will he really learn a lesson. Brother, why don't you go back? The future couldn't help but put forward his opinion. And the third generation didn't ask you to follow. Hearing this, Rope Tree looked directly at the future. What nonsense are you talking about? I, Rope Tree, am the patriarch of the Senju clan and the chosen one to end World War II. I tell you, if you want to leave me behind, I will crawl to the battlefield alone. Seeing Rope Tree's words that were not threatening but more threatening, the four of them couldn't help but twitch their mouths. Higaraika looked at the future. His eyes were full of speechlessness. How can he be more like a child than them when he is so old? Alas! The future sighed deeply. What can he do? He is also helpless. Now, Rope Tree is like a dogskin plaster, and you can't get rid of it. Even if you can get rid of it, don't they worry that this guy will go to the battlefield alone? If that happens, they will be scared to death. He gave a look to a few friends. Eyes closed face, let him follow if he wants to, he will be safe under our eyes. Minato, Kushina, and Linghua are all helpless. Indeed, if he is separated from the team, or forced to go back, they will not be at ease at all. Really, he should not have been allowed to follow at all. When they arrived at the border, the five of them were discovered by the Konoha ninja patrolling the border. Since the last time a group of sand ninjas raided Konoha village, all of them, the border patrol personnel, have been criticized from top to bottom. Some people were even directly arrested by the Uchiha guard and put in jail. Therefore, the patrols these days are extremely strict. There are patrols for 25 out of 24 hours a day. The patrol system for each person has been increased from the initial 8 hours to 10 hours. There is a place where patrols intersect at each base. Several Konoha ninjas looked at the 5 children in front of them curiously. One of the captains took the handwriting of the future and carefully checked it. There is no problem with the handwriting. There are complex Konoha logos on it, and it is difficult for ordinary people to forge it. That's it. There is something wrong with this person. The captain couldn't help asking again, children, are you really assigned to the battlefield by the third generation? Future stepped forward and nodded, yes, our information is clearly written in the handwriting. Future is not impatient, he understands the other party idea. If it were me, I would suddenly see a group of children going to the battlefield. Not to mention asking them, I would probably search them. What about your leading jonin? When they were guarding the border, they also encountered children going abroad, but they had never encountered children younger than this group. The most important thing is that those children had leading jonin. But the team in front of them was just a group of kids. What could they do on the battlefield? Our teachers are all in the rain country, so none of us need leading jonin. Minato responded with a smile. This made the people at the border frown. The oldest of these children was only 12 years old, and the youngest was 6 or 7 years old. This looked weird no matter how you looked at it. Fortunately, the documents were normal, and they were not abnormal. After questioning them, the patrol ninja did not find anything wrong, so they let them go. Looking at the 5 little ones going away, one of the team members couldn't help but ask, could they have offended someone in the village? Otherwise, how could they be sent to the battlefield at such a young age without even a leader? Once this was said, everyone else couldn't help but roll their eyes. Didn't you see their clan emblems? One is from the Uzumaki clan, one is from the Senju clan, one is from the Hyuga clan, and one is from the Uchiha clan. Who would dare to offend these second-generation officials and rich second generations? Well, that's why it's even more strange. The Uchiha clan and the Senju clan are mortal enemies, so how could they be on a mission together? This is just bragging to a little cow. It's as outrageous as it can be. Everyone. What he said seemed to make sense. After a moment of silence, the captain spoke up again, okay, this matter is not our business. Since they have no problem, just let them go. I will write a message and send it back later. If they are fine, that's the best. If they are, we can chase them later. Anyway, there are people from Konoha everywhere here. Because they are right in front of the Konoha headquarters. Many ninjas in the village will receive tasks assigned by the village to come here to block foreign ninjas who infiltrate the rear. As soon as they left the border, they stopped. They also heard the words of the patrol ninjas after they left just now. Their words reminded us of something we overlooked. Minato also nodded and said, indeed, if they hadn't mentioned this, we wouldn't have noticed it. This is indeed our negligence. If we join the battlefield like this, we don't know how we were hunted down. Kushina nodded in agreement. Hinata Reka directly opened the bun, looked around, and pointed in a direction and said, Kushina-chan, let's go to that place, it's hidden there. Okay. Kushina said, and the two walked away. No ways. What are they talking about? Why can't I understand it? Of the 5 people in the audience, only Noways was a little confused and didn't know what to say. Until he saw that the future and the others began to take off their clothes, he couldn't help asking, why are you taking off your clothes? The future and the two subconsciously turned their heads to look at the stupid Noways, and their expressions were all speechless. Why didn't I realize before that Noways' IQ was so worrying? It was still Minato who kindly reminded, you didn't notice your family emblem, it would easily expose your identity. He pointed to Noways' collar, your Senju clan emblem, the future Uchiha clan emblem and Kushina and Rika's clan emblems. The children of these 4 major families suddenly gathered together. Do you think the enemy will let go of such a good opportunity? Let's not talk about Rika's bun, the future is an Uchiha, as long as he opens his eyes, he can take his eyeballs out for himself. You are a member of the Senju clan, I believe those people are very happy to use your life in exchange for a high reward. After hearing Minato's explanation, Noways understood. Oh. I see. Then he looked at Minato with some confusion. Then why are you taking off your clothes? Minato was stunned, and his breathing stopped. That's right, why should I take off my clothes? I'm not a descendant of a noble family. He couldn't help but put on his pants again. When he looked at Noeki, he couldn't help but be speechless. Thank you, I'm offended. Chapter 275. Fortunately, they all brought spare clothes. It is worth mentioning that Kushina is very approachable. She directly gave 2 collection scrolls that conceal more than 20 kinds of things to Minato and Linghua, so that they can carry a lot of things with them. However, Minato likes to leave his unimportant things with Kushina. So they all have spare clothes and a lot of ninja tools. Soon, the 3 of them changed into nondescript clothes and even put on cloaks to cover themselves and others tightly. Mirai also took out the mad sword. Due to his lack of height, he directly carried the mad sword on his back. After doing all this, the 5 people formed a formation again, with Mirai leading the way and Minato supporting from behind. The leader is almost always the most dangerous. Of course, the last person is not necessarily the safest. But if they encounter a trap, the person in front will be the first to be attacked. In order to maintain the combat effectiveness of the team, they decided to take turns to exchange the people in the 4 positions of front, back, left and right. Let everyone have time to relax. What made them speechless was that when it was Rope Tree's turn to lead the charge, he was almost blown up by the trap again. Fortunately, Hyagaraika noticed this scene in advance and hurriedly slapped him away from his original position. After the explosion, several people gathered together again, and Rope Tree looked at Hyagaraika with some bad eyes. I say, did you do it on purpose? She was obviously using white eyes the whole time, but why did he still get hit, and she didn't remind him? Hyagaraika was glared at by him and turned her head away in embarrassment. She whispered back, I clearly saw that this detonating talisman was invalid. And because it happened once before, she looked at it very carefully this time. Rope Tree pointed at the broken branches and was a little speechless. You call this invalid? Hinata Reka couldn't argue for a while. She opened her mouth and wanted to defend herself, but in the end she didn't say anything. Because the fact is that the detonating talisman exploded. Even Kushina and Namikaze Minato looked at her suspiciously. Seeing this, Hinata Reka shrank her neck speechlessly. Obviously her tonnage is the sum of the 3 of them, but it seems that she is the weak, pitiful and helpless one. At this time, Mirai spoke. No, this detonating talisman is indeed very likely to be invalid. Hey! Rope Tree was immediately unhappy. He looked at the side staring at Mirai, and said unhappily, you also have a brain, right? The explosion just now shows that the detonating talisman is real, how could it be scrapped? Mirai stood up and handed him a detonating talisman in his hand. Seeing this, Rope Tree came over angrily, and was almost hit on the nose by the hand of the future holding the detonating talisman. He hurriedly stopped his steps, and his eyes focused inward, looking at the future's hand. He held a palm-sized piece of paper. There were magical patterns painted on the paper. The paper was also covered with moss on the surface due to years of wind and rain. Some places even had gaps caused by insects. Is this a detonating talisman? Rope Tree was stunned. Minato and the others also came forward and looked at the future's hand. Yes, it is indeed a detonating talisman, but the patterns on it are damaged and can't be used at all. Kushina gave her opinion. And Minato nodded and replied, well, and looking at the marks on it, combined with the surrounding environment, this detonating talisman has been placed here for at least a year. As he said, he looked at the feet of the future. Although the place was covered with dead leaves, some traces of human intervention were exposed due to the previous actions of the future. This is enough to show that someone had set a trap here, but for some reason, he did not come back to retrieve it. It should be impossible to come back to retrieve it. This is the borderline, and battles often occur. The owner of this trap should have wanted to set a trap to hinder the enemy who was chasing. But I don't know what happened, so it was not recovered and left here. So, the detonating talisman that blew up the rope tree is likely to be from the same period as this detonating talisman. Rope Tree muttered with some dissatisfaction, this may just be a coincidence. The future heard the words, the corner of his mouth twitched, and he pointed to the other side. Coincidence? I don't think so. Following the direction of his finger, they saw a rectangular trace covered with moss at the bottom of the tree trunk not far away. However, since that place is 3 meters above the ground, it is a bit the place was not covered by moss stains. They could see familiar parts from the uncovered places. Is that the pattern of the detonating talisman? Future nodded, and he pointed to the roots of the tree 2 meters to the left. There were fewer exposed places there, but the pattern of the detonating talisman could be seen. There are more. Rope Tree was confused. The more detonating talismans there are, the more it proves that what Hinata Reka said is true. She did see that the detonating talisman was invalid. But, this is not scientific. How could an invalid detonating talisman explode again? Future and the others were a little confused. In the end, they could only blame the detonating talisman that exploded, which was of better quality, so even if it looked invalid, it could still work. Okay, I'll lead the way next, senior brother, you stand in my place. Future stood up and clapped his hands. Everyone was fine, because it was his turn to lead the charge after Rope Tree. But the road ahead completely confused them. They had only run less than a kilometer when Hyagarika suddenly spoke. There is a trap 53 meters ahead, similar to the previous trap. It should have been set by the same person, and it also looks useless. This time she was more careful and told everything she saw, so that even if something went wrong, it would not be blamed on her. After hearing this, Future pondered for a moment and said, let's go around from the left. The other four had no objection. A trap is a trap if you don't know about it. If you know about it and still step into it, you are a big idiot. Even if this trap is useless. But after everyone went around it, Rope Tree's eyes widened instantly. The moment he fell, before he could make a jump, he saw from the corner of his eye that not far from him, about 3 meters away, a dirty detonating talisman suddenly lit up with a dazzling light. At the same time, a hissing sound penetrated his ears very rudely, and went straight into his heart, making his scalp numb. Fuck! Hinata Reka was also confused watching this scene. She subconsciously exclaimed, get out of the way. Shadow Snake Hand. A calm voice came from the front, and Rope Tree just tried to jump away. He was tied up by the future snake and quickly dragged away from his original position. Boom! Another explosion sounded. The raging flames burned the tree to ashes. Only the thick branches remained in their original positions. After landing, the four of them looked at Rope Tree in unison. Their eyes were all weird. Brother, tell me honestly, why did the detonating talisman, which was already scrapped, suddenly explode when it touched you? Asked Mirai. Just now, Ling Hua pointed out the place where there was a trap, and they all took a look when they passed by. Unfortunately, they just happened to see the detonating talisman that exploded just now. According to their opinion, the pattern on the detonating talisman had been severely damaged and could not explode at all. But the strange thing was that it actually exploded. Rope Tree was confused at this moment. To be honest, he also noticed the appearance of the detonating talisman. It was indeed scrapped. But why did it explode? I don't know. Ling Hua looked up and down, inside and out, and looked carefully, but she didn't see anything different about Rope Tree. Senior Rope Tree, are you cursed by the detonating talisman? Rope Tree stared at her blankly. Can a detonating talisman curse people? I don't know, but look, this is the nth time it has happened. Future also looked confused. Could this be the gears of fate, playing tricks on me? Chapter 276. Along the way, the 5 people in the future gradually became numb from the initial confusion, bewilderment, shock, disbelief, and unscientific thoughts. So much so that they watched helplessly, and another invalid detonating tag suddenly hissed. At this time, the future and the others all stood aside and watched. Only Rope Tree was left shouting and hurriedly dodged. Boom! Another familiar fire and a familiar explosion occurred. The future stared with a pair of dead fish eyes and asked calmly, how many times has this happened? Hyagarika swallowed her saliva, the 12th time. They all took turns to save Rope Tree many times, but they all wanted to vomit. Simply did not save Rope Tree again. As long as it didn't explode at his feet. If he was really injured, there was Kushina, she could summon the slug, and if it really didn't work, she could let the slug summon Tsunade. Minato and Kushina didn't say anything, but stared at Naoki. Seeing that he survived the explosion again. They didn't seem very happy. At this time, Hyagarika suddenly said to herself, if the god of death was here, he would definitely say that this kid is really hard to kill. Hearing this, Mirai subconsciously echoed, maybe even the king of hell is confused when looking at the book of life and death. Because there is a name that always shines. Naoki walked over with a black face, and he complained, you still have the nerve to say sarcastic words, I will break up with you too. Break up if you break up, the next one will be better. Mirai said with a chuckle, turned around and walked towards the gate of Konoha's position. After going through countless hardships, they finally arrived at Konoha's position, which was the position led by Danzo. The guards at the door looked at Naoki in a daze. A white-eyed ninja said in astonishment, that's the detonating talisman I threw away. If I remember correctly, it should be scrapped and can't explode at all. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but look at his companions, wanting to see if he was wrong. Do you think a scrapped detonating talisman can still explode? Upon hearing this, his companions looked at him straight in the eyes, making him shrink his neck. For a moment, he couldn't even speak. Yes, if it was scrapped, how could it explode? Really, why did he waste a detonating talisman? But if he remembered correctly, the detonating talisman he discarded was burned by fire and wrinkled by water. Even during intense exercise, the pattern of the detonating talisman was rubbed by clothes and lost its connection line. It didn't react to his injected chakra, so, isn't it scrapped? He suddenly asked in a gloomy tone, do you think there is a possibility that he is being targeted by the god of death? The companion was frightened by him and could not help but take 2 steps back, looking around with some fear in his eyes. Please stop talking, I'm scared. Now they are dancing back and forth on the edge of life and death. Before each battle, they don't know whether they can survive. So they are most afraid of the god of death. So when Naoki walked into the position, everyone avoided him like a plague god, and all kept a distance of 3 or 4 meters. If the door was not too small, they could even keep a distance. Naoki, oh. Every step he took, his heart was bleeding. This is different from what he thought. He should be a hero and be welcomed to the position by everyone with great respect. How could it become like this? So sad. Iwagakure village position. Onoki looked at the report in his hand, a little confused. You mean there is a team that was blown into the Konoha camp by the detonation tag? In front of him stood an Anbu ninja. This was set up by their rock ninja according to the Konoha Anbu organization, specializing in handling the secret affairs of the land of Earth. This included intelligence. Originally, if they hadn't made any noise in the future, they would have been operating behind the Konoha camp, and the rock ninja Anbu really wouldn't have been able to detect anything. But who told that team to run all the way to the Konoha camp with sparks and lightning? Even if they had fewer people, there would always be 1 or 2 who noticed it. So this information was also passed to Onoki when they entered the camp in the future. Yes, Lord Tsuchikage. The Anbu nodded, his face under the mask was full of confusion. To be honest, he also found that the traps were scrapped. The question is, why did the scrap traps suddenly explode? This is not scientific at all. The third Tsuchikage pondered for a moment and suddenly raised his head. He looked at him and asked, do you think they did it on purpose or accidentally? Anbu. I'm not an adult, is there any difference between these 2 sentences? Considering that I have studied in elementary school for 6 years, there should be no difference. Seeing that the Tsuchikage was still looking at him, obviously wanting an answer, he pursed his lips. These seemed to be 2 answers, but they both had only one meaning. He cautiously and tentatively replied, "Did they do it on purpose?" Onaki nodded. He retracted his gaze, flew to the sand table, and stared at the shrinking territory of the rain country. "It seems that you think the same as me. They definitely did it on purpose, and perhaps there will be a big move next." Anbu, iota_. Boss, you only gave one answer, and no matter how I answer, it will be in line with your wishes. Onaki did not notice the changes in his heart. This is the advantage of wearing a mask. After watching for a moment, he spoke again, "Let all the rock ninjas get ready. We have a tough battle to fight next. Let Lao Ziai and Han prepare to release the tailed beasts." The Anbu was stunned and a little stunned. "Let both tailed beasts go out? Our base will be empty, Lord Tsuchikage." The Tsuchikage nodded, "So I plan to attack with all my strength in the next battle. There is no need to leave Han to guard the base. Either we win or I lose." As he said, he flew in front of the Anbu and looked down at him. "Besides, we rock ninjas have been losing all the time. Don't you feel aggrieved?" Hearing the last words, the Anbu was stunned. Then he shouted excitedly, "Yes, Lord Tsuchikage, I will convey your order now. Finally, I can be proud of myself. After losing for so long, it's time to let the people of Konoha taste the taste of defeat." In the Konoha camp. In Orochimaru's tent. Tsunade held the back of Nue's neck, and her big eyes came close to a distance of less than 10 centimeters, looking down from the tip of the hair. From the eye mucus, nose hair, vegetable leaves between the teeth, collarbone, 2 small tufts, belly button, underwear, creases, leg hair, ankles, and finally to the tip of the toenails. Then she looked up from the tip of the toenails, all the way to Nue's eyes. That's right, Nue's was stripped naked at this moment, with only a pair of underwear left to cover his body. Besides Tsunade, Jiraiya also looked with a magnifying glass. But one person looked at the front and the other looked at the back. No problem. Tsunade was a little confused, her brother was not cursed. Jiraiya also looked at Tsunade from behind Nue's, confused, "Me here too." As he said, he wanted to pull open Nue's pants to see if he was cursed inside. Realizing that his last dignity was about to be pulled away, Shang Shu suddenly became anxious. He hurriedly broke free from his sister's hand that was strangling the back of his neck, and the moment he landed, he ran behind the future. "What do you want to do? I tell you, I'm not such a casual person." Future covered his head helplessly. "Good guy, how could this person be so shameless as to let himself be a shield? You know, it has always been only himself who used others as a shield." Thinking of this, he turned around and wanted to leave. But his shoulders were fixed tightly by Shang Shu, so he couldn't move at all. Future. Shang Shu half crouched, completely hiding his figure behind the future. "I tell you, I have no problem, the problem is the detonating tag, they just want to blow me to death." Tsunade and the other 2 looked at each other, a little confused. They couldn't understand, it was obviously a scrap detonating tag, why would it explode? Seeing the explosions coming from Konoha, they almost thought that there was a spy escaping from Konoha. If it weren't for the fact that the deputy chief of the Hyuga clan explained the reason in the camp, they would have gone out of the camp themselves to catch the person who caused the explosion and interrogate him. Chapter 277. There was a long silence. The atmosphere in the tent was a bit dull, and Wei suddenly turned his head to look at the rope tree hiding behind him. The corners of his mouth opened an arc, which looked very scary. It made the rope tree's scalp tingle. "What are you going to do?" Wei smiled, turned to look at the teacher and suggested, "Why don't we see why it exploded?" Friends. 3. Ninjas. Orochimaru's eyes lit up, right, why didn't they think of this method? He looked at Tsunade and nodded in agreement. Wei's suggestion is good, what do you think? I have no objection. Me too. Rope Tree was anxious, no matter how stupid he was, he also realized what they wanted to do. She immediately shouted in a timid manner, "Don't come over here, I know what you want to do, I tell you, this is impossible." Tsunade said with a smile, "Don't worry, sister is here, even if you have no internal organs, sister can save you." Orochimaru also stepped forward and licked his chin with his tongue. "Nawaki, Don't you want to know why you are always blown up by the detonating talisman? I want to. I want to know. Nawaki froze when he heard this. To be honest, he was too curious. He is so handsome, so kind, and so talented, but why did this detonating talisman explode around him? And he had used the detonating talisman before, and even used it as toilet paper for a while, but it didn't necessarily explode. Walai took advantage of the other party's distracted mind, turned around suddenly, and instantly controlled Shenshu. Because Shenshu was a head taller than him, in order to make it easier to use his strength, Walai directly knocked him down. So, you just be a little white rookie, ahem, in short, only practice can bring true knowledge. Shenshu. You just wanted to say guinea pig, you just wanted to say that I am the guinea pig. Let me go, I don't want to be a guinea pig. He struggled, and for a moment Walai was almost unable to hold him down. Walai hurriedly shouted, Brother, you don't want to be inexplicably blown up every time you do a task. Rope Tree froze, to be blown up for no reason, who would want that? When Tsunade and the others saw Rope Tree calm down, they all took out their detonating talismans. They were all special talismans of multiplication detonating talisman. Seeing this, Rope Tree, who had originally calmed down, instantly became excited again. He looked at the detonating talisman with horror, struggling violently and shouting, Don't tell me you want to use this detonating talisman for experiments. Tsunade's face froze slightly. She really wanted to use this detonating talisman for experiments. She replied somewhat unnaturally, No way, what kind of person do you think your sister is? Orochimaru and Jiraiya also coughed dryly and took back the detonating tags in their hands. They had never used the detonating tags that Rope Tree gave them last time. Firstly, they didn't need to use them against ninjas with weaker strength than them, which would be a waste and not cost-effective. And against ninjas with stronger strength, such as Hanzo, using them would be useless. Who made the opponent's speed too fast? And this is the exclusive detonating tag of multiplication detonating talisman. If it is only used as a normal explosion, it always feels that it would be a waste. Jiraiya coughed dryly and called someone outside the door in. Do you have a detonating tag? He looked at a Chunin and asked. The Chunin was stunned, not quite understanding what Jiraiya meant by this. Yes, yes. Well, I'll trade you 2 of the least powerful ones. As he said that, Jiraiya took out another top-grade detonating talisman. The Chunin was stunned. Using a top-grade detonating talisman to exchange for a detonating talisman with the least power. Did Master Jiraiya's brain get, for more novels, 172,934, join, https://discord.gg/skstcast, stuck in the door. Jiraiya, don't worry, I'm not stuck in the door. I just want 2 detonating talismans with the least power, so do you want to change? Change, change, change. The Chunin hurriedly took out his own stack of detonating talismans. He looked at Jiraiya with burning eyes. Master, my detonating talismans are all here, it doesn't matter if you change them all. Looking at the future, he immediately exclaimed, Wow, they are all inferior detonating talismans, not only are they weak in power, but they are also easy to become duds. Just like this. Uncle Jiraiya's detonating talisman can at least exchange for 100 detonating talismans in his hand. But Jiraiya didn't do that. He only took 2 detonating tags. These 2 are enough. Here, it's yours. As he said that, he handed his detonating tag to the other party. The latter immediately walked out happily. My lord, if you need to change anything, what defective products? I have plenty here. Okay, okay, I'll exchange with you next time. Jiraiya waved his hand with a smile. Only a fool would exchange with you. After everyone left, he turned and looked at Orochimaru and the others. Now that we have the detonating talisman, how should we experiment? Tsunade also looked directly at Orochimaru. He is an expert in doing experiments. Orochimaru thought for a while, then took Jiraiya's 2 detonating talismans and examined them. The disgust in his eyes instantly overflowed. This is the first time I've seen such a bad detonating talisman. This power can only kill a sparrow at most. Tsunade said with a smile, but it's enough, isn't it? That's true. Even Rope Tree breathed a sigh of relief. It was just powerful enough to kill a sparrow, so I think this experiment was a success. Let me go, I won't run away. After hearing this, the future said, okay. Even if he lied to her and ran away, I believe that Sister Tsunade will carry him back. With this kind of weird phenomenon, she is worried about Rope Tree wandering around on the battlefield. If someone is not careful, the god Rope Tree will definitely be blown to death. Orochimaru soon came up with the idea of an experiment. He led everyone out of the camp and came to a deserted place. Then he rubbed a detonating talisman hard and completely destroyed it. Rope Tree, try standing on it. Rope Tree nodded after hearing this. What a joke, it's just the power that can kill sparrows, and it can't even hurt one of his toes, why should he be afraid? However, when he approached the explosive, he was still a little scared. Knowing that firecrackers will explode, who dares to reach out and touch them? Can you do it, little dog? Seeing his hesitant look, the future couldn't help but jokingly urged him. Hearing this, Shang Shu immediately got angry. Who are you calling a thin dog, you kidney-deficient man? Mirai didn't refute, but crossed her arms and looked at him leisurely. Even Hyagarika rolled her eyes. To be honest, she was the one who saw the most clearly, but it was because she saw the most clearly that she was the most confused. When Shang Shu approached, those scrapped detonating talismans suddenly seemed to have changed their appearance. Chakra flowed from other intact lines, circled around the lines, and then exploded. She even saw that the lines of the detonating talisman that had been damaged could still flow chakra. Even without the lines, the chakra was still flowing. It was simply amazing. Shang Shu looked at the detonating talisman on the ground and noticed the sight falling on him. If he retreated at this moment, I'm afraid they would all look down on him. Thinking of this, he gritted his teeth and died. What's more, this detonating talisman can only kill sparrows. As he stepped on it hard, the detonating talisman did nothing. The detonating talisman was like a piece of toilet paper, without any movement. No, it was not even as good as toilet paper. At least no one would deliberately step on toilet paper. It didn't explode. Mirai was stunned. Not to mention him, even Tsunade and Minato were stunned. How could it not explode? It was so exciting before. Jiraiya put his arm around Orochimaru's shoulders and wondered, why didn't it explode? Nonsense, how could a scrap detonating talisman explode? Orochimaru rolled his eyes at him and continued, this is too unscientific. Jiraiya. He looked at Orochimaru speechlessly and asked, but the explosion happened, didn't it? This time Orochimaru didn't say anything. He took the last detonating talisman and set it as a trap. Then he destroyed it again. Shenshu, try this, you don't need to step on it, just walk by it. Shenshu nodded and said, okay, teacher. The previous one didn't explode, so this one won't explode either, which means that the detonating talisman that exploded me before was not really damaged. Thinking so, he walked over with a swagger. His steps were quite arrogant. Even Walai wanted to give him a slap. Then, sizzle. What a familiar sound, what a familiar scene. Shenshu looked at the sizzling detonating talisman with a confused face, and the whole person was stunned. Everyone looked at the feet of Shenshu with a look of astonishment. Then the detonating talisman actually ignited. Fortunately, Walai and the others had experienced it several times, and their bodies reacted subconsciously after hearing this sound. Shadow Snake Hand. In just a blink of an eye, the confused Shenshu changed his position. Boom! In an instant, a blazing flame rose up, and the shock wave of the explosion made everyone's clothes rustle. It exploded. Jiraiya murmured in astonishment. Orochimaru and Tsunade were just like him, their faces full of disbelief. How is this possible? It's not scientific at all. Rope Tree was the first to react. He looked at Orochimaru in disbelief, then at the flames rising into the sky and the destroyed tree. Teacher, is this what you said? This is the power that can kill sparrows. With this power, even an elephant would have to kneel down. Chapter 278. Orochimaru was stunned. This is too unscientific, someone is simply cheating. On the contrary, the future and the others were relieved. I told you, there is something wrong with Rope Tree. Hinata Reka said, looking at Rope Tree to see what was different about him. Although she had seen it many times. The future and the others also wanted to say something, but Rope Tree interrupted directly, no, 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 this is not scientific at all. No, 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 this is very scientific. Orochimaru's voice suddenly appeared in everyone's ears, making everyone stunned for a moment. Jiraiya pointed at the deep pit of the explosion, with a puzzled look on his face. You call this science? Orochimaru glanced at him, and he also noticed the strangeness of the people around him, and understood that these people probably thought wrongly. In your opinion, what is science? Truth. Future thought about it and replied uncertainly. Orochimaru shook his head when he heard it. No, science is not truth. Is it knowledge? Minato also curiously put forward his own ideas. This made Orochimaru look at him a little more. This kid is indeed more awesome than Mirai. Although it is not correct, science is roughly equivalent to knowledge. After saying that, he looked at a few people again to see if they had any more explanations. But Mirai and Minato's words have made Kushina and the others speechless. Their views on science are similar to what Minato said about Mirai. But Lord Orochimaru rejected it. So when they faced Orochimaru's sight, they all looked at each other and shook their heads. A certain method of confirming the conjecture is logical. The younger one didn't speak, and it was the elder one's turn to speak. Tsunade asked curiously. Orochimaru smiled and nodded, almost, but still a little short. When he was about to wait for others to come up with different opinions, he suddenly realized that only Jiraiya and Naoki were left. Let these two guys come up with opinions? Is my head stuck in the door? He was speechless. Then he said, in my opinion, science is neither a theory nor a conclusion, nor a standard. Science is just a method of understanding the world and things. Observe, experiment, record, summarize the rules, draw conclusions, this is such a method. He looked into the future and continued, and science is definitely not the truth. Oh. Mirai nodded. He knew that this was what Orochimaru said to him. But it was true that although he lived in the era of the scientific explosion, he really couldn't explain what science was. The word truth just now was what he subconsciously thought of after seeing Teacher Orochimaru. After all, Teacher Orochimaru said that he wanted to find the truth of this world. And he was very scientific all his life. Jiraiya interrupted, don't talk about those sciences. We just want to know why the scrap detonating tag blew up Rope Tree. Yes, teacher, why was I blown up? Rope Tree also stepped forward, and the whole person was a little bitter. Could it be that there really is a god of detonating talisman in this world? He knew that he used the detonating tag to wipe his ass, so he took revenge on him. Seeing that everyone was looking at him, Orochimaru's expression became a little serious. He looked at Rope Tree and said word by word, Rope Tree, you are going to die. Hey? Sigma, eh? Naoki was stunned. Even more stunned than when he saw himself in women's clothing. Why was he going to die? Everyone had the same expression, especially Tsunade. After she came to her senses, her face suddenly became ugly. Orochimaru continued, and he was killed by a detonating talisman. Naoki also reacted at this moment, and he was immediately anxious. Teacher, are you lying to me? How could I die, and be killed by a detonating talisman? As he spoke, he suddenly stopped, and his eyes could not help but meet his sister's. Killed by a detonating talisman. This is so familiar. Familiar, he realized that this was what the person he was most familiar with said. Sister, it turned out that you cursed me. Tsunade, underscore? That was just a metaphor, how could I curse? Tsunade was numb. Can it be explained like this? The development of this matter is not scientific at all. Then explain to me why I was blown up by the scrap detonating talisman. Naoki's whole body was visibly miserable. Sister, I am your child who you have beaten up since I was a child, do you really want me to die? Tsunade hurriedly shook her head and denied, I am not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense. It was just her 3 consecutive denials, making Rope Tree even more miserable. Seeing her brother like this, Tsunade immediately grabbed Orochimaru. She looked at him unkindly, explain it to me, or I'll remove your 5th leg first. Orochimaru shrugged, just remove that thing, anyway, he didn't think of using it. But when he saw Tsunade's clenched fist, he couldn't help but feel scared for a moment. Tsunade's fist hurts a lot. Even if his body has been modified with software and can withstand Jiraiya's full-strength 10 punches, it can't stop Tsunade's random punch. He hurriedly comforted Tsunade with his eyes, and then broke free from her hands. I guess Rope Tree should be remembered by the god of death. Hey! Everyone was confused. This is more unbelievable than hearing the explosion of a scrap detonating tag. Death god. Isn't that just a mindless rule? He will appear only when someone dies. If no one dies, he is just a pile of shit. Rope Tree said stupidly. Although the others did not agree, Judging from their expressions, they had almost the same idea. No, according to rumors, it was the six-path sage who divided yin and yang, determined the 5 elements, and founded the ninja sect. Because he took the dead to the Pure Land, there are no ghosts and gods in this world. But don't you think that the ninja world has been developing for so long, and countless people have died? Can the six-path sage manage it alone? Further along his train of thought, thinking, teacher, what you mean is that the so-called death god is not an irrational rule. He is a product of thought and can act based on his own behavioral consciousness. Yet. Orochimaru nodded, and he looked up at the sky with a sense of loss. Perhaps there is also the legendary King Yama in the Pure Land world. He is in charge of the Book of Life and Death, which determines all the destinies of people from birth to death. And Rope Tree should have been killed by the detonating talisman a long time ago, but he did not die, so this violated the operating rules of the ninja world. So I guess it was the god of death who did it. Rope Tree rolled his eyes, a little bit unable to understand. Teacher, your statement is so unscientific. The god of death actually came to claim his life in person. Hearing this, Orochimaru retracted his gaze and looked at him. Do you think science is just it must be something you know and can explain? No, our ancestors in the ignorant period regarded thunder and rain as a gift or punishment from the gods. But now we all know that it is just a natural phenomenon. Water vapor rises and gathers together to form clouds, and the alternation of cold and heat will cause water droplets to condense quickly. When its buoyancy is less than the gravity of the earth, it will fall to the ground. This is rain. Do you dare to say that this is still a gift from God? Orochimaru said, staring straight at Noeki. This made the latter speechless for a while, his mouth twitched, and finally he managed to say a word. But, the god of death, is too. Kushina shook her head and retorted, Brother Rope Tree, the god of death is real. My clan has studied various gods. There are evil gods, demon gods, and gods of death. At that time, the strong men of our Whirlpool clan used special masks to communicate with the god of death and signed a contract. Created the soul forbidden technique, Shiki Seal. The people in the clan used this trick to take away many people in that war. As she said, she couldn't help but think of the Nanman Hall, where many masks were stored. These are all instruments for communicating with the god of death. And there is more than one god of death. Our clan has signed contracts with many gods of death. Rope Tree. I know the god of death exists, but I don't want to be remembered by the god of death. I am still so young, I have never even held Hong Hong's hand. I have never even heard Future call me brother-in-law. I don't want to die. Chapter 279. Then how to solve it? Tsunade asked the key question. Noeki also looked at Orochimaru hurriedly. I hope that the talented teacher can come up with a solution. But Orochimaru was silent. He is knowledgeable, but not unpopular. He has not touched on the subjects of souls and ghosts. As a teammate and good friend, Jiraiya knew the answer when he saw him like this. He looked at Noeki and warned him seriously, you stay with us these days and don't go anywhere. Even if we are not in the camp, you are not allowed to walk around casually, let alone touch the detonating talisman. Hey? Detonating talisman. Speaking of detonating talismans, Jiraiya was stunned. He looked at Orochimaru in a hurry. No, why can only the scrapped detonating talisman explode the Rope Tree? Mirai replied in a faint tone, Uncle Jiraiya, do you think there is a possibility that the detonating talisman will also die, and the scrapping is its death, and the dead detonating talisman can be controlled by the god of death? Jiraiya. He was really speechless. You think this is a fantasy novel? The detonating talisman has life, which is really the funniest joke he has heard this year. Maybe the god of death cannot affect things in reality, just like we can't live to the Pure Land. And the detonating talisman should have factors unique to the Yang world, such as chakra, so the god of death cannot control it, but the scrapped detonating talisman should have lost the special factor, so it can be used by the god of death. Orochimaru said while thinking, but his words were not very credible, at least Tsunade and Jiraiya didn't believe it very much. Although this can explain why the inferior detonating talisman that can't even kill an eagle has such great power. So, how do we solve it? Tsunade asked again. Orochimaru shook his head, I don't know either. He didn't know why the god of death targeted Rope Tree, and he couldn't even figure it out, so how could he know where to solve the problem? Rope Tree. He looked at his sister with tears in his eyes, and then threw himself between the two little girls, crying, Sister, I don't want to die. I want to go home, the battlefield is not fun at all. He hasn't even arrived at the battlefield, and he has experienced countless scenes of detonating talismans exploding around him. He doesn't know how many times he has escaped death. This battlefield is too dangerous, he doesn't want to stay here. Tsunade was at a loss for a moment. Even Orochimaru can't do it, she can't think of it either. Recently, she has been sending the nutrients for development to a certain part of her body, and her brain has stopped developing. No, it has shrunk. Well, then according to what Jiraiya said, you should stay in the camp, and you are not allowed to go there. Ah! What? Tsunade's anger began to emerge, and she grabbed Nawaka's ear and took him to the camp. Her tone was very angry. The teacher didn't ask you to come, why did you have to follow? Now you're fine, your life may be gone in the next second. Sister, I know I was wrong, I won't dare to do it again next time. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Tsunade. You deserve it. The group left the camp with doubts, and returned to the camp with more doubts. Still in Orochimaru's tent. Mirai asked curiously, Teacher, can you tell us about the next battle plan? They were all on the battlefield for the first time, and although they were very excited, they were still panicking. Hearing this, Orochimaru didn't hesitate. He said, Teacher, let's give it a try. Mirai was stunned for a moment. Is the third generation so courageous? But thinking that he is in his prime, he is a little bit hot-blooded, which seems understandable. Minato understood, no wonder the third generation wants us to graduate and gathers all three of you together. It turns out that he wants to beat back the rock ninja in one fell swoop. Even Kushina followed and said, that's right. Only by defeating one side first can we concentrate on dealing with the remaining forces. If we continue to stalemate like this, I'm afraid we will be more passive. Jiraiya was slightly stunned. At that time, the teacher seemed to say to defend a wave. Could it be that there was something wrong with his ears? But now that I think about it, not only the elites of the major families are gathered here, but also the three ninjas. Whether it is high-end combat power or comprehensive strength, they have surpassed the rock ninja. It's really worth a try. But if the other party releases the tailed beast? He panicked for a moment, but soon calmed down. I'm not afraid, the twat's just the tailed beasts. He and his people can summon the spirit beasts to help, and now the future ones are here too. It's equivalent to the 7 Holy Land contractors gathering together. Minato and his people don't need to go to the battlefield, they just need to summon the high-end combat forces of the 3 Holy Lands. It's equivalent to their side having 4 high-end combat forces again. The 2 spirit beasts of Myaboku Mountain, the 3 combat forces of Ryokai Cave, the 2 healing beasts of Wet Bone Forest, plus their 3 ninjas. He has never fought such a rich battle in his life. So, this wave of advantages is on us. He smiled again and looked at the future ones. At this moment, he seemed to understand what the teacher meant. No wonder he insisted on letting Minato and his people come here. So this is the plan. At this moment, he already thought that he was hard of hearing, so he misheard the teacher's words. He rubbed Minato's head and concluded with a smile, that's right, just give it a try. The current situation, if it drags on, there will always be changes, it's better to end it early. After Tsunade taught her brother a lesson, she immediately suggested, then let's go and gather the leaders of each tribe to discuss the battle. Well, the sooner the better. Orochimaru immediately stood up and walked out. Jiraiya looked at the future and said, you keep in good shape first, the next battle will require the summoned beasts of your 3 sacred places to come out to help. Oh. Okay. Got it. I want to go home. Everyone ignored the words of Nawaka. After the teachers left, Minato hugged Mirai's shoulders and said to the 2 girls with sudden enlightenment, I finally know why the third generation wanted us to graduate early. He thought of 2 points. One is that he should have seen our heroic performance in the defense of Konoha, and knew that we can no longer learn anything in the ninja school. Staying in the ninja school is a waste of time, so he wants us to experience the battlefield. Second, we are all contractors of the 3 holy places, and we are recognized by the 3 holy places, so as long as we have enough chakra, we can summon the summoned beasts of the holy places to help fight. This is equivalent to us temporarily having 4 more powerful combat forces. Even Mirai couldn't help but nod his head and responded, that's right, so according to what the teachers said, we should take a good rest to ensure that we have enough energy to summon the summoned beasts. Hinata Reka hesitated, and she asked her doubts. I understand the reason, but what about me? Why am I included? I'm not even a contractor of the Holy Land. Kushina took her hand and guessed, maybe it's because of your Bun. After all, it's our first time on the battlefield, so it's inevitable that we will miss some places, so we need a pair of bright eyes to help us explore the way. It's a very reasonable explanation, but Hyagarika thinks that this explanation is a little imprecise. Then why not let an experienced Jonin teacher follow? They are all fledglings, how can they have any combat experience? The third generation can completely let the village send a Jonin to teach them skills while walking. Maybe it's a test. Kushina responded in a weak tone. This made Hyagarika shut up. She finally understood that there was no answer to this matter. Every time she asked a question, there was always a far-fetched explanation. What was the point of asking? At this time, Nawaka had a question to ask. I have a doubt. Although we are all contractors of the Holy Land, our chakra should not be enough to summon qualified combat power. After this, the Future and the others fell silent again. This question hit the nail on the head. Future looked at his thin arms and legs. He was only 8 years old, and his chakra was only 1/5 of a card at most. Minato might have more than him, but not much more. As for Rope Tree, at most he had 2 cards at the moment. And Kushina, the chakras she could call upon should be around 3 cards. At most, she could summon a slug of more than 10 meters. If the Nine Tails was willing to lend her chakra, she could summon a larger summoning beast. And the 3 of them could only summon a summoning beast that was 4 or 5 meters tall. Don't think too much. Since the third generation asked us to come here, I believe the teachers and others have already found a solution. Future spoke to comfort him. Then he looked at Rope Tree and Minato, and continued, and we currently have a thorny problem that needs to be solved. What's the problem? Have you greeted the spirit beasts in your respective holy places? Everyone froze again after hearing this. Good greeting? Oh my god, it seems that none of them do. Except for Kushina. At most, they only summon small toads, small snakes, and teachers to pass on information. They never went to the Holy Land to make a contract with the war beasts. After all, the summoned beasts of the 3 Holy Lands are very arrogant. If they don't greet them well, get their approval, and sign a contract, they can completely ignore their summons. Chapter 280. This problem is easy to solve. In the evening, when the teachers came back from the meeting, the Future and the others hurriedly asked about their confusion. Orochimaru smiled and said, what we need is your blood contract quota. As for chakra, Tsunade can provide it. He looked at Tsunade, his eyes inadvertently swept across the area below the neck, and nodded slightly. Tsunade's milk volume increased again, which was enough to bear the burden of summoning 5 huge summoned beasts. At the gate of the Hidden Rain village, it was Tsunade's help that allowed them to summon 2 summoned beasts to help again. In the past month, not only he has made progress, but Tsunade has also grown a lot. After hearing that the first problem had a solution, the Future raised another question. Teacher, we haven't made a contract with the combat-type summoned beasts yet. Contract? Orochimaru and the other 2 were stunned for a moment. Some didn't understand. Seeing this, Mirai explained, they may not come because they haven't been recognized by the Holy Land's combat power summoned beasts. Hearing this, the 3 ninjas understood. That's right, you are all too young to summon beasts of the level of Bunta and the others. Jiraiya frowned. To be honest, he hadn't thought about this. In fact, if you think about it carefully, they were indeed negligent in this matter. They are only 7 or 8 years old, how much chakra can they have? Since the chakra is not enough, they naturally cannot summon Bunta and the others, let alone have any intersection with them. How about this, after dinner, let's take you to the Holy Land? Tsunade suggested. No problem. Let's do it. Their dinner was not eaten in the kitchen. Instead, they ate the imported and exported products that they brought with them, and even Tsunade and the others were eating happily. Slurp. Jiraiya was eating very enthusiastically. He was also a ramen lover. After all, he was also an orphan. People like him eat the most ramen with the best value for money. I thought the ramen at the west end of the village was delicious. I didn't expect that there is such delicious ramen in the world. Who cooked this ramen? Minato said with a smile, it was cooked by a classmate of ours. His cooking skills are excellent. Before, his mother never let him enter the kitchen, let alone let him get involved in ramen. Jiraiya paused while eating noodles and was a little shocked. Don't tell me, This ramen was cooked by a 6 or 7-year-old child. Mirai nodded heavily at him, hee. Uncle, you guessed it right. Hearing this, even Tsunade and Orochimaru were stunned. Their movements of eating noodles froze for a while. Good dong. I don't know how long it took, but a swallowing sound brought them back to reality. Jiraiya couldn't help but look at them. They were so small, the two girls were so cute, they would cry for a long time after being punched, and the 3 little boys were very handsome, their hair hadn't even grown out yet. They had such enchanting abilities, and he was already very surprised, thinking that there would be no more awesome children in the world than them. But today, just now, he suddenly knew that there was another person who made ramen so awesome. The taste of this noodle, it is no exaggeration to say, can almost be called a unique taste, at least he has never eaten such a delicious bowl of ramen in his life. And to make this taste, all are masters. But in the future, they told themselves that this was made by a 6 or 7-year-old child. Is this, still, a human? He looked at the future people with an extremely strange expression. Your generation is so fucking awesome. Jiraiya didn't know what to say. Surprise, seems not enough. Surprise, seems to be a little short of it. Shock, still not enough. Numbness, this is okay. In short, the above emotions not only appeared on his face, but also Orochimaru and Tsunade were numb. I thought that the people of my generation were awesome enough because they were the 3 ninjas. But the result is good, this generation is like a cheat. One after another is awesome. The waves behind really push the waves ahead. Listening to Orochimaru's sigh, Jiraiya and Tsunade nodded in agreement. Hee. Mirai smiled lightly, but didn't say anything. To be honest, in the original work, it seems that Minato is the only awesome person in Minato's generation, but that's not entirely true. Every generation has awesome people. It's just that Minato's aura is too strong, so it is easy for people to ignore other people. At most, the only people who can be remembered are Aberame Shiwei, Akimichi Choza, etc. These people are remembered because they are doing missions with Minato. However, because of his appearance, he affected many people, causing people who were originally awesome but not exposed now to enter everyone's sight in advance. After everyone finished eating, they each took their disciples to the Holy Land. Tien-Xin Shenji looked at the future and them with satisfaction in her eyes. Last time you said you would go to Ryokai Cave to fulfill your promise, I thought you all forgot. After so long, she almost thought of going to the ninja world to find them. After hearing this, Orochimaru and the other 2 froze slightly. Some of them didn't know how to reply. It seemed that they really forgot. Forgot. Especially Orochimaru. The last time they raided the Hidden Rain village, they asked Tien-Xin Shenji to lead the way. Afterwards, Tien-Xin Shenji asked him to take Uchiha to Longdi Cave. But look, more than a month has passed now. Fortunately, snakes, especially those in the Holy Land, have a vague concept of time. Otherwise, his reputation in Longdi Cave will be reset to 0. He coughed twice, and a smile reappeared on his face. Sorry, I have been busy with the war these days and I have no time to get together. This time, because they all came to the front line, we decided to come to Longdi Cave. Tien-Xin Shenji nodded in understanding. Understand. Tien-Xin Shenji wanted to say something, but suddenly her ears moved and her face began to look strange. Finally, she stared at Walai. Okay, White Snake Immortal. What she said made Walai and the others a little stunned. What Tien-Xin Shenji meant just now was that the White Snake Immortal was talking to her. Tien-Xin Shenji looked at Orochimaru, shook her head and said, I wanted to take you to my room to talk about things, but the White Snake Immortal wanted me to take Uchiha with him. What about you? Do you want to go with us? Rope Tree and Orochimaru looked at Mirai with an inexplicable look. What on earth did this kid feed the White Snake Immortal that made him miss him every day? Tien-Xin Shenji was fine, she was just curious. But what about the White Snake Immortal? They had just arrived at the Ryokai Cave, and before they had said a few words, he asked to see Mirai by name. Don't say they were confused, Mirai was even more confused than them. There didn't seem to be anything about him that was worth her noticing. Did she fancy my identity as a time traveler? Don't be funny, I am a person who traveled through time, a native ninja in the ninja world, and I have long been integrated with the ninja world. How could she see through it? Unless she, a local power, is also hanging on him. Orochimaru thought for a while and replied, "Let's go with you to see the White Snake Immortal. After all, there is nothing to do this time, just bring disciples to Longdi Cave to recognize snakes." Tien Zinchenji nodded, but did not refuse. "Okay, let's go, we can't let the White Snake Immortal wait for a long time." "Oh. I don't understand, I really don't understand." With a hint of doubt, they followed Tien Zinchenji's steps in the future. After arriving at the high staircase platform. In the future, the three of them, the master and apprentice, met the old man on the high platform again. She was still the same, looking like an old lady with bound feet. Lying on the couch, holding a pipe in her hand. With one hand supporting her head, her eyes slightly closed, her expression was very kind. But there was also a sense of inexplicable disharmony. It seemed that what they saw in the future was just her disguise. But when I looked at her carefully, I realized that I seemed to have seen it wrong. She was actually very kind. It was really strange. Tien Xin Shenji bowed respectfully and replied, "White Snake Immortal, I brought them here." Chapter 281. Orochimaru, how is the recent war going? The White Snake Immortal said lazily. This is due to her personality. She always looks so lazy. After all, she is a snake spirit. It's okay. We plan to launch a general offensive tomorrow and drive the rock ninja out of the rain country. Orochimaru replied. Anyway, it doesn't matter if the people in Ryokai Cave know about this, and there are no rock ninja contractors in Ryokai Cave. There is no fear of this information being leaked. The most important thing is that they need the combat power of Ryokai Cave. It is better to say it openly than to hide it. Besides, everyone here is their own people. Is that so? The White Snake Immortal nodded. She didn't care much about this matter. She just wanted to find a topic just now. However, when Orochimaru mentioned the contractor, he was confused. He looked at the White Snake Immortal and asked, "White Snake Immortal, how did the contractor named Lei Xiao become the contractor of Longdi Cave?" He was in charge of the sub-scroll of the contract scroll. If the contract part of the main scroll changed, the sub-scroll would naturally change synchronously. He accidentally discovered this when he was sorting out his belongings these 2 days. It turned out that after Uchiha, there was another name called Lei Xiao. The ninja world is very large, and there are many ninjas with this name, but there seems to be only one famous one. That is the ninja of Sand Village, the younger brother of the third generation Kazekage. Lei Xiao, known as the Thunder Hand. And according to the intelligence, the guy named Lei Xiao did summon snakes to fight. The most famous one among them is a dark red snake. If I guessed correctly, it should be Xianya who was defeated by them last time. Speaking of this, the White Snake Immortal snorted coldly, it was all because of that stupid Xianya. He was actually fooled by a human. He didn't know he was fooled, and he still foolishly thought that he was a good person. Her tone was full of a strong sense of regret. To be honest, if the man named Lei Xiao became the contractor of Longdi Cave through normal means, she would not say anything. But that guy actually used lies to convince Xianya to steal the Longdi Cave spiritual contract and let the human sign it. He became the contractor of their Longdi Cave, which was simply a suicidal act. You know, in their 3 holy places, only the 3 immortals are qualified to select the contractor. Of course, the contractor is also qualified to designate the next contractor. Other snakes don't have this qualification at all, such as Tien Xin Shenji and others. If they like a suitable spiritualist, they will bring him to her for review, and if he is suitable, he will become a spiritualist. If it's not suitable, they can only take the person out. Orochimaru secretly breathed a sigh of relief. He thought that the White Snake Sage wanted to have it all, so he let a person from the Sand Village become the contractor of the Ryokai Cave. Since that person used tricks to cheat, sooner or later he would lose everything. Future's hands were stirring again. He couldn't bear to see the old lady and others eating and waiting to die. But now that the teacher was talking to the White Snake Sage, he couldn't do much. Although the White Snake Sage squinted, she noticed Future's actions very sharply. The feeling of disappointment on her face disappeared and turned into a smile. "Child, come and help me rub my back." Hearing this, Future stopped suppressing himself and showed a bright smile. "Okay." As he said, he rubbed his hands and hurried behind the White Snake Sage. He rubbed happily. "Ah ha ha ha." Relaxed. Orochimaru and others. They all looked at the expression on Wei's face in a daze. Can you be so happy to rub someone's shoulders? As Wei's rubbing continued, the white snake immortal seemed to be in a state of ecstasy. The kindness on her face was also a little more real. She took a puff of her cigarette and said with a smile, in fact, Xianya is the most suitable summoning beast for you, but that guy was beaten to it by someone else. Wei's smile, her fingers quickly changed the technique, and rubbed her arm. My current chakra is still too little, and I can't summon a snake as big as Xianya to my side. Alas, the white snake immortal sighed. She looked at Wei and thought of the guy named Lei Xiao again. The more she thought about it, the more something was wrong in her heart, and there was always a thorn pricking her. No, Longdi Cave, do not accept people who become contractors by deception. As she spoke, her lower body quickly turned into a snake. In the blink of an eye from a small-footed old lady, she turned into a half-human, half-snake appearance. As her tail rolled, she took down the contract scroll stored in the dragon head's mouth above. This scroll seemed to have some magic power. Just a light touch of her finger, it seemed to have lost gravity and floated in front of her eyes. Future was right beside her and could clearly see what was written on the scroll. The problem was that he couldn't understand it. These characters were not the characters of the ninja world, nor were they the characters that Future knew. They were like little snakes. They twisted randomly, but it seemed that every movement represented a certain meaning. But soon, the scroll slid to a familiar place in Future. There were many grids on it, and each grid had a name written vertically, and under the name, there was a 5-finger handprint. Is this the spiritual part of the total scroll? Future thought to herself. When the white snake immortal turned to the last grid, which was written Lei Xiao, his eyes were full of disgust. As a descendant of the dragon, how could she associate with such a person who relied on deceiving kind snakes to be summoned beasts? However, when she wanted to cancel the contract, a pleading voice suddenly came to her ears. White snake immortal, he is the first person I contracted, please don't cancel our contract. The snake was not there, but its voice echoed clearly in the ears of Orochimaru and the others. It was obvious that Xenia had transmitted its words through the method of thousands of miles of sound transmission. This time was different from before, and they would be able to hear this voice in the future. Hearing this, Orochimaru and the others looked at each other in surprise. Is this Xenia? He was a little confused. When did Xenia become so weak? At the beginning, he could say I am your uncle on one side and I will kill you on the other, which was quite arrogant. But listening to the voice at this moment, it was like the weakest boy in the class. He was timid and lacked confidence when he spoke, and his whole body revealed the temperament of come and bully me. Tian Xin Shenji nodded, yes, that's right, this is what it looks like after its reverse scales are removed. But it can only last for 2 or 3 years at most. When its reverse scales grow out, it will become what you saw before. Orochimaru. I learned a lot. The ninja world is so big that there are really all kinds of things. The white snake immortal replied coldly, he is not a good person. He relies on deception to get the qualification of spiritualism. This is trampling on the face of our Longdi cave. But he is not lying. He said that he wants to be my strength, help me fight, and make me famous in the ninja world. Everyone. The desire to complain suddenly surged in their hearts. Mirai couldn't help but speak out what was in his heart. Xenia Snake, did you say it the other way around? Its words just now should be heard the other way around. No, he is really kind to me, and he is also the first person I took the initiative to sign a contract with. The white snake immortal's face became even uglier. Do you know that you were deceived by humans to become a spirit beast? If other people heard it, they would definitely laugh at our Longdi cave. Let alone others, the big toad alone would definitely laugh the loudest. She could simulate that picture in her mind at this moment. Xenia was still begging, White Snake Immortal, why don't you give me some time, I will definitely prove that he is actually a good person, and I am willing to become his spirit beast, and he did not deceive me. White Snake Immortal, _ Her face was gloomy and ugly. At this moment, she regretted pulling out its reverse scale. However, Xenia was one of the senior executives of Longdi Cave after all, although she could directly force the contract to be stripped. But considering its thoughts and feelings, she finally sighed helplessly. She put her finger on Lei Xiao's name and said with a sour face, okay, since you have fought for Longdi Cave for many years, I will give you some time, but I will reduce his summoning power by 1 level. Hearing this, Xianya burst into tears of joy, and hurriedly said, don't worry, I will let him prove that he didn't lie to me on purpose, he is a good man. The White Snake Immortal took back the scroll and then became lazy. Xianye, you will regret it. No, White Snake Immortal, I will never regret it. As he said, his voice dissipated. Shang Shu and the other two looked at each other, their eyes were full of speechlessness. How can I still risk becoming a love-brained person after pulling out the reverse scale? Alas, to be honest, I am beginning to miss the unruly Xianya in the past. Tian Xin Shenji smiled bitterly. At least that guy can't affect her, unlike now, she is in her ears every day, for the guy named Lei Xiao say good things. Chapter 282. After the Xenia incident. The White Snake Immortal was in a bad mood, but fortunately, the way she used in the future still made her feel comfortable and wanted to wrap him in her arms and lick him until he was covered with saliva. After squinting her eyes and enjoying it for a while, she seemed to have thought of something and suddenly said, "By the way, little guy, do you want to find a suitable summoning beast so that you can grow up together?" Future was stunned for a moment, a little confused. Seeing him so confused, the White Snake Immortal explained with a smile, "What I mean is, find a talented young snake from the Ryokai cave and let it grow with you, so that the bond between you can be much deeper than other summoning beasts, and because you know each other well, you will have all kinds of incredible abilities in the future battles." After her explanation, Future understood. Just like the relationship between Jiraiya and Bunta, Naruto and Game-Agi. When Naruto first used the summoning beast, he summoned Game-Agi, who was still a tadpole. In the following time, Game-Agi also grew rapidly. In just a few years, Game-Agi grew to the height of his father. "Is this okay?" Future asked with sparkling eyes. Seeing him like this, the White Snake Immortal couldn't help laughing. "Of course, let's go, I'll take you to see our younger generations in Longdi Cave." "Okay." Future's face was full of smiles. He saw that the White Snake Immortal was about to get up, and hurriedly supported her arm and helped her walk down the ground. The White Snake Immortal was supported, and she was happy in her heart. She looked at Future with a smile on her face. Although she looked old, her steps were steady and powerful. Even though she looked like an old lady with bound feet, her speed was not slower than Future. The White Snake Immortal directly ignored Orochimaru and the others, and took Future alone to the stairs. Rope Tree, Orochimaru, and the other two who were left aside, all had some twitching at the corners of their mouths. This White Snake Immortal definitely has some intentions for Uchiha Future. It's just that they can't see it. Otherwise, why would she be so nice to Mirai? When going down the stairs, Mirai found that Orochimaru and the others didn't move, so she asked, "Teacher, Rope Tree, aren't you going?" "We." Orochimaru hesitated for a moment and didn't say anything directly. He knew that the White Snake Immortal valued his descendants. Normally, when he did experiments, he would use ordinary big snakes, and the White Snake Immortal would not say much, because these snakes were like ants, and there were many in the Longdi cave. She also wished that someone could help her clean up the number of such snakes. But those who could be called descendants by her were all extremely talented snakes, and almost every one of them could grow to 10 meters or even 100 meters in length. They were also core members of the Longdi cave. At ordinary times, he was absolutely not allowed to approach. When he was doing experiments with snakes, the White Snake Immortal had seriously warned him of this. The first time he faced the White Snake Immortal's aura, he almost peed himself. That was not facing a giant beast, nor a natural disaster, nor a disaster from the earth. It was facing the terrifying aura of the entire world. He only experienced this kind of aura in the Valley of the End. That was the power that only gods had. Future understood. He looked at the White Snake Immortal, and couldn't help asking, "White Snake Immortal, can my teacher and senior brother go with me to take a look?" The White Snake Immortal glanced at them, and then stared at Rope Tree for a long time. "Originally, I didn't agree with Orochimaru, the crazy scientist, and Senju Rope Tree, the short-lived ghost, to go to the core area of our clan, but since you asked, I will make an exception this time." Hearing this, Future smiled very brightly, "Grandma White Snake, you are such a kind and lovely grandma." The White Snake Immortal was amused by his words, "You kid, only you dare to say that I am kind and lovely." Orochimaru and the others were all petrified. Especially Tian Xin Shenji, she was petrified very seriously. So serious that it began to crack. "White Snake Immortal, he called you grandma, and you didn't refute it at all. You know, the future is only 7 or 8 years old, and the White Snake Immortal is already thousands of years old. It's enough to be the great ancestor of the future. The word grandma completely made his generation higher than the 3 Shenji. Orochimaru's eyes flashed. What exactly is the White Snake Immortal's intention? She was too good to the future, too doting, too indulgent, which made him very uneasy. But he observed carefully and found that the White Snake Immortal was really good to the future. That's even more strange. At the beginning, the snake girl who was a Shenji in the upper echelons of Longdi Cave was secretly with a human. After being discovered by her, she crushed him to death without any mercy. Why would such a cold-blooded person be so good to the future? Could it be that the future boy has the blood of the White Snake Immortal in his body? Once this idea appeared, it spread uncontrollably and madly. It almost occupied 70 to 80% of his brain capacity. I have to find an opportunity to test this boy's DNA in the future to see if it is what I guessed. Rope Tree finally came back to his senses from petrification. Short-lived ghost. He murmured. His face turned pale and he ran to the White Snake Immortal, hugged her feet, and begged, "White Snake Immortal, please save me, I don't want to die yet." Teacher Orochimaru had previously analyzed that he was targeted by the god of death, so the scrap trap detonating talisman around him would explode him unreasonably. The White Snake Immortal looked at him with disdain, raised his foot and pulled away from his arms. "Why should I save you? Besides, life and death are determined by fate, and wealth is determined by God. Since the god of death wants you to die early, who can save you even if you escape to the ends of the earth? But we don't want to die, I'm still so young." The White Snake Immortal sneered, "Het! What's wrong with being young? Your grandfather was invincible in the ninja world back then. Even our 3 holy places didn't dare to say that they could beat him, but look, he died at his peak. The power of the god of death is very strong. Although he is subject to the rules and cannot interfere in the affairs of the living world, as long as someone violates the rules, he has the ability to intervene. Now the god of death next to you is only using the detonating talisman to blow you up. If you continue to escape his power, then the rules of the ninja world will judge you as abnormal. At that time, the power of the god of death will not be restricted, but he will work with him to deal with you. In other words, the later you go, the more miserable your death will be. If I were you, I would just find a detonating talisman to blow myself up, so that I can suffer less." Listening to this, Rope Tree was completely paralyzed. "Rope Tree! Mom, I really regret it. If I hadn't insisted on following, I wouldn't have touched the detonating talisman. If I hadn't touched the detonating talisman, I wouldn't have known that I would be blown up by the detonating talisman. If I didn't know that the detonating talisman would blow me up, I would." Orochimaru took a step forward and looked at the White Snake Immortal. "You said that the god of death is next to Rope Tree now." The White Snake Immortal nodded and pointed to a distance of about 10 feet from Rope Tree. "It's right there. As long as Senju Rope Tree is not killed by the detonating talisman, he will not leave." Orochimaru narrowed his eyes slightly, and a bold idea came to his mind: if he is gone, Rope Tree will not be killed by him. As soon as these words came out, the White Snake Immortal looked at Orochimaru fiercely. "Little kid, your idea is very dangerous. I advise you not to do this, otherwise, you will be hunted to death by the gods of death." As she said this, she looked at the god of death. That guy only had Rope Tree in his eyes, and had no reaction to their conversation just now, like a robot that only followed orders. The White Snake Immortal suddenly had an idea, and squinted at Orochimaru. It seems that Orochimaru has studied the god of death, and knows that they are rigid puppets who only act according to orders. Otherwise, Orochimaru would not have mentioned his bold idea to him after knowing that there was a god of death here. Orochimaru smiled and shook his head. Kushina once said that their clan had signed a contract with the god of death, which became the sole forbidden technique of their clan's foundation. If I let Rope Tree sign a contract with this god of death, then he will not hurt Rope Tree again. Hey! The White Snake Immortal was stunned, and she looked at Orochimaru in surprise. "So you don't want to kill him?" Hearing this, Orochimaru's mouth twitched. "White Snake Immortal, you think too highly of me. How can I kill the god of death?" If he could kill the god of death, he would not be afraid of death. Chapter 283. White Snake Sage pondered over Orochimaru's idea. Although she didn't often walk in the ninja world, she had her own intelligence network. She also had a deep impression of the Uzumaki clan, which was once glorious, especially their longevity and the sealing technique that was the best in the ninja world. Their status in the ninja world was transcendent. Although they were not as good as the Senjo clan and the Uchiha clan, they were similar to the Hyuga clan. In the eyes of different people, both clans could be ranked as the third most powerful clan. She had also heard of the Shiki sealing mentioned by Orochimaru. At first, she thought the Uzumaki clan was really bold and dared to intervene in the realm of God. Later, it was proved that her guess was correct. The Uzumaki clan successfully killed itself. Although in the eyes of the world, this was because the 5 major countries coveted the Uzumaki clan's sealing technique and foundation, so they united to destroy the Whirlpool country. Although Konoha did not take action, but without rescue, it was a betrayal. But in her opinion, the Uzumaki clan's attempt to get involved in the power of gods with mortal bodies is simply audacious. Although exchanging one's soul with the god of death seems to be a fair trade without loss. Using one's soul to exchange for the god of death. But the god of death is a product of the Pure Land after all, and is naturally repelled by the world of the living. People living in the world of the living will lose their luck when they come into contact with the gods of the Pure Land. This luck is invisible and intangible, and is truly illusory. But it does exist. The Uzumaki clan has too much contact with the god of death, which has led to a serious loss of luck in their clan. Look, the whole clan is wiped out. Thinking of this, she said with a serious expression, Orochimaru, I advise you to put away this crazy idea, if you don't want to end up like the Uzumaki clan. When these words came out, the Futuri and others were shocked, and their faces became extremely stunned. White Snake Immortal, what do you mean by that? The enthusiasm on Orochimaru's face disappeared in an instant, as if it had never appeared. He seemed to have thought of something, and looked at the White Snake Immortal with a different look. The White Snake Immortal shook his head, and then led everyone to the depths of the Longdi cave. Along the way, Wei Lai was simply eye-opening. He found that there were many big snakes in Longdi cave. It was definitely not the 3 or 2 big snakes shown in the original book. Because Wei Lai saw no less than 20 kinds of big snakes here, 20 to 30 meters, 40 to 50 meters big snakes, and you can see one every section of the road. But they are just larger in size. They don't have any strong strength and ability. And after seeing the tiny White Snake Immortal, they all lowered their heads and looked extremely respectful. Like a devout believer. The White Snake Fairy ignored them. As she walked, she said, the world of the dead, to put it nicely, is the Pure Land, to put it bluntly, it is the underworld. As the manager of the Pure Land, the god of death is an ominous thing. Normally, they come to the world of the living to transfer the dead, which is nothing, but once the people of the world of the living have an intersection with them, the ominousness of them will be transmitted to the contact. Maybe nothing can be seen in a short period of time, but after a long time, all bad things will find the contact. As they said, they came to a cave entrance wrapped in a barrier. Tien Xin Shenji stepped forward very tactfully and opened the barrier so that everyone could enter. The world outside the barrier is very dark and damp, but the world inside the barrier seems to be another world. There are mountains and water. There are also winding paths. It is very warm here, spring-like all year round, and snakes and flowers are everywhere. There is a big sun in the sky, but it does not seem arrogant. There are still many white clouds floating in the sky. From time to time, there is a breeze blowing, rolling up the sea of flowers. The petals are like elves and dancers, dancing in the air with the caress of the wind. That's right. This beautiful scenery is good, but there are snakes everywhere. There are snakes in the sea of flowers, on the trees, and even under the feet of the future. This is a whole snake cave. Fortunately, the future and the others have been dealing with snakes during this period, so they are not scared. At this time, not only the future is looking at them, but even the snakes in the small world are also looking at them. Among them, a small white snake swam out of the sea of flowers and curiously stopped in the middle of the road. On the small snake head, it occasionally sticks out a pink tongue, tilts its head, and reflects the figures of the future and others in its dark eyes. It seems to be puzzled, why can this long-haired little man in front of him support the ancestor? Tien Xin Shenji stepped forward and drove away the small snakes lying lazily on the road basking in the sun, making way for the original path. At this time, the White Snake Immortal continued as he walked, you know, people also have luck, just like your female companion. She said this while looking at Orochimaru, so that the 3 people present also knew who she was talking about. Rope Tree's sister, Senjo Tsunade. That little girl named Tsunade has terrible luck in gambling, and almost always loses every time she gambles. This gambling luck is also a kind of luck. It can be a great opportunity, or it can turn into a big disaster. People with high luck can turn danger into safety. Even if they jump off a cliff, there is a high probability that they will not die, and they may even get opportunities. And people with low luck may trip when they go out, fall on their faces in dog shit, and suffocate themselves to death. Rope Tree couldn't help asking, White Snake Immortal, may I ask, is this luck the same as luck? He often heard from his sister that if luck is bad, luck will definitely be good tomorrow. So he was confused when he heard the word luck from the White Snake Immortal. The White Snake Immortal glanced at him and explained lightly, luck is a kind of luck, but luck is not luck, you have to distinguish them. Oh. So Orochimaru, if you want to contact the god of death, be prepared to die. She looked at Orochimaru and warned him. Orochimaru's face was a little ugly. He didn't expect that contacting the god of death would affect himself. Is it not okay to just contact it? The White Snake Immortal shook his head, no, once you have contact with the god of death, then you will have intersections and cause and effect, and you can't escape at all. At the beginning, you people in the ninja world called the Uzumaki clan a long-lived clan, but look at them now, can they still live long? What a fart! The entire Whirlpool clan was wiped out. The inheritance was almost cut off. The remaining clan members who had barely managed to escape the hunt, who is doing better? The atmosphere gradually became silent, and Shang Shu wanted to cry. No, he had already cried. White Snake Immortal, am I hopeless? With the help of the future, the White Snake Immortal said without looking back, well, so if you have any unfulfilled wishes, tell me now while there is still time. Shang Shu felt even worse. Wow! Why is my life so miserable? If I hadn't come to the battlefield, I wouldn't have come across the detonating tag, if I hadn't come across the detonating tag, I wouldn't have known I would die, Listening to Shang Shu's mourning-like words, the future and others felt very uncomfortable. It was like hearing his son's mourning, but the problem was that he wasn't dead yet. Orochimaru pinched his brows, his face full of worry. Don't cry, there must be a way. The White Snake Immortal glanced at him, shook his head and said, Orochimaru, unless you have a way to kill this god of death, only in this way can Shang Shu escape his existing fate, otherwise, you should go to bed as soon as possible. Tianxin Shenji led the way, she looked at Shang Shu with some pity. This is an unlucky kid. Let's not talk about whether you can hurt the god of death, Orochimaru. After all, he is not a being in our world. The weapons in the world cannot kill him at all. Even if you can kill him, your own luck will be tainted by bad luck. Sooner or later, I will die a violent death. This is an unsolvable situation. Orochimaru's face became even gloomier. Rope Tree was his first disciple. Before he met Future, he was very optimistic about Rope Tree. He thought he was the one who could inherit his will. But now, someone told him that Rope Tree was going to die. And he knew it clearly, but couldn't stop it. For a moment, he fell into a trance, and in his mind, he couldn't help but think of the words that often surrounded him. Is life, really, so fragile? Just like he couldn't stop the death of his parents, he could only watch the two earthen mountains helplessly. What is life, what is death? Just when he was thinking about the meaning of life, Future suddenly spoke. He looked at the old lady he was supporting and asked, in other words, as long as the god of death is killed, Rope Tree will not be stared at by the other party, and will not control the scrapped detonating talisman trap to blow him up, right? Well, that's the truth. The White Snake Immortal nodded. Then there are two difficulties in front of us. One is how to hurt the god of death, and the second is how to kill the god of death. Tianxin Shenji added, there is also a third point, which is how to avoid being contaminated by bad luck. With every point they said, Nawaka's face turned paler. By the third point, Nawaka was almost fainting. Although the last point can be ignored, after all, no ninja will have a good end. But the first and second points are already beyond comprehension. Orochimaru said in a gloomy tone, don't worry, teacher, I often use science to defeat science and solve one problem after another. This god of death is no exception. We can't hurt or even defeat him, but we can defeat him in the same way. Hearing this, Rope Tree was confused, with snot hanging on his face, as ugly as it could be. Mirai looked at teacher Orochimaru and said with a strange expression, teacher, you don't want to use the god of death to defeat the god of death. Orochimaru nodded, yes, I remember that the Uzumaki clan still has a lot of masks for communicating with the god of death. We can cast Shiki Seal, summon the god of death, and defeat this god of death. Everyone, degree. Oh my god, what a trick. Even Rope Tree stopped crying. He stared at Orochimaru blankly, and the hope of life gradually emerged in his eyes. But it was soon annihilated. He had also heard of Shiki Sealing, which was a forbidden technique that was known as I am invincible under the Jonin, and I can trade 1-for-1 with the Jonin above me. The price of using it was the life of the caster. But he would never let others trade their lives for his own. Chapter 284. Before Rope Tree could say no, Mirai suddenly looked at Orochimaru and said with a smile, "Teacher, why bother? I have a way to solve these 3 problems." He looked at Rope Tree with a relaxed smile on his face. "Besides, we don't have to do anything." Hearing this, everyone, including the White Snake Immortal, was stunned. They all looked at Mirai curiously. How could he think of a solution that they and others couldn't think of? And the solution Orochimaru just proposed was already the best solution. Orochimaru even thought about whether to let the elders of the Thousand Hands perform this forbidden technique. One person might not be safe, but if 2 people perform Shiki Seal, with the power of 2 death gods, they should be able to defeat this death god. As for the seal or contract, it won't work at all. Because if they do that, it is equivalent to the death god touched by Rope Tree being tainted with ominousness. Even the Uzumaki clan couldn't bear it. How could he bear such a big cause and effect alone? Rope Tree had originally prepared to wait for death, but suddenly heard the words of the future, which made him overjoyed. He immediately rushed to the future and looked down at him with excitement. "My good junior brother, tell me what the method is." Because he was a head taller than the future, after the 2 of them came into close contact, he had to lower his head to see the future's face. This also led to a phenomenon. His tears and snot were almost dripping on the future's face. Especially the 2 crystal clear and sticky snot, which pulled out a long silk thread and fell from Rope Tree's nostrils. The future didn't have the big heart of Minato, and was immediately shocked. He let go of the White Snake Immortal and kicked Rope Tree away with a kick. "Don't get close to me." Fortunately, his strength was not strong, and Chenchu only took several steps back before he stabilized his body. He didn't care about being kicked, and was excited to rush towards Walai again. Walai was so frightened that he wanted to throw out the big snake and tie up Chenchu. Fortunately, Orochimaru couldn't stand it anymore. His trouser legs moved twice, and a big snake sprang out and tied up Chenchu directly. "Tell me your method." Seeing that Chenchu was controlled, Walai couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. Even the White Snake Immortal looked at Chenchu with a strange look. "This successor is so disgusting, should I kick him too?" Future said, "We living people cannot beat the god of death, injure the god of death, or even kill the god of death. But why do we have to use the god of death to fight against the god of death?" As he said that, he looked at Rope Tree and said cheerfully, "You should be thankful that you were born in a good family. If I remember correctly, the first generation of Mu was also called the god of ninja. We can ask him to stand up for Rope Tree and kill it directly." Everyone, What the hell, this is even more exciting. Even the White Snake Immortal was stunned. She had never thought of this operation. "Let my grandfather take action." Rope Tree stared at Future blankly, the light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. "Yes, why didn't I think of this? Grandpa is in the Pure Land." With his love for himself, when he knew that someone was going to bully his lovely grandson, he would definitely fight back. Orochimaru looked at the Future with shining eyes and couldn't help but give a thumbs up. Oh, good idea. Your method is even cooler than mine. Generally, the dead may be suppressed when facing the god of death, but the first generation of Mu-sama will never be. His strength has surpassed everyone, even the gods. He is the only one who is closest to the six-path sage through the ages. If we can let him take action, we don't need to use Shiki Seal. Tan-Xin Shenji's beautiful eyes were also full of brilliance. What's more cool is that Senju Hashirama-sama is already a dead person, deader than death. No matter how low his luck is, it doesn't matter, it avoids the risk of facing the god of death. The most exciting thing is... The White Snake Immortal looked at the Future, and his squinting eyes couldn't help but widen a little. After the first generation of Kisenju Hashirama knew about this, he would definitely not sit idly by and would definitely take action. Unlike the god of death summoned by Shiki Sealing, because none of us knows whether they will help the caster, or violate the contract, help the god of death, and backfire on the contractor. Ha ha ha. That's great. I don't have to die. Listening to everyone's praise, Rope Tree himself laughed happier than the future. Because this is the most perfect way, if the grandfather takes action, he can definitely crush the god of death easily. But as he smiled, his smile slowly froze. I have a question, how can I let my grandfather know about this? Hey! All of a sudden, the small world seemed to freeze. Even Mirai and Orochimaru were stunned. Oh my god, why didn't I think of this? Mirai murmured blankly. Orochimaru said in a faint tone, or. Rope Tree, you die once. Rope Tree, W, degree O degree, W. Teacher, this joke is not funny at all. The White Snake Sage looked at Mirai and then at Rope Tree. Although Rope Tree was a little disgusting, a little blunt, a little brainless, and always liked to brag, he was even more unlucky. But he was also the summoner of the Ryokai Cave, and as a member of the Senju clan, he was one of the direct descendants of the Six Paths Sage, and even more so, the descendant of Senju Hashirama. Even if his future achievements are not as good as his grandfather's, they can still surpass many ninjas. She saw this point at the beginning, so she agreed to let him become the contractor of Ryokai Cave. Now that there is a way to prevent him from dying, it couldn't be better. So she said, okay, you don't have to fight, I'll just go. Orochimaru was relieved when he heard it. He knew that the leaders of the three holy places all had unparalleled abilities. Although it is outrageous to predict the future, the Toad Sage can do it. If the White Snake Sage didn't say it, he would have planned to use favors to exchange for her help. Instead, Rope Tree looked at her in astonishment. Tears suddenly overflowed from his eyes, and his voice was choked a little. White Snake Sage, there must be other ways, there is no need for you to die for me again. He thought that what the White Snake Sage said just now was that she wanted to commit suicide and then go to the Pure Land to find her grandfather. How could he be so worthy that he could let a person whom he had only met a few times, and who was a high and mighty immortal, die for him once? When the White Snake Immortal heard this, although he was somewhat relieved by the kindness of this boy, his mind was pounding. He was a good person, but his IQ was, quite worrying. You think too much. Our abilities are far beyond your imagination. If you want to reach the Pure Land, you can only die first. But we don't need that. The three of us can travel in the sky. Traveling in the sky. Shang Shu sniffed, a little confused. Isn't this a derogatory word that teachers often use to belittle them for not paying attention in class? When did it have another meaning? The White Snake Immortal looked at Rope Tree and knew that he didn't know, so he kindly explained to him, the so-called wandering in the sky is not what you think, but our soul can leave the body and not be discovered by the messenger of the Pure Land. Therefore, the ninja world is so big that we can go there, even the Pure Land is the same. After hearing the explanation of the White Snake Immortal, two people's eyes lit up immediately, one was Orochimaru. The other was Rope Tree, so, you don't have to die. Of course you don't have to die. Orochimaru interrupted and said, White Snake Immortal, can you please tell me what wandering in the sky is, okay? Letting your soul leave the body, isn't this the method he has always wanted to find the most? Originally, he was thinking about waiting for the end of World War II to ask Kato Dan about this, but he didn't expect that the White Snake Immortal would also have this ability. You want to know? White Snake Immortal looked at him in confusion, but when she thought of Orochimaru's character, she was relieved. This is a person with crazy curiosity. It's not surprising that he would be curious about her ability. Orochimaru nodded hurriedly, but he hadn't lost his mind yet. He turned to look at the future and the others, go see if there are any snakes willing to grow up with you. It's almost time for us to come to the Ryokai Cave. Without the three of us, I'm afraid something will happen. Hearing this, the future too nodded. Okay, teacher. Chapter 285. Walai and Chenshu, led by Tianxin Chenji, explored the small world. These are all the snakes with excellent talents among the descendants of our clan, and they are the core members of our clan. Tianxin Chenji walked slowly in front. She put her hands on her lower abdomen, looking both dignified and elegant. She continued, originally, this is the core area of our clan. Even Orochimaru is not qualified to step into this place. But you, the White Snake Immortal actually made an exception and let you in. Walai was stunned for a moment, he was a little confused and puzzled, why is the White Snake Immortal so good to us? Hearing this, Shenshu came back to his senses from the joy of surviving the disaster. He rolled his eyes at Walai, the White Snake Immortal is indeed good to us, but she is better to you, Don't you notice? Tianxin Shenji on the side nodded twice heavily. That's right, that's too good. None of them, the personal maids and the high-level officials of Longdi Cave, have been valued so much by the White Snake Immortal. Future was speechless, he didn't know what to say. Now thinking back, it seems to be true. Seeing Future speechless, Tianxin Shenji and Sheng Shu surrounded him directly, and the two of them began to spin around Future like a windmill and look at him. Suddenly, Sheng Shu seemed to have thought of something, and his eyes lit up. Brother, don't you have the talent of a grandmother killer? Future, confused face, hey. What kind of name is this? Although the meaning may be a little different, what I mean is that the grandmothers don't have any special preferences for you. Just like the name of the young lady killer in Jiraiya's novel, it can have a special appeal to specific people. And you like to help grandmothers and grandfathers in the village. Could it be that this temperament attracted the White Snake Immortal? Future was stunned. This seems to be nonsense at first glance, but if you think about it carefully, it makes some sense. Damn it, damn, could it be that I really have the temperament of a grandma killer? But when I think about myself facing those grandmas and grandpas, I really have no resistance. When I think about them being in danger, I can't help but feel distressed, flustered, and palpitating. In short, it's all bad emotions. Tianxin Shenji on the side didn't say anything. She was also thinking, could it be the reason that Sheng Shu said? But after thinking for a long time, she couldn't figure it out. She couldn't help but look at the Future with some resentment. Damn, I'm still a young girl, I can't understand what the old lady feels at all. The Future and the two couldn't figure it out either. So seeing and the two didn't think about it anymore. No matter what the White Snake Immortal thought, she was good to them and others, that was an indisputable fact. So the two began to look for their favorite objects in the snake nest. Shenji, are there any snakes with the best qualifications among these snakes? Sheng Shu asked curiously. The largest snakes here are only as thick as a small bucket. If this kind of snake is placed in the outside world, it may be very big, but here, they are not yet adults. And there are all kinds of colors and shapes, which makes the two dizzy. Even several of them are in their aesthetic taste. For a while, they don't know how to choose. To be honest, Wei Lai wants to take them all. However, these snakes are not ordinary snakes. They have strong minds and emotions. It is best to be loyal. If you are sentimental, it may have the opposite effect. Tianxin Shenji smiled but did not say anything, just shook her head and did not answer. Seeing this scene, Sheng Shu sighed heavily. Okay. Wei Lai did not expect to cheat, and he did not have the qualifications for system exploration. At this time, he noticed the little white snake again. It seemed to follow them to the depths from the entrance of the barrier. He was moved. The second time, maybe this is some kind of fate. I just don't know how to choose, so I'll just choose it. Even if it can't become a combat force, it's pretty good to be an auxiliary or a pet. And the white snake is a symbol of luck and rebirth in the ancient legend of the ninja world. He doesn't care about rebirth, but the word luck makes him care more. And it seems that the teacher has an indissoluble bond with snakes since he got to know the snake mold of the white snake. As his disciple, it seems not bad to choose a white snake by myself. After making up his mind, he took 2 steps forward, squatted slowly, stretched out his hand, and reached out to the little white snake. Little guy, you seem very curious. The little white snake is quite courageous, not afraid of the Future's actions. Seeing the Future stretched out his hand, it also stretched out its tongue to touch it. Shenji, can I choose it? Tianxin Shenji nodded, sure, this is a brave little girl, you have to treat it well. Future was stunned. He didn't expect to choose a random one and actually choose the opposite sex. Little girl? As he said, he looked at the little white snake and was a little surprised. I thought, why does it feel a little delicate? It turns out to be a female. At this time, a cry of surprise came from Sheng Shu, hey, this snake is so big and green. Although he had seen green snakes many times, such as the bamboo green snake and the green mamba. But the green snake hanging on the tree in front of him looked like a python, but also like a green snake. He hadn't seen it yet. Although he hadn't seen most of the snakes here. But for some reason, when he saw this green snake for the first time, he immediately liked it. Tianxin Shenji looked over and explained with a smile, this is a green tree python. You have a good eye. It is the offspring of a big snake. When it grows up, it can almost grow to the size of 10,000 snakes. Hearing the word 10,000 snakes, Shenchu's eyes lit up. Great, let's take it. Hee, my baby. And their Senju clan symbolizes green. It matches the green snake in front of them perfectly. The future looked a little strange. He looked at the little white snake he was holding, and then looked at the green tree python that Shenchu was staring at. Xiao Qing? Bai Sohen? That shouldn't be the case. Two worlds, they are totally different. But the future still asked, Shenji, what kind of species is this little white snake? Oh, it's Bai Niang. Future, degree. He thought Tian Xin Shenji didn't understand what he meant, so he asked again, I want to ask about its species. It's Bai Niang. The full name is Bai Niang Niang. The future was stunned. Bai Niang is a species, not a name? Nonsense, I'm not hard of hearing yet. Tian Xin Shenji rolled her eyes at him and was a little speechless. She looked like an old man in his 70s or 80s, with fading looks and hearing loss. She was just a girl who was several hundred years old and had never been in love. Hee, just follow me from now on. Don't worry, Lord Shenchu will definitely make you famous in the ninja world. The more Shenchu looked at the green tree python, the more he liked it. Look at its color, how green. Look at its size, how big. Look at it again. Green tree python. This guy is so annoying. He is so restless even when he wants to sleep. Let's mess with him. Hey, why are you pestering me? Wait, you are too strong, Xiao Qing, stop it, I am going to be strangled to death by you. Although the green tree python was coiled up in the tree, only the size of an electric rice cooker, it was huge when it unfolded its body. At least Shenchu's hands and feet were tied tightly by it. Seeing Shenchu being strangled, Walai was about to step forward to help, but was shocked by Shenchu's words Xiao Qing. He looked at the white snake in his hand, white lady. Then he looked at the green tree python that strangled Shenchu, Xiao Qing. Fuck, so shocking. Shenchu felt that he was about to die, and he stopped surrendering. He directly exerted his strange strength and broke free from the green tree python's restraints. Hey, ya little guy, you are so strong. But compared to me, it's still a little worse. He looked at the green tree python with a smile and said proudly. In terms of strength, he has never lost to his peers. After the green tree python was freed by Shenchu, it was stunned. It was the first time it saw a human being so strong. Although this was the first human it had seen. Could it be that all humans are so strong? It was puzzled and asked directly, why do you have such great strength? The voice was very childish, and it sounded like the voice of a 2 or 3-year-old child. Shenchu's eyes lit up immediately. You can talk. The green tree python was speechless, why can't I talk? No, anyway, it's great that you can talk. Shenchu's face was full of excitement, as if he had picked up a treasure. No wonder Tian Zinshenji said that he had a good eye before. Come on, I don't believe your strength is greater than our pythons. Shenchu was not afraid at all, come on. So the man and the snake started competing with each other. Chapter 286. Facts have proved that Rope Tree cheated by relying on supernatural power. Even if the green tree python grew another year, it would still be suppressed by Rope Tree with one hand. After choosing their partners, the three of them walked towards Orochimaru. Orochimaru also asked questions to the white snake immortal. Just wait for the future to go back together. When he saw that the future chose a little white snake, he was obviously stunned. You chose the white snake. Although this question seemed to be a question he knew the answer to, he was still a little curious. The future nodded, and he turned his head to see the little white snake lying on his shoulder, and said with a smile, I think it has a connection with me, so I chose it. The white snake immortal said with a smile, you have a good eye, you actually chose it. Rope Tree, ah. Why does this sound so familiar? The future was stunned for a moment. From the tone of the white snake immortal, he could hear that this snake seemed to be unusual. Excuse me, Grandma White, is there anything special about this snake? The white snake immortal shook his head, it was nothing special before, but after you chose it, it became special. Rope Tree. I hate the Riddler so much, what should I do? Future. Like him, Orochimaru heard the hidden meaning from the words of the white snake immortal. Does it mean that the future is awesome? Without giving them time to ask further questions, the white snake immortal waved his hand and said, "Okay, I know what you want to ask, but I don't want to tell you. In order to avoid being bothered by you, I'll just kick you out." As he spoke, the three masters and apprentices of the future were in a trance for a moment. When they came to their senses, they found that they had returned to Orochimaru's tent. Future was speechless. He rolled his eyes and looked at Orochimaru. "Teacher, Grandma White is quite nice. She even explained it to us before she drove us away." Orochimaru's eyes twitched wildly. "Okay, stop complaining. Anyway, we have gained something from this trip, so it's not a wasted trip." Speaking of gains, Mirai subconsciously looked over his shoulder and found that the little white snake didn't follow. The green tree python hanging on the neck of Shenshu was also gone. Obviously, only the three of them were sent away by the white snake immortal. "Gains?" Shenshu murmured, and his face changed drastically. He hurriedly looked at Orochimaru and exclaimed, "Big big big! Teacher Orochimaru! Big big big! Something bad is happening. I. When we went to Longqi Cave, we forgot to find the big snakes to establish a bond. The original purpose of their going to Longqi Cave was to make themselves and Mirai familiar with the big snakes and let them agree to their summons. But they all forgot about it. Although they also established a bond with snakes, those two were young snakes. They were too young to do anything. Even if they were summoned, they would only pick their teeth." Looking at the rushing rope tree, Orochimaru stretched out his hand to block his forehead and prevent him from getting close to him. He sighed and was a little worried about rope tree's IQ. "Child, why don't you eat more walnuts? Walnuts nourish the brain, maybe it can increase his IQ." Future shook her head and walked to his side, stretched out her hand to hold his shoulder, and said helplessly, "Brother, IQ is a good thing, but you can't throw it away. Have you forgotten the big snakes we met on the way to the snake cave? When they saw us following Grandma Bai, they knew that we had a close relationship with Grandma Bai. Especially when he was supporting the white snake immortal. With such an intimate move, Future didn't believe that there would be any big snakes who were blind and dared to ignore their summons. Do you think we still need to greet them?" Nangsha blinked, and he looked towards the future in a daze. "Oh. I see." Seeing how he realized it belatedly, Orochimaru shook his head. This disciple is good in every way, except for his IQ, which makes him feel uncomfortable. The people of the Senju clan seem to have given all the IQ of the clan to the second generation, and the rest are either a fool or a fool. And Naishu is mentally retarded. Only Tsunade seems to be relatively normal. Maybe it's because her mother was a member of the tribe of the Fire Country Daimyo. But why is Naishu's IQ so bad? Shenshu, tell me honestly, were you picked up by your parents? Shenshu. He opened his wise eyes and replied doubtfully, "No, my mother never said that." "What's wrong?" Orochimaru hesitated for a moment. Finally, he shook his head and didn't say what he thought. "Nothing." At this time, Tsunade and Kushina, Jiraiya and Minato also appeared one after another. They were much smoother than the future. Slug Sage is easy to talk to, and it is the only beast in the wet bone forest. Bored, it is playing cards with its clones. The toad of Miyaboku Mountain is also very good. When Gamabuntan knew the idea of his partner, he tested Minato with the two brothers. After finding out that this guy is extremely awesome, he agreed to Minato's request without saying a word. Even if Minato's chakra is insufficient, just call it. It can give chakra to help. After seeing his sister, Rope Tree immediately threw away what Orochimaru teacher had just said, and he ran to his sister excitedly. He threw himself into his sister's arms and said to himself, "Sister, I don't have to die." Tsunade. She didn't quite understand what Nawaki meant, and couldn't help looking at Orochimaru. What's wrong with him? Could it be that he was stimulated by something? Orochimaru also smiled at this moment. "We found a way to get Nawaki out of the God of Death." The God of Death. Jiraiya was stunned for a moment. Does it mean that Orochimaru's previous guess was correct? This. It's so unscientific. Tsunade's beautiful face suddenly became solemn. How did you solve it? Without waiting for Orochimaru to speak, Rope Tree did not hide anything and told everything that happened in Ryokai Cave. Especially when she heard that her grandfather was asked to deal with the God of Death. Tsunade's whole body was torn. She couldn't help but look at the future, her eyes full of weirdness. How did this child come up with such a wild idea? It's not scientific at all. But then again, when she was a child, Her grandmother once told her that the people who know you best are often not yourself, your relatives, your friends, but your enemies. As a Uchiha, it seems a bit scientific for little Future to think of such a solution. But letting her grandfather deal with the god of death can allow Rope Tree to get rid of the god of death's surveillance, which makes her overjoyed. She rubbed Rope Tree's hair with a smile, and said with a smile, "Brother, when you go back, you must go to grandfather's grave and thank him." Rope Tree hugged Tsunade and nodded heavily. "Yet," Tsunade continued, "and that white snake immortal, you should also thank him." "I know, sister." At this time, a little fat man came in through the door. When she pushed open the curtain, she was stunned when she saw the people inside. "Hey? You are back?" "Yeah, I just came back not long ago," Mirai replied. When they went to the 3 holy places before, Hyagarika said that she was going to report to the deputy clan leader. The deputy clan leader did not let her return to the team, but let her play freely. After thinking about it, Hyagarika felt that it would be better to stay with Wei. This is her tool to earn sign-in, and she can't let him go. In the Longdi cave. After sending Wei and the others away, the White Snake Immortal took Tianxin Shenji back to her couch and lay down. She looked at Tianxin Shenji, who was hesitant and tangled, and felt a little funny. So, she asked directly, "Are you curious about why I treat them so well, especially Uchiha Mirai?" These days, she has seen all the actions of Tianxin Shenji and knows what she thinks. Hearing this, Tianxin Shenji hurriedly bowed and nodded in response, "Yes, Lord White Snake, the 3 of us sisters are very curious." She was not surprised that the White Snake Immortal would ask this, because in the Ryokai cave, nothing could be hidden from the White Snake Immortal, the master. The White Snake Immortal smiled, and his narrowed eyes widened slightly. "Uchiha Mirai. This little guy will bring great changes to the ninja world." Back then, that old toad invested in the 6-path sage, ended the reign of terror of the goddess of the rabbit, and created the current ninja world. And Uchiha Mirai, at this point, the White Snake Sage turned his head and looked somewhere, where the ninja world was. He will end the ninja era and create a new future. Hearing this, Tianxin Shenji's breathing froze, and her pupils gradually dilated. She never expected that the White Snake Sage would say such a thing. End the entire ninja era? What does he want to do? Does he want to destroy the entire ninja? Thinking of this, her expression was a little horrified. The body shook, and it was almost a little unstable. Looking at her like this, the White Snake Immortal sighed and shook her head, saying, "Don't worry, he is reforming, not destroying. The benefits that we Longdi Cave will get from investing in him in the future will far exceed your imagination." As she said that, she closed her eyes and lay down lazily. "Go, give the Dragon Ball to that little white snake. The future reforms will need its help." Tianxin Shenji left. Like a walking corpse, her mind was still buzzing. So much so that the White Snake Immortal was going to give the little white snake the Dragon Ball, the treasure of the clan, which was far less shocking than what she heard just now. Chapter 287. The next morning. As soon as the kids in the future got up, they noticed the solemnity in the air. Although it was early in the morning, the atmosphere was extremely depressing, and everyone's eyes revealed a solemnity. "What's wrong?" Rope Tree opened the tent, rubbed his confused eyes, and asked in confusion. Future got up very early, and he was sharpening his knife at the door of the tent. "I heard that the rock ninja seemed to have made some moves, and it is expected that they will attack this side soon." As he said this, he picked up a handful of water again and sprinkled it on the mad sword. His blood drink was still in his mother's hands. When he lent it to her to kill the enemy last time, he was not in a hurry to get it back. And the mad sword was enough for him to use, and the chakra conduction ability of the blood drink was not very effective for him. Hearing what the future said, Rope Tree paused rubbing his eyes, and his originally confused mind became alert at this moment. "Then why are you sharpening the knife? Why don't you get ready? Can't you see I'm sharpening the knife?" Mirai said without turning his head, which made Nawaka stunned for a moment. When he reacted, he couldn't help but give himself a slap. "Damn, I was confused in sleep. The strength of the future lies in the knife." As he said, he turned and entered the tent and began to organize his own combat supplies. At this time, Rika and Kushina also walked out of another tent. They were girls with delicate minds, and with Hyagarika's white eyes, they naturally noticed that the atmosphere was wrong before the future. So the 2 little girls were ready. Minato also walked out of the tent while tying up the ninja bag. As we all know, the atmosphere is contagious. Minato felt his hands shaking at this moment. The kind that can't be stopped. The heart was also pounding. I guess the other friends are the same. Even the future is the same. Otherwise, he wouldn't be sharpening the knife here, but hugging him and wandering around. Future, it seems that you are not calm. He smiled bitterly and walked to Future and squatted down. Hearing this, Future looked at him and sighed, yes, that's why I sharpen my knife. This is Future's first time on the battlefield. It was just a small fight before, but this time, the atmosphere in the camp alone made him feel his breathing was suppressed. It seemed that even the air was tense. At this time, Tsunade came over. She held 4 scrolls in her hand and handed them to Future, Minato, and Kushina one by one. Hey? Where's Rope Tree? Tsunade frowned and asked. He just went to pack up the battle supplies. Minato replied. Future didn't sharpen his knife at this moment. There were so many people here, and he couldn't sharpen his knife calmly. He looked at the scroll in his hand and asked in confusion, what is this? When Tsunade heard Minato's words, her face was extremely dark. It was already so late, and Rope Tree was still so slow. This kind of character must be changed, otherwise he will die on the battlefield sooner or later. However, after hearing what Mirai said, she stopped and explained first, this is a temporary chakra storage scroll that the 3 of us made together last night. It has no effect, it just provides you with the chakra you need for spiritual communication. And the validity period is only 12 hours. Once the validity period is over, the chakra inside will dissipate. But now it only has a validity period of 6 hours. The chakra in the scroll is their respective chakra. After injecting chakra last night, they went to rest and restore chakra. That's why it only has this validity period. Mirai looked at the scroll and thought. It seems that even if there is no rock ninja attack today, the teacher and others are going to attack the rock ninja. Thinking about it, Noeka lifted the curtain and walked out. When he saw Tsunade alone, he was obviously stunned. Hey, sister, why are you here? They were staying in Orochimaru's tent, and last night Orochimaru went to Jiraiya's tent. The tents of the 3 ninjas were not together, but were evenly distributed in all directions of the camp. This way, even if someone attacked the camp, they had someone in Konoha who could quickly command the battle. So Orochimaru's tent was of good specifications and had built-in sound insulation. Naturally, Rope Tree didn't hear anything. Seeing him so lazy and not nervous at all, Tsunade was immediately furious. She took a few steps forward and grabbed his ear. There was a look of disappointment on her face. Rope Tree, when will you change your personality? It's urgent now, and you still have time. Rope Tree was pinched and screamed in pain. He didn't dare to struggle too much, so he could only follow his sister's strength. He cried out in pain, hiss. It hurts, it hurts. I'm not listless, I just dreamed about Grandpa last night. After hearing this, the few people were stunned. Dream about Grandpa? Does it mean that the first generation of Musama sent a dream to Rope Tree? This made Tsunade stunned, and her hand couldn't help but let go of his ear, and she said in a daze, Grandfather is looking for you. The moment Tsunade let go, Rope Tree hurriedly left her position. He rubbed his ear and said resentfully, yes. But thinking of the dream last night, Rope Tree suddenly became excited, and even his ears didn't hurt anymore. Sister, Future, let me tell you, my grandpa is really amazing. Guess what happened last night? Looking at his excited face, he wanted to keep it a secret. Tsunade raised her hand silently, everything was unspoken. If you dare, keep talking. Rope Tree was instantly scared and serious. He quickly continued, I dreamed of my grandfather last night. He said he knew the whole story from the White Snake Immortal. You didn't know it at the time. When I saw my grandfather, I was so excited. I kowtowed to him on the spot. He scratched his head and said with some complacency, after seeing me kowtow, my grandfather immediately praised me with a smile, saying that I had the demeanor of the old man. Asterisk. Looking at his smug expression, Tsunade's fist hardened again. Tsunade. Speak to the point. He said this word by word, and every word was spoken very hard, which made Noeka shiver uncontrollably. His hair stood up, and even his bones trembled a little. Oh no, my sister is really angry. Thinking of this, he immediately came to his senses and cut to the chase. Grandpa saw the god of death next to me, immediately pulled me behind him, and then performed a palm technique that fell from the sky. The god of death who was targeting me didn't even fart, and he was killed by Grandpa's thousand-handed Buddha. After hearing this, Minato and others were incredulous. Even Kushina, who believed in the existence of the god of death, was shocked and speechless. Why does this feel like listening to a heavenly book? But Mirai said easily, sure enough, the strength of the first generation of Musama is not even a match for the god of death. When he thought of this plan, he thought that with the strength of Senju Hashirama, it would be easy to control the god of death in the Pure Land. Because Senju Hashirama's strength is too strong. So strong that even in the Fourth War, he, who was in the body of the impure world, could not fully exert his strength. Otherwise, why would the two pillars be the only ones to lead the way in the early stage? Tsunade came to a conclusion. In other words, you won't be blown up. Nangshu nodded heavily and replied, yes, sister. As he said that, he took out a detonating talisman on the spot and set up a simple trap on the spot. Then he destroyed the detonating talisman. Under the expectant eyes of everyone, he walked past the trap leisurely. He was quite confident in his grandfather's strength. And last night, his grandfather also told him a lot of things. He also asked about the recent situation of Konoha. Naturally, he also experimented with the detonating talisman. Sure enough, there was no explosion again. Seeing that rope tree was safe and sound, Tsunade couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. The whole person was much more relaxed. That's good. I didn't expect that Grandpa, who had fought for a lifetime, would still worry about us younger generations after going to the Pure Land. She said sadly. At this time, a ninja flashed quickly, and he said to Tsunade solemnly, Tsunade-sama, Elder Danzo asked you to go to his tent to discuss matters. The expression on Tsunade's face quickly turned into a heavy one. I know, I'll go there right away. After saying that, she looked at the 5 people in the future. If I'm right, the war will start soon. Once the war starts, you must not rush to the core battlefield head first, and you must do what you can, understand? As she said, she looked straight at Shenshu. She was very relieved about the future, but she was worried about her silly brother. I know. Sister, don't worry, I won't mess around. Shenshu said hurriedly. Tsunade looked at him deeply, and when she noticed the necklace on his neck, she couldn't help but pray in her heart, hoping that the necklace would bless Shenshu. Also, if the tailed beast appears on the opposite side, don't summon the summoned beast directly. Wait for our order and try to maximize the advantage. Got it. Got it. The 4 little ones nodded heavily. Get the answer after that. Tsunade came to Rope Tree. In the latter's puzzled eyes, she leaned over slightly and kissed him gently on the forehead. Her tone was a little complicated, you are my only brother, you must not get into trouble. Hearing this, Rope Tree was stunned for a moment. He looked at Tsunade a little stupidly. This was the first time he saw a weak emotion on the face of his always strong sister. His heart couldn't help but be pulled, and he nodded heavily, Sister, don't worry, I can't bear to leave you alone in this world. Hearing this, Tsunade smiled at him, and said nothing more, and hurried to Danzo's tent. Chapter 288. 10 minutes after Tsunade left, there was a big movement in the camp. Many ninjas received orders from their captains, rushed out of the tents and ran towards the gate. Only Mirai and his men were left there, somewhat at a loss. Rope Tree asked first, what should we do? Although they were already ninjas, they had not been assigned to other teams. In other words, they were still free. Minato thought about it and suggested, why don't we go to the commander's tent? The so-called commander's tent is the command place of the camp. There, the commander is in charge of the overall situation. Mirai touched his chin, thinking about Minato's suggestion, and soon he shook his head. No, that place is not suitable for us, and we will easily be regarded as errand boys if we go there, even if Orochimaru and his teachers have said hello. Who made them too young, those adults will easily look down on them. He went on to say, I guess the reason why the teacher and the others didn't put us in the team is to let us play freely. This remark actually woke up Minato and the others, and reminded them of the last Konoha defense battle. You are right. Minato echoed, we acted alone last time, so we could discover and stop the Sand Ninja's backup plan. I guess it will be the same this time. I think the future analysis makes sense. Our biggest task is to summon the summoned beasts from the 3 holy places to help, so it is best to be free. Kushina said, and she looked at the gate. There were many people gathered there, some of them directly climbed over the fence and rushed towards the direction of the rock ninja. She went on to say, and the place where we command is the target that the enemy focuses on, and we will become a burden if we go there. Her words made everyone nod their heads. This is so reasonable. So the answer is obvious. We just need to fight on the edge of the battlefield. Future's words made the other 4 people agree. Without saying anything, they followed the team and ran out of the camp. Shenshu, who had been unable to get a word in, had the opportunity to ask when no one spoke, why should we rush in so directly? We can't set traps or something to avoid a head-on battle with the opponent. Hearing this, the 4 were speechless. It was Kushina who kindly explained to him, Brother Rope Tree, we are now engaged in a large-scale group battle, and after so many battles, the rock ninja must be familiar with our fighting style. Even if you want to set up traps and want to consume the opponent's strength first, it is very difficult, because the opponent's ninjas must have strong people leading the way. Any clues will be discovered by the opponent. Now at most, we can use strategies such as split troops to attack, flank attack, interception from behind, and 3-point encirclement. Traps and the like may not necessarily achieve the expected effect. After this explanation, Rope Tree immediately understood. So that's it. The Future, who was leading in front, couldn't help rolling his eyes. Brother, I asked you to study, but you insisted on picking up girls. Now you are worried about your IQ. Hearing the Future, Rope Tree was immediately unhappy. Who are you talking about? I was the top student in the ninja school. Bullshit. Mirai immediately said, my sister is the top student. You are the last one at best. Minato looked at the angry Mirai and couldn't help but laugh. This guy is like this. Once it comes to his sister, he will get excited immediately. In his eyes, Sister Honghong is the best girl in the world. Although this is true. Is this considered Honghong blowing? Behind Konoha, Tsunade and the other 2, plus the heads of various families, all gathered here. When Uchiha Zhang noticed the actions of the team in the Future, a gleam of light flashed in his eyes. Uchiha Future, the son of the 6th son of Dezhuang, is much more upright than his father. At first, he thought that Dezhuang was a simple-minded guy like everyone else, but he didn't expect that the 6th son would be so good at pretending that he even deceived him, an elder. But it's good, one bright and one dark, which is only good for the development of Uchiha, not bad. Hyuga deputy clan leader suddenly said, Zhang clan elder, your clan disciple, Uchiha Future, doesn't seem to have returned to your Uchiha team. Zhang clan elder smiled faintly, they have other tasks, and he is so young. Once he contacts my Uchiha, it will not be good for him. For Uchiha Future not coming to him, and returning to the Uchiha clan, he was not angry, but looked up to him. He glanced at him. This little guy obviously inherited his father's wisdom. Uchiha is now a thorn in the eyes of the rock ninja, because these days, they have truly experienced the horror of the Sharingan. On the battlefield, many people want to get the eyes of Uchiha, even some of his own people have evil thoughts. So after each battle, he restrained his clansmen and tried not to go out, so as not to be provoked and caught. Fortunately, some people are cautious and not too blatant. Once Uchiha Mirai enters the Uchiha camp, he will definitely be noticed by the rock ninja's spies. They can't deal with adults, but they can't deal with children. And Mirai is so young, he can be tied to the village, as long as he is stimulated to open his eyes, and then he can be detained for his own use. Moreover, the Uchiha who lost his eyes can be used again, that is, to give birth to offspring with women in the village. Maybe decades later, the rock ninja will have another Uchiha clan. Besides, Uchiha Mirai is now the disciple that Orochimaru values the most, and he has a tendency to surpass Nawaki. It would be much better to let him hang around in the Konoha camp. Even if that guy wants to take action, he will be cautious of Orochimaru. This is why he did not take the initiative to approach Mirai. However, when he saw Mirai's position in the team, he couldn't help but raise his mouth. A disciple of Jiraiya, a disciple of Tsunade, a member of the Hyuga branch family, and a young master of the Senju clan. These are the top second-generation children in the village. But they all focus on Mirai. When they grow up, Mirai will have more advantages. At that time, even if Fugaku cannot win the position of Hokage, Mirai will definitely be the 5th-generation Hokage. Everything is moving in a good direction. Orochimaru looked at the 5 future people who had followed Konoha and rushed out of the camp gate. The corners of his mouth could not help but rise a few degrees. Jiraiya noticed this scene and smiled with relief. It seems that they understand our intentions. Orochimaru nodded slightly and said nothing. And Tsunade did the same. This time was a test. They all wanted to see what these 5 little guys would do. Would they ignore her words and rush directly to the front or the core position? Or come directly to them? But at this moment, it seemed that they had obviously seen through the test of themselves and others. In this case, we will be relieved. Tsunade crossed her arms and smiled slightly. Well, then let's go too. Orochimaru said, and rushed forward. Soon he passed everyone and came to the leading position. The leaders of other tribes also set off and ran towards their respective teams. Soon, only Danzo and his roots were left. He narrowed his eyes and looked at Orochimaru at the front of the team. He was so dazzling, like an arrow, leading everyone to the future. Indistinctly, he already had some of the temperament of a leader. And at the back of the team, the kid called Uchiha seemed to have some of Orochimaru's temperament. Also he is the leader of the team. Maybe he will become a leader like Orochimaru in the future. Thinking of this, he had a blank expression on his face, but the cane in his hand was slightly inserted into the ground. Behind him, Abarame Ryoma said softly, "Sir, do you want us to?" Danzo understood what he meant, that is, whether to take the opportunity to make this little guy a member of the Naja group. In recent events, his family is the most active. However, thinking of the upcoming battle and the need for Orochimaru's ability to help him with his own research, he finally shook his head. "Don't worry about him, he is still young, we have plenty of time." Abarame Ryoma heard this and took a step back. "Yes. Let's go too, this time we must completely repel the rock ninja." The masked men behind him immediately shouted in a deep voice, "Yes, Lord Danzo." After Danzo nodded, he led them to rush in another direction. Their mission is to attack from the side. Chapter 289. Sand Village Camp. Cho was very happy because according to Lei Xiao, he recently contracted a big snake. He was one of the senior officials of Ryokai Cave, and his strength was above Wan Shi. In other words, they had one more master. So after the wounded had basically recovered, she ordered again to attack Konoha. Hearing this, the other sand ninjas were a little numb. It was like this every time, but they were defeated by Konoha every time. It was okay once or twice, but it was like this every time, their morale had been beaten. And many people began to complain privately. They said that Cho did this just to use their lives to help her revenge. If Chiyo's medical skills were not good and she often helped the wounded. She had a high prestige in the camp, maybe the current sand ninjas would have exploded long ago. Cho originally walked out of the tent with joy, but when she saw the numb expressions of everyone in the camp, her mood sank directly. The sand ninjas were almost lifeless and had no morale. If they went to the battlefield like this, Konoha would be defeated without any effort. She thought for a moment, turned around and told the people around her, "Let everyone gather, I have something to say." Yes, Elder Cho. She wanted to boost the morale of the sand ninjas. And it would be easy to boost morale now. She just had to tell the sand ninjas that Tsunade and Jiraiya were not in the Konoha camp opposite. They all went to the direction of the rock ninjas, and there was only the third Hokage in the opposite camp. On their side, not only did they have strong men from the village to support them, but he was also the younger brother of the third Kazekage, with great strength, and most importantly, he had also contracted the great snake of the Ryokai cave. With this strength, I believe the sand ninjas will be very excited. They, and even she, felt that they would win this battle. Konoha camp. Sarutobi Hiruzen looked at the report in his hand, frowned slightly, and a trace of worry appeared in his eyes. Next to him, stood a long-haired boy. "Third generation, are you worried about Tsunade and the others?" In the past month, he and Tsunade, as the top fighters of Konoha, naturally got to know each other, and because of their personalities, they have a good relationship. So from the initial Tsunade-sama, until now, he calls her Tsunade. Recently, he was thinking whether to let his sister worship Tsunade as a teacher. And speaking of it, there are only him, his sister, and his niece left in their family. The third generation side, Tsunade has the help of the 3 holy places, I am not too worried. At least there can be 4 more top fighters there, he is not afraid. He did not expect Jiraiya and the others to misinterpret his meaning, nor did he expect that in the future they could summon the beasts of the 3 holy places to assist in the battle. What he was afraid of was that he was here. Duan, I will try my best to hold back Cho, Ebizo, and Raimurai. The rest of the Sand Ninja puppet troops will depend on you. Kato Dan nodded after hearing this. No problem, Lord Sande. Remember, you must focus on protecting yourself. If you detect signs that the other party is using lightning escape, barrier, or sealing techniques, you must withdraw. Sande warned seriously. Duan is an ambitious young man and a firm successor to the Will of Fire. He is also the most important person to him and an excellent helper for him to check and balance Uchiha. So he doesn't want Duan to be buried on the battlefield. Yes, Lord Sande. Kato Dan responded. He has heard this countless times, but he is not unhappy, because this is what Lord Sande said because he is worried about him. Report. Hokage-sama, there is a tip-off from the Sand Ninjas. They have already started the pre-war mobilization. According to the ninjas' investigation and monitoring, Cho and the others are planning to make a final desperate struggle. The third generation and Kato Dan were stunned for a moment, and then their faces became solemn. Got it, let the people below prepare. This time, we will still win, and we will defeat the Sand Ninjas. Yes. The ninja who reported the news left with a fanatical expression. After Kato Dan hesitated for a while, he suddenly said, Mr. Third Generation, why don't you concentrate on dealing with Cho and his brother, and let me deal with the Thunder Guard? His idea is to let the third generation free up his hands and defeat Cho and the others. In this way, their own advantage will expand rapidly. The idea is a good idea, but the third generation completely disagrees. No. The third generation rejected it without thinking. The Thunder Guard is specially used to deal with you. Your spiritual body will be injured by his thunder release. Who will come then, stop their puppet army? To be honest, when he first saw the spiritualization technique, although he saw the weakness of this move, he was shocked by the words that it ignored defense. Thinking that there are so few sealers and barrier masters in this world, he may not necessarily encounter them. But after Kato Dan learned this forbidden technique, he found that the lightning ninjutsu can also hurt the spirit body. It simply made him drunk. Now it seems that this move is strong, but it also has many weaknesses. The main body is one, the sealing technique is one, the barrier is one, and the lightning ninjutsu is another. These are 4 fatal weaknesses. After Kato Dan opened his mouth, he finally said nothing. The third generation's meaning is very clear, he wants him to be the breakthrough point. And he held back the other 3 masters with his own strength. Hokage-sama is so strong, he should be able to hold back Cho and the others, so I must resolve the battle as soon as possible so that the people of Konoha can withdraw to help the third generation. On the other side. In the future, they followed the main force and had already fought with the Rock Ninja. It was still the same old routine. Soldiers against soldiers, generals against generals, and a few dirty words as an opening remark to suppress the morale of the opponent. But this time, Onoki faced Jiraiya, Tsunade stared at Han, and Orochimaru faced Lao Ziai. Onoki was flying in the air, he looked at Jiraiya who was staring at him below, and his mouth curled up slightly. You 3 ninjas are finally gathered together. I'm very curious, since Tsunade-sama, Jiraiya, both of you have come here, the third generation Hokage's side is lacking in combat power, aren't you afraid that the Sand Ninja will take the opportunity to defeat the defense line over there? Jiraiya chuckled and replied, it's not that I look down on the Sand Ninja. Even if there is one more Cho, it will not be a match for our Hokage. Oh. The third Tsuchikage laughed playfully, but according to the information I have, the Sand Ninja village has sent out a lightning ninja known as the Thunder Hand. He also has the contract summoning of one of the 3 holy places, Ryokai Cave. This is not just one lightning master, but 2. Do you still think that your teacher, the third Hokage, can stop them? Jiraiya's face did not change. They already knew about the matter of Raimurai, and Orochimaru told him last night that the White Snake Sage looked down on Raimurai's actions. If it weren't for Zinya's desperate pleading, she wanted to kick Raimurai out of the group chat of Ryokai Cave. Don't worry about it. Now we have 3 ninjas here. Lord Tsuchikage, are you ready to fail? Although Jiraiya's words were more than Orochimaru's, and seemed a little low class, his words made Onoki feel unhappy. He was suspended in the air, with his arms folded across his chest, his expression full of arrogance. Haha, you 3 are really arrogant. He hadn't seen anyone who dared to talk to him like this for a long time. Jiraiya chuckled, arrogant. Arrogance requires skills, and we just have it. As soon as these words came out, a wind called high class swept over those who heard them. All of them felt trembling all over, especially the top of their heads, which felt like they were reaching the sky. Others were excited, but the future few people behind the Konoha team couldn't help but look at each other. Rope Tree looked at the future, his face full of confusion. Future, do you think this is so sexy? And it's so familiar. Mirai also had a black line on his face. He was very sure that this was plagiarized by Jiraiya. Of course I am familiar with it. We said so when we first fought. Hey Tui. Teacher Jiraiya is really shameless. Sigma, Sigma. Although this sentence was also plagiarized by others. Dunaki didn't expect Jiraiya to say such a thing. He looked at the high momentum in the direction of Konoha and slightly restrained his smile. Konoha's morale is a bit high, and it must be suppressed. Thinking of this, he spoke again, don't be happy too early, your Konoha's combat power is almost concentrated here. Calculating the time, the Sand Ninjas should have launched a general attack on your Konoha. Do you think the third Hokage can block the attack of the Sand Ninjas? Although he repeated this, his voice was very loud, in order to let all Konoha ninjas hear it. For a moment, all the people in Konoha were stunned, and they couldn't help but think, yes, can they stop the third generation? Seeing this scene, Onoki nodded with satisfaction, and he threw the king bomb again. Before it was the little king, this time it was the big king. Although the meaning of the words is the same, the mood of the listeners is different, so the effect will naturally be different. In addition to the original combat power, the Sand Ninja also has a lightning release ninja, who not only has profound lightning release ninjutsu, but also has the summoned beast of Ryokai Cave. Your Konoha's Orochimaru can achieve what he has now, thanks to the support of Ryokai Cave. In other words, the third Hokage not only has to resist the attacks of the two puppet masters Cho and Ebizo, but your secret technique kid will be restrained by the lightning release, and his summoned beast will wreak havoc on the entire Konoha battlefield. He paused for a moment, letting the people of Konoha digest what he said. When they all understand, their morale will not be so high, but their morale will completely overwhelm the opponent. Chapter 290. Mirai and the others also heard this. Mirai's face was a little ugly at this time, and so was Minato. They all thought of a problem. On the contrary, Rope Tree said with disdain, that Lei Shao cheated to become the contractor of Ryokai Cave. The White Snake Immortal has long disliked him. He still wants to achieve the same achievements as teacher Orochimaru. Bah! It's shameless. After he was indignant, he found that no one agreed with him, which made him look at his friends in confusion. He found that their faces were not very good. He frowned and wondered, why, you don't think what the Tsuchikage said is true? Mirai pursed his lips, and he took out the scroll that Tsunade gave him. He quickly ran to the side. When he came to a wide enough open space, he opened it and put it on the ground, and quickly formed seals with both hands. At the same time, he also explained, we neglected this matter. Longdi Cave does not welcome Lei Shao, but Xianya likes the guy named Lei Shao very much. Even for him, he did not hesitate to plead with the White Snake Immortal. Once he succeeds in summoning Xianya, the pressure on the third generation will be much greater. Maybe it will be defeated by the Sand Ninja as the Tsuchikage said. As he said, the 5 seals in his hand were also completed. And what he had to do was to summon Xianya first and take the quota first. He bit his finger, letting it bleed, and then pressed his palm on the core of the array pattern on the scroll. At the same time, he shouted, Spirit Summoning Technique. The next moment, he only felt that his chakra was slightly lost, and then more chakra flowed out of the scroll. Replaced his chakra in one fell swoop. And these chakras flowed into the mysterious space along his blood contract. In just a blink of an eye, he felt that familiar place. Longdi Cave. The names of the big snakes flashed through his mind quickly. They were quickly excluded by the future. The future did not know these names, but learned their names through the blood contract on the spiritual scroll. Soon these names slid to the top. 3 goddesses, Wan Shi, King Shi, Bai Niang, and Xianye, who the future cared about the most. When he saw that the name was displayed as summonable, he breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it seems that there has been no fighting over there. So he called Xianye's name without thinking. Xianye, who was sleeping in Longdi Cave, was suddenly stunned. It raised its snake head and was a little confused. This is the call of the future master, why would he call me? Because the reverse scale was pulled out, it is now almost synonymous with gentleness, so it was easily deceived by Lei Xiao. So much so that when addressing the little guy future, he added the word adult. It thought about it and it seemed that it had nothing to do recently, and Lei Xiao rarely asked for help from it. More importantly, the person called Uchiha Future was the one that the White Snake Immortal valued the most. Even for him, he gave the family treasure Dragon Ball to the little white snake with average qualifications. It is conceivable how high Uchiha Future's status is in the heart of the White Snake Immortal. Thinking of this, its eyes flashed. If I can build a good relationship with the future master, then I can influence the White Snake Immortal through him, so that she can change her opinion of Lei Xiaojun. It muttered to itself, and its snake eyes sparkled. Without saying a word, it agreed to the call in its heart. The next moment, it turned into smoke and dissipated in the depths of the Longdi cave. Towards the rock ninja. In the scene where Konoha looked ugly and the rock ninja was excited. Following a slightly childish voice and the sound of smoke, everyone subconsciously looked towards the smoke. Then they were all stunned. A huge snake with dark red body and eyes appeared in the field. It was very large, and its head was 30 or 40 meters high. And on top of its head stood the future. This incident directly caused the battlefield to fall into a dead silence, and everyone stared at this scene in a daze. What is that? What a big snake, its gall must be very nutritious. Is this a snake? A big red snake? I know who it is. Someone immediately got excited. Tell me, who is it? Don't keep us in suspense, now is not the time for you to show off. Fortunately, the Konoha ninja who knew about it didn't waste any words, and he quickly told everything he knew. Back then, there was a man in the sand village who summoned a red snake to help him fight. Before we didn't care, but combined with what the Tsuchikage said just now, it was obviously the summoned beast of the sand ninja named Raimurai. It's just that because it's the contracted beast of the Ryokai cave, our people can also summon it. Hearing his words, many people's eyes suddenly lit up, and even the heaviness on their faces was replaced by a touch of ecstasy. You mean, the person named Raimurai can't summon this red snake? That's right, there is only one summoned beast, whoever summons it first has the first control, unless the time of the summoned beast is up and it returns to its habitat, it can be summoned again. His words quickly spread among thousands of Konoha ninjas. After hearing this, everyone was so excited that they could not express it in words. Doesn't this mean that Konoha has one more fighter, while Sand Ninja has one less fighter? This is almost what everyone thinks. Jiraiya looked at all this, with a slight smile on his face. Although the future summoned the beast in advance, resulting in little effect of the surprise attack later, it is undoubtedly a good medicine for Konoha's morale. He looked at the direction of the rock ninjas. How excited they were before, how ugly they are now. And Onoki's face almost. He looked towards the direction of the red snake with a sullen face. He also saw the child standing on the red snake's head. There was no mark on the child, so he couldn't tell whose child it was. And looking at his height, he was only a little shorter than himself. He looked only 7 or 8 years old. Is he suffering from dwarfism like me? He didn't believe that such a young child would have such a huge amount of chakra to summon this red snake. Orochimaru put one hand on his waist, looked at Onoki calmly, and then said, "Look, do you still have a chance of winning like this?" As he said that, he didn't give Onoki a chance to speak, to prevent him from saying something to encourage the rock ninja. While the rock ninjas were all excited, he waved his hand. "Attack, victory will eventually belong to our Konoha." Oh! Instantly, all the people in Konoha charged and attacked the rock ninja as if they had been injected with chicken blood. Mirai climbed a tree and fixed himself on the top of Zinya's head. He was very curious about this big snake, but now was not the time to say anything else. He said, "Zinya, please help me win this battle, okay?" Although Zinya has become docile and gentle, fighting is the nature of living things. And this is the request of someone that the White Snake Immortal values. I helped him once, this is a favor. Then I can ask him to help me more and speak well of Lei Xiao. It naturally heard what Konoha said about Lei Xiao just now, but it didn't know that Lei Xiao and others were also attacking Konoha. And it's still the immortal now. So it is happy to help. No problem. As it spoke, it quickly danced and attacked the side of the rock ninja. It had rich combat experience, so it could naturally see how to attack and gain a greater advantage. Seeing this scene, the people of Konoha became even more excited. Awoo! Countless people shouted and attacked the rock ninja. And the rock ninjas all looked very solemn. There were Konoha ninjas in front, and a giant snake was attacking quickly from the side. Separate to the left and right, and used ninjutsu to consume the ninjas and snakes on the opposite side first. A commander took over Onoki's work and spoke quickly. The rock ninjas, who were originally a little panicked, quickly moved after having a backbone. Many people formed the seal of the same technique at the same time. Earth escaped 10,000 miles of earth array wall. After shouting together, countless people opened their mouths and vomited. A muddy vomit was vomited out by them. At the moment when the mud landed on the ground, the land stained by it quickly rose up as if it had eaten a deluxe version of Jinkei Law. In the blink of an eye, a huge wall of 50 meters high, 10 meters wide, and nearly 200 meters long appeared. Xianya looked at the wall in front of him, and a flash of disdain flashed across his eyes. This thing wants to stop me, how much do you look down on me? It didn't do anything, it just rushed over with brute force. Boom! In an instant, the high wall was broken by it. Just let it hit it again. Then this high wall will collapse completely. Looking at this scene in the future, he couldn't help but admire, Xianya, your strength is really not covered. You praise me, I just have muscles and scales to defend myself. Xenia replied shyly. Chapter 291. Seeing Xenia and Mirai stealing the show, Rope Tree was so excited that he couldn't help himself. Let's go too. We can't let him steal all the limelight. As he said that, he took out his scroll and was about to summon the big snake. But he was stopped by Minato. Looking at Rope Tree with a confused and puzzled face, Minato couldn't help but smile bitterly. Mirai was right, IQ is a good thing, but Brother Rope Tree doesn't want it. When the other party wanted to ask something, he said, Brother Rope Tree, we are a surprise force, it is not advisable to expose it too early. Rope Tree was stunned for a moment, and didn't quite understand. Surprise force? What does it mean? Where are we going to surprise attack? When Tsunade said the mission, Rope Tree was not at the scene, so he didn't know. But if you think about it casually, you can think of what Sister Tsunade and the others thought. Sister Tsunade thought so at the time, so she didn't tell Rope Tree. Kushina sighed and covered her forehead. She was drunk. Why didn't she realize that Brother Rope Tree's IQ could be so worrying? She explained, Brother Rope Tree, Minato means that the effect of summoning the spirit beast now is not great. The reason why Mirai hurriedly summoned the big snake just now was seeing Xenia. She also knew a little about the matter of Xenia and Lei Xiao. First, we need to occupy the quota first, so that Lei Xiao can't summon Xianye, and the other snakes in Longqi Cave will not obey his summons because of the White Snake Immortal. This will relieve the pressure on the third-generation Lord. Second, it is also to boost our morale that has just dropped. Didn't you notice that the morale of our Konoha people dropped a lot after hearing the words of the third-generation Tsuchikage? With such morale, it is impossible to exert the greatest combat power, so Xianya will be summoned in a short time in the future. Rope Tree. So, what do you want to say? Minato and the other two. Omega dash, dash omega dash, dash omega dash. They were all speechless. For some reason, I always feel that Rope Tree's IQ has begun to decrease, as if he was swallowed by something. Linghua shook her head, shook her fat cheeks, and said directly to Kushina, Minato means that we release the summoned beasts at the critical moment and catch the rock ninja off guard. In this way, the results of the battle will be maximized. After saying this, Noeki understood, and he looked at Minato and Kushina in silence. Somewhat annoyed, he blamed, why don't you say it earlier? Why say so many things that I can't understand? He turned his head and looked around. When Konoha launched the attack, they stayed where they were and did not chase after them. Minato and his men ignored Rope Tree and suggested, Kushina, although the slug has a certain combat power, it should be more of an auxiliary, so Rope Tree and I will go around the edge to the side of the rock ninja. Look for an opportunity to release the summoned beast to disrupt the rock ninja's battle rhythm, and you and Linghua are both behind the Konoha position. Hearing this, Kushina thought about it and nodded, it's okay, but it's too dangerous for only the two of you to go around the side of the rock ninja. Hearing Kushina's worried words, Minato laughed and pointed in the direction of the future. Don't worry, that wall will be the best cover for the two of us. And there is the future and Xenia to attract firepower for us, and Rope Tree and I are the safest. Hearing this, Kushina and the other two looked towards the future. Found that Xenia had already killed into the sand ninja position. Of course, because Xenia had to take care of the future, he didn't go too deep. It was just barely fighting against the left-wing group of the rock ninja. And behind Zinnia was the huge wall that wanted to intercept it. Although the length of 200 meters was a little short for the battlefield, it was enough for Minato and his men to be safe for a distance. Okay, you should pay more attention to safety. Kushina no longer obstructed anything. She also thought that Minato's suggestion was very good. Once the plan succeeded, the three sides of the rock ninja would be attacked and they would not be able to take care of the head and tail. It would be easy to be distracted. At that time, Konoha would take advantage of the situation to capture the rock ninja and defeat the rock ninja. Then they would pursue the victory and definitely beat the rock ninja back to their hometown. Well, Linghua, Nana, you two should also be more careful. With that, Minato took rope tree and moved towards the left wing of the rock ninja. Linghua opened her mouth. She wanted to ask if she wanted to help. Herbian was the top perception power, which could prevent them from encountering unnecessary trouble. But she turned her head to look at Kushina and finally sighed. Forget it, I'll just stay by her side and protect her. Now Mirai and Shinga Orokai will attack the left wing of the rock ninja alone. Minato and Rope Tree will be together, and their safety is guaranteed. Kushina is going to the rear of Konoha. As the battle intensifies, there will always be rock ninjas who will break through Konoha's position and come to the rear of Konoha. Once they see Kushina with the auxiliary, they will definitely want to kill her first. After all, it is common sense to attack the nurse first in a team battle. Even if Kushina's milk volume is only 1/10 or 20 times that of Tsunade, even if it is entirely dependent on the slug's own treatment. But it is still treatment, which will improve Konoha's endurance combat capability. Staying by her side will never let her have any problems. Sand Ninja Battlefield. Sarutobi Hiruzen fights Cho, Ebizo, and Raimurai alone. Raimurai wanted to attack the ninja who can use the soul secret technique, but he didn't expect to be stopped by Sarutobi Hiruzen. As a result, he couldn't get away at all and complete the plan made by the Sand Ninja. After a physical battle, he was kicked back by the opponent. Fortunately, Ebizo took action in time to help him relieve the force on his body, otherwise, the secondary damage alone would be enough to make him suffer. Damn, Ying is worthy of the title of Ninjutsu Professor, his strength is terrifying. Lei Xiao stood up from Ebizo's arms and sighed with a serious expression. Ebizo also smiled bitterly, I didn't expect it. They all thought that the opponent's strength was in the summoned beast, but they just didn't expect that after losing the stick, the opponent still had a superb 5-element ninjutsu. He has mastered each series of escape techniques to the extreme. Even his combination ninjutsu made himself and others suffer a lot. One of Ebizo's puppets was broken. That was an offensive puppet, but fortunately he still had a spare puppet, which made up for the lack of combat power. Cho waved her fingers, her face was terribly gloomy. She and the others had miscalculated again. Fortunately, Tsunade was not there. Even if the monkey demon replaced her, the most difficult thing about Tsunade was her healing ability. In other words, the Konoha they were facing now had no endurance at all. This was an indisputable fact. She took the time to look at her ace troops. When she saw the light flashing, her face became even uglier. At this moment, Kato Dan was already attacking with all his strength. He did not avoid the attack of the puppet at all. And the puppet could not hurt him. After all, how could real objects attack an illusory spirit? Every time a light flashed, a sand ninja would die. And the speed of their sand ninja's lightning release ninja could not keep up with Kato Dan. Every time they caught up, Kato Dan had already left. On the other side, that stick was indestructible. Any attack on it didn't leave even a mark. Instead, the opponent's ability to grow and shrink made the sand ninjas busy dealing with it. If you don't pay attention, you will be hit by the opponent's stick. Ordinary genin can't withstand a stick from it. If the sand ninjas were not very high-spirited before and were also beaten up. Even if someone fled at this moment, Cho would not be surprised. Don't say those words, Lei Xiao, summon your summoned beast quickly. If it's 1 minute later, our sand ninjas will really lose again. Lei Xiao heard this and nodded heavily. Okay, all of you get out of the way. Zinnia is very big. Prevent it from accidentally hurting you when you come out later. There are only 4 of them here, plus 20 puppets. Those sand ninjas and Konoha ninjas all tacitly avoided their fighting circle to avoid being affected. The third generation looked at Lei Xiao's actions, his face sank slightly. Although the current situation was very good for Konoha, the sand ninja was not bad either. From the battle to now, Konoha didn't know how many people were killed or injured. We must not let him summon the summoned beast," he said, and his hands quickly formed several complex seals. Fire style, Fire Dragon Bullet Technique. Earth style, Earth Dragon Bullet Technique. Combined ninjutsu, Fire Flow Earth Flame Bullet Technique. In an instant, the mud on the ground at his feet seemed to come alive and quickly showed the appearance of a dragon head. It opened its mouth wide, and countless grey-black mud balls, like cannons, quickly shot towards Lei Xiao. This was not over yet. Countless fireballs also spewed out of his mouth. The mud balls instantly combined together. From a distance, it looked like burning coal balls, emitting piercing flames, attacking Lei Xiao and the others. And there were so many of them. This move combines the burning heat of fire style and the powerful power of earth style. The attack was so powerful that the power of these two moves was greater than the sum of their parts. Seeing the fierce and numerous flaming earth balls, Cho and the other two panicked instantly. It was another combination ninjutsu they had never seen before. And the momentum of the ninjutsu was ridiculously strong. She was so shocked that she shouted loudly, "Get out of the way quickly, his ninjutsu is too powerful, and my three treasures absorption can't completely stop it." Ebizo immediately performed instant body technique and left the original position. Lei Xiao had no time to seal, otherwise he would have died. He also left quickly with a gloomy face. In the blink of an eye, there were only 3 white puppets standing in the original place. 2 of them were below, and 1 stood on the shoulder. Although 3 treasures absorption could not completely absorb and dissolve Sarutobi's combination ninjutsu, it could decompose one by one, otherwise, the sand ninja behind them would be miserable. Chapter 292. Sarutobi Hiruzen was not surprised that the 3 of them could escape the range of his ninjutsu. He ignored the Cho siblings and rushed directly towards Raimurai. He must not let him summon the summoned beast. Now both sides are still evenly matched. As time goes by, Kato Dan will always pull the balance of victory towards Konoha little by little. If the other side summons the summoned beast, then this balance will be broken. On their side, no ninja can resist the rampage of the summoned beast. I just hope that Orochimaru and his team can stop the last battle of the rock ninja led by Oniki. As long as they can stop it, they can secretly change defense at that time. Let Jiraiya come here, and he will go to Orochimaru and his team. Then launch a surprise attack and catch the other side off guard. In this way, Konoha will win. So, Orochimaru, Danzo, you have to defend. Once the rock ninjas thought that their attack was sure to win was blocked, their morale would inevitably drop a lot, and their hearts would be scattered. At that time, if I suddenly attacked, the rock ninjas would definitely lose. Lei Xiao had just landed, and before he could breathe a sigh of relief, he saw a figure throwing several shurikens towards where he was. At the same time, he quickly formed seals with both hands. Ninja Technique Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. As the last seal fell, the shurikens that originally had only 3 or 4 seemed to have given birth to a nest of iron babies in a short moment. Lei Xiao just blinked, and was shocked to find that the shurikens in front of him suddenly increased 10-fold and 20-fold. In his sight, there were dense shurikens. The air was torn apart in an instant. The originally unclear buzzing sound was unusually harsh at this moment. Fuck! Lei Xiao was scared to death when he saw this scene. There were so many shurikens, and the distance between them was only 10 to 20 centimeters, and the range was so wide that almost 100 meters around him were covered. He didn't have any defensive ninjutsu, and he couldn't escape, so how could he hide? Get down! Just as he was about to take out his kunao and prepare to take it head-on, a deep voice rang out, which made him happy. He recognized that it was Ebizo's voice. For Ebizo, the people of the Kazekage department admired him very much. This man was very capable, had a good brain, and was very resourceful. He was the think tank of their sand ninja. After hearing what Ebizo said, he immediately rushed forward. In an instant, he felt countless clanging sounds in front of his head. Is this blocked? Just by hearing the sound, he could tell that it was the sound of ninja tools hitting hard objects. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief that he didn't have to get hurt. Great! With the density just now, he couldn't completely dodge and block. Not far behind Lei Xiao, Ebizo looked at Lei Xiao lying on the ground. Seeing that he was actually in a daze, he was immediately furious. Stop being in a daze, summon quickly. Lei Xiao finally reacted after being scolded by Ebizo. He showed a trace of embarrassment on his face, but he didn't say anything, and immediately lay on the ground to make a new seal. He was about to make a seal just now, but he tried to dodge Sarutobi Hiruzen's fire and earth combined bomb, which made all his previous efforts go to waste. I won't let you succeed. The third generation naturally noticed this, and he snorted coldly, looking at the heavy puppet. It was this puppet of Ebizo that blocked Lei Xiao just now, making his shuriken attack fail. He immediately made a seal with both hands. Earth escape earth flow river. In just one breath, he finished the seal. The mud under his feet suddenly became sticky. In a moment, the ground under his feet seemed to have turned into a river, rushing towards the heavy puppet. After Cho dodged, he saw Sarutobi Hiruzen rushing towards Lei Xiao riding the wind and waved his fingers hurriedly. A puppet that relied on speed immediately rushed towards him. Sarutobi Hiruzen didn't care, as if he was not worried about being attacked by the puppet. In fact, it was true. Chiyo's puppet was the first to attack the third generation, and the mud under Sarutobi Hiruzen's feet moved. The mud quickly rose up as if it was squeezed by something, blocking the puppet. It also stopped its attack. Chiyo's face changed, and she hurriedly shouted, "Lei Xiao, leave." But Lei Xiao smiled grimly, and slapped his hands on the ground. "No need, he's finished." Spiritual technique. "Come out, Xingye." His words made Cho overjoyed instantly, and she wanted to support him. They all paused. She looked at Sarutobi Hiruzen and couldn't help laughing out loud. "Ha ha ha. Hokage. You lost. You Konoha lost. Now I want to see how you can stop our sand ninja's attack." Ha ha ha. Her voice was full of joy, and the sand ninjas around couldn't help but get excited. Hearing this, the third generation's face changed. He looked at the smug expression of Lei Xiao behind the puppet, and couldn't help sighing in his heart. Still failed to stop it. Thinking of this, he gave up the attack, immediately retreated, and distanced himself from Lei Xiao. He began to think about how to build a defense in his heart. Then 10 seconds passed. There was a silence between the four of them, and there were only the shouts of the ninjas around them. The sound of ninja tools colliding, the sound of ninjutsu exploding, the sound of wailing before death. Besides these, there was nothing else. Sandai frowned slightly. He looked around and found nothing unusual. Finally, he looked at Lei Xiao and asked in a deep voice, "You are playing me?" Cho and her brother also looked at each other in confusion, especially Cho, who had just smiled very brightly. She looked at Lei Xiao with some anger and asked, "What are you doing? Where is the summoned beast?" Lei Xiao was even more confused than them. He could feel the existence of Xingye, but the summoning contract told him that Xingye was unsummonable. "Someone summoned Xingye, and I can't summon it again." After being shouted by Cho, he subconsciously defended himself. As he said that, a bad idea emerged in his heart. If he couldn't summon Xingye, then this battlefield battle. Ebizo's face instantly became extremely ugly. He looked at Lei Xiao and couldn't help but scolded, "Stupid, why did you say it? This is the time, even if you can't summon it, you can't say it." He hurriedly looked around. Things really happened as he guessed. All the sand ninjas who heard what Lei Xiao just said looked over here in astonishment. Their expressions all turned pale quickly and lost. The reason why they could hold on until now was that Zhou promised them before the war that she would let a big snake join the battle, which was equivalent to having a high-end combat force joining them. With hope in their hearts, they can hold on. But now, that idiot actually said that the summoned beasts could not be summoned. When hope was shattered, how could the sand ninjas still have the fighting spirit to fight? The third generation smiled happily. He looked at Lei Xiao, and then at Zhou and his sister who were pale. Finally, looking at the sand ninjas who had almost lost their fighting spirit, he couldn't help but laugh out loud. "Ha ha ha. Reimu, you can't summon the summoned beast for the time being, right? Konoha's ninjas, attack." Oh! Instantly, Konoha's momentum rose several degrees again. Instantly, at a speed visible to the naked eye, the sand ninja's front was beaten back by Konoha. Reimu sat on the ground, his face pale. It's over. If he hadn't summoned the summoned beast, he would have been responsible, but not much. But he just said that sentence out of his mind, and now, because of his words, the morale and fighting spirit of the sand ninjas have dissipated, and they have no resistance. A situation of defeat has already appeared. It can be said that the main responsibility for the failure of this battle lies entirely with him. Not to mention whether the elders will let him go, the sand ninjas will not let him go either. Because this is equivalent to him letting the entire sand ninja down. But he still didn't give up, and he made a seal again, trying to summon. His consciousness quickly connected to the spiritual scroll. He hurriedly looked at the big snakes except Xianye. 10,000 snakes, I need your power. Okay, I need 1,000 living sacrifices. Lei Xiao. Damn, where can I find sacrifices? Green snake, help me. Sorry, I'm just a gatekeeper, I don't have much strength. Lei Xiao. Tian Xin Shenji. Get lost. I'm kidding, you are a human being despised by the white snake immortal, but you actually want to communicate with me. Do you want to die, or have you lived enough? For a moment, Lei Xiao felt that he was despised by a group of snakes. He was so angry that his teeth itched. Damn snakes, I will stew you all one day sooner or later. The Danzou mentioned by the third generation, now with his root ninja, quietly touched the right wing of the rock ninja. They all hid behind the rock cliffs, people can't see anything unusual. He didn't attack immediately. Instead, he watched quietly, when he saw Uchiha Mirai summon the snake without any warning. Although he didn't like Uchiha, he still appreciated Uchiha Mirai's actions. This little guy is good, he has obtained some true teachings from Orochimaru. Minato and the others understood the truth, and he naturally understood it. This kid was able to temporarily change the original plan and directly summon the summoned beast, which not only slapped the face of the rock ninja, but also increased the morale of his own side. This move is simply killing two birds with one stone. Abarame Ryoma asked, Elder, do we need to bring him into the root? Hearing this, Danzou thought for a while and shook his head, not for the time being, we finally drove Uchiha out of power, and we must not let them have the opportunity to get involved in the Anbu. To be honest, the root is also a kind of Anbu. After hearing this, Abarame Ryoma didn't say anything more. Okay, pay attention to the timing. When Minato Namikaze and the others summon the summoned beasts, we will also take action immediately, attack from both sides, and completely defeat the rock ninja. Yes. Danzou nodded, and said nothing more, but looked at the battlefield. His face returned to a calm expression, but he sneered in his heart, defend for a wave. The best defense is offense. I understand it right. Sarutobi. With such sufficient combat power, how could he listen to Sarutobi? Moreover, the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki was also on the battlefield. After all, it was called by the third Hokage. Even if there was a loss, it could not be blamed on him. He could even use this reason to make him step down. But after thinking about it, he still ordered Ryoma, go and protect the Nine-Tails Jinchuriki first. Don't release the Nine-Tails unless it is absolutely necessary. After Abarame Ryoma responded, he immediately disappeared from the spot. Although this was an opportunity, he didn't want to do it yet. Hiruzen, wait, I will take the position of Hokage back from you head on. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth slightly raised a few degrees. Hee. If I were the Hokage. Chapter 293. Onoki looked at the rock ninja who was in an unfavorable situation and his face was slightly solemn. And all these changes were caused by the man who was as short as himself. He did not attack the man directly, because there were three people staring at him. Similarly, Lao Ziyi and Han on their side did not attack either. What's the name of that guy? He looked at Orochimaru and asked. Because such a big snake, and judging from the chakra emanating from it, only Ryukadong can cultivate such a big snake. Maybe it is the top combat force of Ryukadong. That's why he asked Orochimaru, because this guy is also one of the summoners of Ryukadong. Orochimaru glanced at the future and the rampant Zinja, and the corners of his mouth rose slightly. Guess. Onoki. Guess, he hates the riddle man the most. Guess or not. At this time, the change happened again. A huge white smoke rose up from behind Konoha. In the blink of an eye, a blue and white, nearly 50-meter-long large slug suddenly appeared. Before everyone could see clearly, the slug quickly split into smaller slugs. Each one was only the size of 3 adult palms. Although these slugs crawled very slowly, they could jump. In almost the blink of an eye, this group of slugs covered 1/10 of the number of Konoha ninjas. Seeing this scene, Onoki's face changed, and he looked at Tsunade, because the slug was Tsunade's summoned beast. Since you have given the summoning beast to someone else, it seems that you are very confident that Han will win. Tsunade smiled lightly and said calmly, I have heard that there is a ninja named Han in your ninja village. He has a strange power, so I want to try and see who is stronger. As she said, she looked at the young man wrapped in red armor and wearing a hat. I guess you are Han. Han did not answer, but looked at Tsunade with great vigilance. To be honest, Tsunade put a little more pressure on him. He thought about Tsunade's strength and thought that she was a woman, how strong could she be, and Tsunade was praised by the world for her excellent medical ninjutsu, so before that, he did not take Tsunade seriously. Now it seems that he is a frog in the well. The ninjas of Konoha all know the power of slugs, and no one resisted. Some people even watched the slugs crawling slowly. He even took the initiative to pick them up and threw them to his teammates farther away. Lao Ziyi couldn't hold back any longer, he snorted coldly, Onoki, stop talking nonsense and start fighting. As he said that, he looked at Orochimaru with a bad look in his eyes. When they met just now, he noticed that the three ninjas on the opposite side had already assigned them. Especially Orochimaru, he looked straight at him as soon as he came. If it wasn't for giving Onoki some face, he would have started fighting a long time ago. Onoki didn't care at all about Lao Zi's rude behavior of even calling his name in front of the enemy. He put down his arms and looked at Jiraiya. I heard that you know a move Sage Mode, right? Jiraiya smiled lightly and nodded in response, yes, so please ask the Tsuchikage to evaluate it. As he said that, he bit his finger and quickly made a seal. Summoning technique. The next moment, when Onoki was about to prepare, two toads suddenly appeared. Without saying a word, they jumped directly onto Jiraiya's shoulders. The two toads shouted again, Ninjutsu Ryusei no Jutsu. At this time, Onoki felt something was wrong. Jiraiya disappeared from his senses in an instant. It was as if he had merged into nature, and there was no trace of him anymore. But in sight, he was still standing there motionless. For a moment, even someone as strong as Onoki felt it was difficult. He looked very solemn, is this the Sage Mode? It's even more dangerous than the rumors. Tsunade and Orochimaru both looked at Jiraiya in surprise. Unexpectedly, it took him only 3 breaths from summoning 2 sages to entering the Sage Mode, even though he had absorbed enough natural chakra in advance. But it was much faster than last time, and Jiraiya had become a little more cunning, and he actually did something unexpected. It took Onoki a while to stop him. Ha ha ha. Lord Tsuchikage, let's have a good fight. The last time they faced Hanzo, the 3 ninjas had to work together to barely survive. Now that a month has passed, he really wants to see how far do he and his companions have to go to defeat that guy? And Onoki is a good test stone. However, he did not arrogantly think that he could defeat Onoki alone. Although that guy is short, he is at least the shadow of a village and is terrifyingly strong. Onoki stopped talking and started a fight between the 6 of them with a dust release. Will looked down at the rock ninja below. They all tried every means to beat him down, but Zinnia was tough and thick, and every attack was blocked by Zinnia. Will exhaled lightly, he drew out his mad sword, and just when he was about to say something to Zinnia, he suddenly found that several figures in the rock ninja team flew up quickly. That's right, they flew up. They came directly to Will. Obviously they wanted to kill him, the psychic. Zinnia naturally noticed this scene, and his tone was a little solemn. Master Future, please go down first. I will stop them. Future knew what it meant. It was disgusted that he was here and would only become a burden and weakness to it. Without him, Zinnia could fight better. Because the previous battles were all attacks from the ground upwards, so it could defend better, but this time was different. The rock ninja obviously dispatched flying ninjas, so the future above his head would become a living target. And the kind that could not be easily intercepted. Future did not argue anything, and stood up and retreated very obediently. But before leaving, he still said, Zinnia, if you find that you can't win, retreat immediately, even if you return to Ryukai Cave, it doesn't matter. This battle is destined to be won by our Konoha. Zinnia heard it and nodded and said, okay, Master Future. After getting the answer, Future paused on his snake back and slid down quickly. Fortunately, Zinnia had been fighting on the edge of the wall. There were not many rock ninjas behind him, and even if there were, they were crushed to death by its tail. With the help of Zinnia's huge body, it was easier for Will to escape. At the corner of the wall, several Iwagakure ninjas who had survived Zinnia's sweep discovered Will at the first time. They immediately called their companions and looked at him. Will was also stunned for a moment. He didn't expect that there were still Iwagakure ninjas alive here. But when he saw them clearly, he was relieved. Most of these ninjas were genin, and there was only one chunin. Since he started cheating, Will I didn't take Chunin seriously. He immediately inserted the mad knife into the scabbard on his back, and made a drawing sword / gesture while running down. He breathed very frequently, and his eyes quickly regained calmness. 1 Chunin, 5 Genin, 2 of them are burly and should have strong physical fitness, 1 is thin and may be very agile, and the remaining 2 are average, not a concern. Soon, he analyzed the 6 ninjas who were about to intercept him below by 30% or 40%. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. Even if he didn't open his eyes, he could see the hideous smile on the other's face, and the expression as if he saw his death. Onoki was far away and didn't see the face of the future clearly at that time. He just judged from the future's body shape that he was an adult ninja with dwarfism and couldn't grow tall like him. But when the 6 rock ninjas retreated, they saw him clearly. After all, at a height of 40 or 50 meters, ordinary people might not be able to see clearly, but ninjas have good eyesight and naturally saw the real age of the future. This is a genius. Is there anything more exciting than hunting a genius? No. And at such a young age, he can summon a spirit beast, obviously he has some treasure. If they can get it. Slurp. It's exciting to think about it. The rock ninja Chunin immediately performed the prepared ninjutsu. Earth escape rock cannon technique. Hey Tui. As he said this, he immediately opened his mouth and spit in the direction of the future. His way of spitting was not vomiting, but spitting saliva and spitting. And what he spit out was not saliva and spit, but thumb-sized stones. These stones were like bullets, shooting towards the future at a very fast speed, and the air was torn apart and made a harsh sound. At the same time, they quickly grew larger during the flight, and in the blink of an eye, they were the size of a human head. Ha ha ha. Die, we can't do anything to this big snake, and we can't hurt you. The rock ninja laughed wildly, as if the future was about to die. Under normal circumstances, it was indeed the case. What can a 7 or 8-year-old child do on the battlefield, but they encountered a hanging wall. Looking at the rock shell that was about to blow him into pieces, Mirai's mouth slightly raised. Too slow. This speed is not as fast as Minato. Nor is the pressure brought to him by Minato strong. II/second stage. As he shouted this sentence, his figure blurred instantly. In the eyes of the rock ninja, it was as if he had disappeared. Chapter 294. 1 minute passed. Walai turned his back to Xianya and slowly put away his sword. 6 people were lying behind him. Don't worry, he passed away peacefully in front of the tomb. He smacked his lips twice and said to himself, alas, it seems that I can't kill them instantly without cheating. Mainly because these people are a bit tough, especially the Chunin, who actually mastered the hardening technique. 3 of his swords were blocked by the other party. Obviously he hasn't practiced yet. 1 minute is a long time, but not too long. But 1 minute is enough to do a lot of things. For example, open a certain reading software, type 50 words, or see a favorite novel and reward 1 or 2 cents. He looked back at Xianye. There are many rock ninjas on the city wall, rock ninjas. They were all petrified by Xianye's venom. Because of the large number, there is no place to stay on the city wall, and standing on the city wall, it is easy to become Xianye's attack target, so those rock ninjas gave up here. Focus on attacking in front of Xinya. Xinya's rear is more dangerous. Its tail often swipes and kills a large number of people. This gives the future an opportunity to slip away. He looked around and decided not to waste time. He should go back to his camp first. It took him a minute to deal with these people without cheating. If he was surrounded by those rock ninjas, he would be exposed. Moreover, there is another person who covets their Uchiha on this battlefield, Shimura Danzo. If he wastes too much time, he will definitely be tempted by the other party. After making a decision in his heart, he touched the corpse for a while. Unfortunately, there were only ninja tools and silver, nothing else. He spit twice with disgust and immediately ran to the back of Konoha. Just now, he saw the huge slug above Zinya's head. It should be summoned by Kushina. Then he will go there to meet them. As for Minato and Rope Tree, well, if they were just wandering around, their lives would not be in danger at all. Minato was stronger than him, and his strength was higher. Although Rope Tree was a little weaker, he was not panicked with the strange power fist in his hand. Soon, he saw Kushina and Hyagaraika. At this moment, they were throwing slugs into the distance to help them attach to the ninjas farther away. Higarika and the others also saw the future, and their eyes lit up immediately. You are back, you are not injured. It's okay, Zinya's defense is very strong, I didn't even get hit by any attack. That's good. Kushina looked up and down at the future, and found that he was not injured, and she felt relieved. At this time, Rika gave him a slug. Recover first. The future did not refuse, although he did not consume much. After taking the slug, he put it on his shoulder and looked at the battlefield. The battlefield was very fierce at this moment, with countless shouts, collisions, and screams resounding through the world. There were also countless explosions. The air seemed to freeze. The smell of blood and the burnt smell of explosions filled the entire battlefield. Especially in the center of the battlefield. Teacher Orochimaru and the three people on the opposite side were fighting extremely fiercely. The aftermath of the battle alone blew away many weak ninjas. Higarika thought he was worried about the safety of Minato and the others, so she said, "Don't worry about them. The two of them are self-aware and have not gone deep into the battlefield. They are still circling around the periphery." Hearing this, Mirai couldn't help but look at her and found that her veins were exposed at the corners of her eyes. Obviously, she was watching the actions of Minato and the others from afar. He asked curiously, "Where are they?" Kushina also looked at her curiously. To be honest, she was a little worried about Minato's safety. Higarika pointed to the left and rear direction of the rock ninja. She said, "They moved from the edge of the battlefield to the back of the rock ninja." "Hey!" she exclaimed in surprise. Without waiting for Kushina to ask, she hurriedly said, "Minato and the others have met their opponent. It's a blasting ninja. Every punch they throw will cause an explosion." After hearing this, Mirai's face darkened. It looks like they are from the Rock Ninja Explosion Unit. He had just seen the Rock Ninja's flying unit, and he withdrew in order not to drag down Shinga. In fact, he was indeed a burden. Without him, Shinga was completely liberated. It rushed back and forth among the Rock Ninja, and even ran to the battlefield of Orochimaru and the others. After using two skills to harass Onoki and the others, it killed them back. It can be said that the situation is very good. Kushina looked a little worried at this time, and she suggested, "Why don't let's go to Minato to help out?" Although Minato is very strong, due to his age, his endurance is very poor and he can't last long. Although he has the strength to kill ordinary jonin, he will be exhausted after killing a few. After thinking for a while, Mirai nodded and said, "Let's go." Just as they were about to leave, a black figure, a ninja wearing a Konoha forward protector, stopped them. He said coldly, "Uzumaki Kushina, you can't go." Seeing this strange ninja, but dressed as a Konoha Anbu ninja, Kushina's face darkened and asked, "Why?" The man was a Bearmei Ryoma, and he said coldly, "You should be clear about your identity. If you go berserk, we can only ask Lord Uzumaki Mito to take action." "You?" Kushina was furious, her face turned gloomy and ugly. "Let Grandma take action? Isn't that the same as letting Grandma die?" Ryoma ignored her emotions and continued coldly, "You know the importance of that thing to Konoha, and its strength is so strong, do you think we have the ability to reseal it?" Hearing this, Kushina's face became even uglier. This is a threat. She doesn't believe that the people here can't seal the sealed Nine Tails. Because it is already sealed, it will be much easier to get the Nine Tails back into the sealed space. But she doesn't dare to gamble. And she hasn't heard of other masters of sealing techniques here. The most likely one is the third Hokage, but he is not here. And Sister Tsunade. Although they have used sealing techniques, they are all conventional sealing techniques. She doesn't know whether Sister Tsunade and others can seal the Nine Tails back into her body. As for the root, she doesn't know much, and she doesn't know if there are any sealed ninjas. Looking at the stalemate, Mirai thought for a while and said, "Kushina, I'll go to Minato alone." Originally, he didn't plan to go to the rear of the Rock Ninja, but if it was for Minato. His words made Kushina silent for a moment, and she suddenly looked at Rika. Requested, "Rika-chan, please go with Mirai, they should need your help. Bun is the best weapon to find people, and the Nine Tails once told her that there is a mysterious power in Rika's eyes, plus Minato told her last time that Uchiha Mirai was beaten by Rika. So Rika-chan hid her strength. Mirai's power is very strong, but she can see that Mirai doesn't want to expose his trump card, so letting Rika go with him can better help them." Hearing this, Higarika subconsciously looked at a Bearmei Ryoma, and said with a slightly worried tone, "Then you." Kushina knew what he was worried about, and she also glanced at Aberame Ryoma. This man is very cold and expressionless, like a machine. Don't worry, he won't hurt me. This is what the Nine-Tails ability told her. Although the man in front of her was cold, he had no intention of harming her at the moment. Future frowned. His original intention was to send Kushina to a crowded place in Konoha, but from what Kushina said, she obviously planned to be with this man. He couldn't help but ask again, "Are you sure?" "Yeah." Kushina nodded heavily. Expressed his thoughts. "Okay, you guys go quickly, I'm afraid Minato and the others can't hold on for long." Hearing this, Future subconsciously looked at Rika. Knowing what he meant, Hyuga Rika turned her head and looked in the direction of Minato. His expression suddenly froze a little. Oh no, another explosive ninja rushed over. Future's face sank. What? Haven't they dealt with the ninja just now? No, Minato's raised nan was resisted by the opponent. This man is at least the best among the Jonin, and he also mastered a very strong defensive ninjutsu. Hearing this, Mirai didn't care to think too much, and immediately looked at Aberame Ryoma. Then he said to Kushina, "Don't worry, I will let Rika keep an eye on you." Aberame Ryoma glanced at him lightly, and he heard that this guy was warning him not to do anything to hurt Kushina. After Mirai finished speaking, he took a last look at the two of them, and then ran away with Rika. Chapter 295. With the help of Hyuga Rika, the two of them avoided a lot of unnecessary troubles and rushed towards Minato. At this time, Noeke was competing with an Uegakuer. The strength of both sides was almost equal, and the ground under their feet had cracks. However, if you look closely, you can see that the Uegakuer still has some strength, while Noeke's face has turned red. One used 90% of his strength, and the other used all his strength. The difference between the two sides was obvious. Minato took the opportunity to deal with the ordinary ninjas who wanted to surround him, that is, the genin category. To deal with them, he didn't need to use the raise nan, just wipe their necks with the kunao. His speed was so fast that you could only see a yellow line, and he was already in another place. After dealing with this wave of ninjas, Minato didn't stop at all. He raised his hand and condensed the raise nan, quickly ran behind the explosive Uegakuer, and pressed it on the back of his head. Rasengan. The explosive rock ninja did not dodge, he just squinted his eyes. The color of his head was a little darker, with a faint metallic luster. Bang! A violent explosion came from between the two of them, and in an instant, Minato was blown back. Not to mention him, even Rope Tree was affected. Even though Rope Tree was blocked by the explosive rock ninja, he was blown back by the airflow of the explosion. The opponent took the opportunity and pushed him back and flew out. At this moment, Rope Tree's face became extremely ugly. Damn it, he is so strong, his defense is so high, and his attack power is even stronger. How can we fight him? Minato was also blown away by the shock wave generated by the explosion, and his face was uglier than Rope Tree. He did not expect that the ninja in front of him was so strong. Many times stronger than the Jonin they had killed. In the explosion flames, the explosion rock ninja's contemptuous words came, "You two are indeed geniuses. If you were allowed to grow up for 2 or 3 years, I might not be your opponent, but now, you die." As he said, he rushed out of the explosion flames and rushed towards Rope Tree. Of these two boys, one is fast and has mastered at least A-level ninjutsu. If he hadn't been forced by his father to practice hardening techniques since he was born, which greatly improved his defense, he might really be sent away by the opponent's ball. The other one is so powerful that if he wasn't 3 times older than him, he would probably be overwhelmed by the opponent. So he wanted to defeat them one by one, starting with the powerful boy in front of him. In his hands, special chakra gathered. This chakra is extremely unstable. Once touched, it will explode. It is the secret of their blasting team. The Minato who was blown away looked very ugly. He couldn't stop at all, so how could he rescue Rope Tree? Rope Tree also saw the other party's rushing action, and he was almost scared to death. This guy clearly wanted to kill him, and he didn't want to fall into his trap. Even the god of death can't kill me, who do you think you are? Since he was blown up by the detonating talisman countless times last time, he has been very angry. Although the god of death was killed by his grandfather, at this moment, facing the explosive rock ninja who wanted him to die, this anger also came out. After he roared, he raised his hand and waved, "Shadow Snake Hand." Instantly, 2 big snakes as thick as thighs immediately popped out from the sleeves of his 2 hands. They all opened their mouths wide, revealing sharp teeth, and bit towards the rock ninja. Seeing this, the explosive ninja's mouth flashed with disdain, and he didn't dodge or avoid, but rushed over directly. In an instant, the two collided with each other. The big snake aimed at his neck and bit it hard. Unfortunately, the hardening technique of the explosive rock ninja could even resist Minato's raise nan. The bite force of the snake could not pierce the opponent's skin at all. Seeing this scene, Rope Tree's face did not change, and the snake in his hand immediately changed the attack method. Changed from biting to tying. In the blink of an eye, the two snakes strangled him tightly. Even his feet were tied up and unable to move, completely making him lose the ability to move. After seeing this scene, Rope Tree breathed a sigh of relief. Finally, this dangerous guy was controlled, otherwise, he would probably be dead. At this time, Minato also rushed up. He looked at the rock ninja who was strangled by the snake in front of him, and there was still fear on his face. "I was scared to death just now, I thought you were going to die." Rope Tree smiled bitterly, "I almost thought too I'm going to die." After saying that, the two wanted to finish off the opponent, but they suddenly found that this guy actually laughed. It was as if he was not a fish on the chopping board, but a chef holding a knife. "Hee hee, ha ha ha. Not bad, you guys are really good. Judging from this move, you should be a disciple of Orochimaru. If you don't use a knife, then you must be called Senju Rope Tree. I shouldn't be wrong." After saying this, Minato's face changed slightly. He actually guessed Rope Tree's identity. You know, the symbols on their bodies have been changed, and they only wear forehead protectors. Ordinary people can't recognize it at all. But this guy actually guessed Rope Tree's identity with just one move Shadow Snake Hand. It seems that his status in the Rock Ninja is not low. So he can get more information. The young master of the Senju clan, ha ha ha. I have fought for the Rock Village for more than 20 years in my life, and I have been born and died dozens of times. I deserve this great credit. I'm in a good mood, so I'll let you know my name. I'm the captain of the Rock Ninja Demolition Corps, a jonin, named Toranashuk. Little yellow-haired boy, after you die, if the King of Hell asks you, you'll know who killed you." As he spoke, his muscles bulged, and several blue veins bulged on his skin that were visible to the naked eye. He shouted, causing Minato and the others' eardrums to hurt. "Break it for me." The next moment, in the horrified eyes of Rope Tree and the others, he broke the two big snakes in an instant. In an instant, the snake blood was all over his body. His dark skin was covered with scarlet, like a demon from hell, crawling onto the earth. After breaking free from the restraints, he quickly formed seals with both hands, and rushed towards Minato and Rope Tree with a grin. Earth Escape Fist Explosion Kill. After the seal, two very obvious chakras appeared on his hands. A chakra aura that was even more unstable than before instantly swept around. The power that seemed to blow up even the space made Nawaki and Minato feel their scalps tingling, and a fear of death instantly enveloped their hearts. Shadow Snake Hand. At this moment, the two of Mirai finally arrived. When he noticed this scene, he immediately threw out two big snakes, bit the back collars of Rope Tree and Minato, and pulled them over. At the same time, two kunai wrapped with detonating talismans were thrown out by Hyagaraika and directly inserted into the ground between Toranashuk and Minato. Toranashuk originally thought that this attack was a sure win, but he didn't expect such a change to happen. He hurriedly dispersed the chakra in his hands and covered his cheeks with both hands. Just a quick glance, he saw the quality of the detonating talisman, which was a top-grade detonating talisman. One was enough to produce the power to blow up the stone bridge. What's more, there are two here. Even if the power is not superimposed, if he doesn't defend with all his strength, he might really be injured. Boom! Just when he did all this, the detonating talisman exploded. In an instant suddenly, the flames of the explosion covered an area of more than 20 meters in radius, and even produced a small mushroom flame. It was unknown how far the explosion damage affected. At least the Future and the others, who were 100 meters away from him, had to find shelter to avoid the shock wave. Fortunately, the rock ninjas who were close were dealt with by Minato in advance, otherwise, with their speed, they would not be able to react at all and would be killed again by the detonating tags. When Minato and Nawaki heard the words Shadow Snake Hand, they breathed a sigh of relief. They knew who was coming. The two were pulled behind the rock by the Future, and after avoiding the shock wave of the explosion, they stood up and looked at the fire. The flames and dust there did not dissipate for a while, so they could not see what happened to Toranashuk. Nowaika patted his chest with lingering fear. The flame just now was directly brushing my nose. I almost thought I was going to die. When the explosion occurred just now, although they were pulled back in advance, their speed was obviously not as fast as the flames spread by the explosion. If the power of the explosion was not limited, the two of them would have been swallowed by the flames long ago. It's okay, as long as they are not dead, Mirai said casually, and then looked at the explosion range. As he said, he handed the two slugs to Minato and Nowaiki, letting them recover. Then he asked Hyagarika, "Rika, what's wrong?" Hyagarika rolled her eyes. Her face was unusually solemn. Although he is a little embarrassed, he is fine. This guy's hardening technique is too hard. As she said, she looked into the air, where a figure stood. And what's more tricky is that there is another person there. Hearing this, Mirai knew it in advance, but Nowaiki and Minato were both stunned. They subconsciously looked up and found that there was indeed someone watching them. A flying ninja? When did he come? Mirai patted Minato on the shoulder and said thankfully, "You should feel lucky that this guy didn't intervene, because that guy was there a minute ago. If he had taken action, you would definitely be dead." Minato and Nowaika gritted their teeth, their faces were so ugly. Chapter 296. The flying ninja looked down. He had heard most of what Toranashuk said just now. Since that boy is Orochimaru's disciple Senju Nowa's, then the other one should be another disciple of Orochimaru, who seems to be called Uchiha Mirai. Speaking of this, the corners of his mouth rose wildly. Senju. Uchiha. He he he. Ha ha ha. This is really a great joyous event, it's worth it that I've watched the show here for so long. Although the Rock Ninja Corps seemed to be in a weak position, it was all the strategy of the third Tsuchikage. Because it's not time for their two ace troops to appear yet. The reason why there are explosive ninjas and their flying ninjas on the battlefield is mainly to confuse the opponent's show. And the two of them are just to confuse the opponent, so they pretend on the battlefield. As a result, they actually encountered such a big fish, which is really cool. Thinking of this, he flew to the center of the explosion. Looking at a dark figure inside, he couldn't help but joked, "Toranashuk, such a strong explosion didn't kill you, you are really tough." Toranashuk stood up from the explosion pit. His skin was dark and shiny with metal. However, the clothes on his body had been burned into waste slag by the high temperature and were now sticking to him. If there was no protection from the hardening technique, not to mention the explosion, he would be blown to pieces. Just the sticky substance of the burnt clothes sticking to his skin would be enough to break a layer of skin. On his body, only his pants could cover his shame. However, as he walked, the pants made a crisp sound of crackling, and it was obvious that they could not last long. He climbed out of the pit. Without saying a word, he took off the other party's clothes and tied an apron to cover himself. "Stop talking nonsense, these two guys are very strong, they are no longer monsters," Toranashuk said seriously. He looked at the handsome Uchiha Mirai and the fat Hyagarika. Then he said, "Kyude, I believe you have also seen that they should be Uzumaki Kushina and Uchiha Mirai. One is a disciple of Orochimaru and the other is a disciple of Tsunade. Even if their strength is not as good as that little yellow-haired, it will definitely not be too different. Next, attack with all your strength. Don't let them have a chance to breathe, let alone let them escape." Their words were also heard by the future. However, when they heard Toranashuk say that Hyagarika was Uzumaki Kushina, they were all confused. Did the water in this guy's brain explode? Why did he start talking nonsense with his eyes open? Rika's pair of white eyes clearly showed that she was a member of the Hyaga clan. How did he think that the people of the Hyaga clan were members of the Uzumaki clan? Not only were they confused. Even Kyude looked at Toranashuk speechlessly. "Brother, you can't be really tiger-like just because your name has the word tiger in it. The Uzumaki clan has red hair, and this little fat guy has black hair and white eyes, which is obviously a feature of the Hyaga clan." Toranashuk was stunned for a moment, then he looked intently at Hyagarika. When he saw the other person's specific appearance, his old face turned red. He scratched his cheek in embarrassment. I was stunned by the explosion just now. I couldn't see clearly for a while. I don't know if Rope Tree's brain was also twitching at this time, and he actually complained. I said that the detonating talisman can't kill people. He has the most say on this point. And the man in front of him explained this vividly. The explosion of 2 high-quality detonating talismans blew a big hole in the ground, but the man didn't even burn a hair. So, the detonating talisman is useless. Minato took a deep breath and ignored Rope Tree's complaints. He looked at the 2 people opposite him. Both of them were elite ninjas of Rock Ninja. And the special techniques they mastered could make their combat power even more powerful. They could be called hexagonal warriors. Although we are very evil, there is still a big difference between us and this kind of people. They only have outstanding attack power, and with other means, they can kill an ordinary jonin. But they can only kill ordinary jonin. If this kind of jonin mastered the defense technique of hardening skin, they could only watch. After all, they are just children, and their attack power exceeds that of ordinary jonin at present, so they look so awesome. In the last battle to defend Konoha, they relied on cooperation, and the sand ninjas who attacked the wall were all ordinary ninjas, so they seemed very strong. Kanda and Toranaschuk looked at the 4 people in the future together. There was excitement in their eyes. The genius of Yet. This is a merit comparable to killing a jonin, even if they are not killed but captured alive, Konoha will pay a high price to redeem them as they are the 3 ninjas. And there are exactly 4 people here. Although it will be a bit disadvantageous to assign them to Hyuga, the person from the Hyuga branch, it is not much different. Just as the 2 sides confronted each other, 4 or 5 rock ninjas surrounded them. They stood behind Toranaschuk and the other 2, and seemed determined to win. Sora's eyes swept through Mirai and Minato, and finally stopped at Minato. This kid is very strong. He has mastered A-level ninjutsu at a young age and is fast. I don't have Toranaschuk's defense. If I get hit by him, I might die. Thinking of this, he looked at Mirai and Rika. Just now, it should be this kid who summoned the big red snake and reversed Konoha's lost momentum. So even if the Hyuga people are assigned to me, I won't lose anything. Because Uchiha Mirai is more important than everyone else present. After making a decision in his mind, he said, just like before, you deal with the 2 people just now, and the remaining 2 will be mine. Hearing this, Toranaschuk nodded and did not argue, because he got the biggest benefit. Of course, he could also eat these 4 people by himself. But in that case, it would be too ugly to eat. So he didn't mind giving a small half. The faces of the 3 people of Rope Tree suddenly became ugly. The words of these 2 people made them feel angry. They were treated as commodities by the other party, and their merits were chosen at will. Mirai was not angry. He raised his lips, held the mad sword with one hand, and looked at the flying ninja. He actually chose himself and Linghua as opponents. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but chuckle. It's great, they actually choose opponents. As he said, he slowly drew out the mad sword, and he already had a countermeasure in his mind. Most people would be at a disadvantage against a flying ninja, because the opponent could escape at any time. Then, let him not fly, wouldn't that be good? He inserted the mad sword into the rock, formed a seal with his hands, and whispered, Chakra body activation mode. Open. In an instant, the chakra in his body boiled up instantly, and the speed of extracting chakra from the cells also increased by more than double. This move is to sacrifice endurance in exchange for short-term explosive power. Feeling the boiling chakra in his body, Mirai held the mad sword, called out to Linghua, and rushed towards Kanda. Linghua, attack with me. Hinata Linghua curled her lips, feeling a little helpless, although she had been mentally prepared. Following Mirai, sooner or later she would fall into the whirlpool, and it would be a matter of sooner or later that she would be exposed, but she didn't expect that she would be exposed on the battlefield. But fortunately, almost all of them are rock ninjas. As long as she kills them or doesn't let them see them afterwards, she can still pretend. Thinking of this, she decided to use all her strength without drugs, otherwise, their situation would be very difficult. She immediately rolled her eyes and followed Mirai. Seeing that both of them moved, Nawaka said nothing. He took a deep breath, suppressed his anger, and made a seal of refining chakra with both hands like Mirai. Chakra mode. On. In an instant, his momentum soared by more than double again. Minato, let's go and beat this guy to death. Minato nodded and replied, okay. As he said that, his right hand was in the shape of a tiger claw, and the other hand was holding a kunai. Brother Nawaki, give me a chance, I have a way to kill him. After Minato said that, he rushed towards Toranaschuk. Although Nawaki was stupid and his brain was not very bright sometimes, at this moment, he understood what Minato meant. Restrict the opponent. Got it. He immediately rushed towards Toranashuk. Chapter 297. In the center of the battlefield, the battle between Onoki and the other 6 was extremely fierce. Especially the battle between Tsunade and Han, each punch could generate a fierce shock wave. Even Orochimaru and the others were affected. As a last resort, they expanded the scope of the battle by more than double, forcing the surrounding ninjas to retreat again and again. Onoki did not notice the changes behind him, but he noticed that Jiraiya frequently looked behind him, thinking that the other party had seen his backhand, and his brows could not help but frown slightly. Jiraiya, you dare to be distracted when fighting with me, are you too arrogant? Hearing this, Jiraiya did not say anything, and raised his hand to perform the 3 combined fairy arts of wind, fire, and oil. Sand Ninja. Facing the full-powered Sandai, Cho, Ebizo, and Raimurai, the 3 were extremely embarrassed. Especially Ebizo, his puppets had lost more than half, and the remaining puppets all had scars of varying degrees. At this time, Sandai also had an idea in his mind. It should be Orochimaru and his 3 disciples who summoned the so-called giant python, so Lei Xiao could not summon it. After thinking about this, he was extremely fortunate in his heart. This time, the Sand Ninja almost turned the tables. I didn't expect that Orochimaru's absence could actually affect the battle here. Looking at Cho, who was still fighting, Sandai advised, Elder Cho, you are defeated, are you still unwilling to retreat? Hearing this, Cho stood up. She looked at the Sand Ninja who had no fighting spirit and the ninjas who were fleeing. How ugly is her face? Ebizo and Lei Xiao both looked at her. The Sand Ninja was defeated, this is something that everyone can see, but Cho is the only one who is unwilling to accept this. Elder Cho. Lei Xiao covered his broken ribs and couldn't help shouting. Cho didn't say anything, just looked at him coldly, making the latter shut up subconsciously. I dare not say anything more. After seeing the other party shut up, Cho looked at the 3rd Hokage. At this moment, she could feel that countless Sand Ninjas were focusing their eyes on her, especially in their eyes, most of them had a hint of begging. They all wanted to surrender and didn't want to fight anymore. This kind of look had appeared a long time ago, but this time it was the strongest. Still failed. She couldn't help but smile bitterly. After working so hard and fighting for so long, still can't shake the giant of Konoha. Then will the revenge of his son and daughter-in-law be forgotten? Ebizo looked at her worriedly and couldn't help shouting. Sister. Cho looked very embarrassed at this time, especially the bun on her head. It was a little messy. He even saw a few strands of white hair. You know, the sister is not much older than Sarutobi Hiruzen. They are of the same generation. Cho closed her eyes, her body hunched even more. Retreat. After these 2 words were spoken, many Sand Ninjas were neither happy nor disappointed, but numb. Lost again. This time they lost more thoroughly. Even though the opposing Konoha withdrew a high-end combat force, they joined the powerful ninja of Raimurai. They were still defeated by Konoha. The ninjas of Konoha did not pursue, because although the Sand Ninjas were defeated in some places, they retreated in an orderly manner in many places. They are professional in retreat. If they pursue, they may cause resistance from the other side, and then the gains will outweigh the losses. And they are used to all this. Cho looked at this scene, and her heart was deeply hurt. It hasn't been much time since the fight started, why did they lose so quickly and so quickly? As the Sand Ninjas withdrew, only Sarutobi Hiruzen and 4 others were left in the field. Cho looked at the 3rd Hokage, and the bitterness on her face was replaced by hatred. Hokage-sama, you are indeed very strong. We are no match for you together, but don't be complacent. We Sand Ninja will always win once. As she said that, she glanced behind her. After many Sand Ninja had evacuated to a safe distance, she said coldly again, this is a parting gift. I hope you can accept it well. As she said that, she slammed her hands on the ground. Summoning technique. The next moment, countless purple circles appeared on the ground in front of her. At first glance, there were at least hundreds of them. It almost became the dividing line between their Sand Ninja and Konoha. But soon, these circles spewed out streams of purple gas, which quickly spread towards Konoha. Seeing this scene, the 3rd Hokage's face changed drastically, and he hurriedly shouted, quickly retreat, this is poisonous gas. They. Konoha ninjas were still in a state of surprise, and few of them could react. The main reason was that Chiyo's move was too sudden and too fast. And it was too close to them. Seeing the careless Konoha ninjas, they would soon be enveloped by this large-scale poisonous gas. The face of the third generation sank. He quickly formed seals with both hands. Shadow clone technique. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, several figures of the third generation appeared in front of the Konoha ninjas. They quickly formed seals again and shouted coldly, "Wind-style joint infinite breakthrough." Hey! Countless third generations pouted and blew forward violently. In an instant, the poisonous gas that was about to envelope the Konoha ninjas was blown back by him alone. When the poisonous gas dissipated, there was no trace of Sand Ninja and Cho on the opposite side. Seeing this scene, the face of the third generation turned several points colder. "Danzo, you're right. I'm indeed a little merciful." He looked at the Sand Ninja, and the little sympathy he had for Cho in his heart completely disappeared. After all, they were all from the same era, and they had more or less some friendship. But this time, not a drop left. In the direction of the Rock Ninja. The battle here had just entered a white-hot stage. Mirai's sword chi forced Sora's expression to change drastically, and he dodged in time. And Hyagaraika's straight short-distance sprint forced the opponent to dodge again. Just like that, when Sora reacted, he and Toranaschuk were already separated by a distance of 100 meters. His face was a little solemn, but more of joy. The stronger the talent these two kids showed, the higher the benefits they would get. In fact, you don't have to separate us. We don't need to cooperate to fight against you guys. Mirai ignored him and looked around. He found that the group of rock ninjas did not follow him. There were only 3 of them here. Here he will still be noticed by others. We have to lead him to a farther place. Only in this way can he not be afraid of being exposed, and only in this way can Hyagaraika let go. But thinking of this, his face looked a little strange. He and Hyagaraika were actually the same person. They didn't like to expose themselves. What the hell? So, he raised his hand and swiped 2 more sword chi moves, forcing the other party to dodge again. He did not fly into the air, but moved on the ground. Seeing this scene, Hyagaraika's mouth corners slightly raised. She likes people who think highly of themselves. It's so easy to deal with. Kanda looked at the 2 wind blade attacks that passed by him, and he smiled and shook his head. He couldn't help but say, "Boy, you are still too young. You should keep this move." He said in a guiding tone like an elder, "You just used the secret technique to increase your explosive power in a short time, and now you use this wind blade attack. How long do you think your small body can last?" Mirai didn't answer him and just kept releasing sword chi. Not long after, he relied on this move and Linghua's cooperation to finally transfer Kanda to a place where no one was. At this time, Mirai turned off the chakra flesh activation mode. The slug on his shoulder took the opportunity to calm the boiling chakra in his body. Seeing this scene, Kanda smiled mockingly. "Boy, if you want to take me to a deserted place, you don't have to work so hard. Just tell me. I'm a good uncle." The future ignored his nagging and looked at Linghua, asking, "No one should be able to see here, right? Ordinary people can't see it, but if it's Bun, it's hard enough." After hearing this, the future pondered for a moment, and then said, "Quick battle, quick decision, is 10 seconds enough?" Hinata Linghua was stunned, and she looked at the future in silence. This guy must have included himself. However, getting rid of this guy as soon as possible can effectively reduce the risk of exposure. Then let's take a gamble. After hearing Linghua's words, the future nodded. He immediately triggered the Tessaigan in the Sea of Consciousness and materialized it on the mad knife in his hand. And his eyes were also covered with a touch of scarlet. Seeing this scene, Kanda, who was originally full of teasing, changed his face instantly. Special ninja tool. Uchiha with open eyes. Fuck, is he really that evil? At this moment, he was filled with a bad premonition. Is he going to die? Without saying anything, he used light and heavy rock technique offsets the Earth's gravitational pull on oneself, allowing oneself to fly. Chapter 298. 10 seconds passed quickly. In the first second, Kanda wanted to fly, but was blocked by the sword energy of the future. In the fang blade form, his sword energy became thicker and bigger. The speed was 30% faster. If Kanda insisted on flying, he would be cut in half. Obviously Kanda didn't dare. He rolled on the ground in a hurry to avoid the attack of the future. And the moment he landed, he also extinguished the idea of taking off, and quickly formed seals with his hands and performed the heart beheading technique. His figure quickly sank into the ground. He wanted to quickly get away from the future. In the second, Hyuga Rika stared with a pair of white eyes and immediately saw the opponent's trace. Although Kangda dived very deep, Rika didn't need to see him clearly, just a general look would be enough. He immediately raised his fist, condensed a large amount of chakra, and hit it heavily above Kangda's head. Forced the other party to stand up and jump out. In the third second, Kangda was already angry and used the earth escape technique to attack the two of them directly. Mirai and Linghua are both pupil ninjas, and even if their bodies react a little slower, because of their vision, they can predict the attack path of the other party in advance. In the fifth second, Kangda saw that ordinary moves were useless, and immediately prepared to use his last trick, Earth and Stone Dragon. I thought this trick could hit one person, but unexpectedly, his big move was empty. Mirai and Linghua had quickly left their positions when he released Earth and Stone Dragon. In the 8th second, before he could seal and release this ninjutsu again, Mirai and Linghua glared at him together. Sharingan illusion. Bun pressure. For a moment, he was in a trance. Then, there was nothing else. He had been split from head to crotch by the future, and split open. After doing all this, the two of them stared at each other and looked around together. That look can only be described by an idiom. A guilty conscience. Seeing that no one noticed, Mirai quickly closed the Sharingan and took back the Tessaigan. And Linghua did the same, she quickly gathered the power in her eyes. She just stared at a pair of ordinary bun and shot around. After a moment, she breathed a sigh of relief, hey. Fortunately, no one noticed us. Hearing this, Mirai felt a lot more relaxed. That's fine. As he said that, he quickly turned out the empty ninja tool bag, and Hyuga Linghua also stared at the bun, guarding the surroundings for him to prevent sneak attacks. At the same time, he squatted down and watched Mirai's behavior of touching the corpse. She was actually keeping watch with one eye and watching Mirai with the other, doing two things at the same time. Mirai ignored her and opened the ninja tool bag in front of her. The group of ninjas before did not interest him. This flying ninja must be worth a lot of money. There were hundreds of silver bills in the ninja tool bag, with a face value of about 10,000. He did not take them and gave them all to Hyuga Linghua. He did not take several fine ninja tools either, mainly because he did not like them and did not need them. His own ninja tools were still full, so he gave them to Linghua. There were more than 10 detonating talismans, 2 rolls of steel wire, and 5 scrolls. There were also some miscellaneous things, but they were useless, so he threw them away in the future. He gave the detonating talismans and steel wire to Linghua, and he flipped through the scrolls. One was a mission scroll, and the rest were ninjutsu practice scrolls. He did not look at the mission scroll, but looked at the ninjutsu scroll. Earth Clone, Light and Heavy Rock Technique, Earth and Stone Dragon Technique, and Rock Cannon Technique. Seeing that they were all Earth-attributed ninjutsu, Hyuga Rika curled her lips and complained, "What a pity, we Hyuga can't practice attribute ninjutsu." As she said that, she stood up and collected all the things that Mirai gave her. However, when she saw the ninja tools, detonating tags, and small money, she immediately smiled. Apart from other things, with this 1,000,000 taels, she doesn't have to starve herself. Great! Mirai stood up, swallowed all the scrolls, and said, "Okay, the rest is yours, and the scrolls are mine." After dividing the spoils, the two stood up and rushed to where Minato and the others were. Toranashuk is different from Suda, although their strengths are equal. But Kangda didn't have the terrifying physical defense of Toranashuk, so Nawaki and Minato were still struggling to fight him. The number of rock ninjas surrounding him increased to 8, and they looked ready to join the battle in the next second. Mirai made a big jump and landed not far from them, holding the mad knife, pointing at them, and said coldly, "I advise you not to act rashly. Do not act rashly." In an instant, his turtle spirit was fully opened, forming a light breeze that swept the surrounding rock ninjas, making them look at each other in surprise. And the turtle spirit only blew a few of their black hairs. The surrounding rock ninjas were a little stunned. The kid in front of them was only about 8 years old. This little guy, the size of a carrot head, actually told them not to act rashly. Could this kid not have finished his second year of middle school? Of course, there were also people whose faces changed drastically, and their eyes kept looking at the people behind him. These people were the ones who saw Master Kong and the 2 little guys leave here. But in just 1 minute, how come these 2 little guys came back, where is Master Kong? Something is wrong, why is Master Kong gone? Maybe these two little guys set a trap and held Master Kong back. That makes sense, or maybe there are Konoha ninjas who held Master Kong back. These people talked to each other, and the absurd idea in their hearts was also thrown away by them. It can't be that these two little guys killed Master Kong. This is not scientific at all. Then why are you still standing there? Beat him to death. Someone immediately prepared to rush to the future too. Seeing the actions of their companions, someone immediately persuaded them, don't worry, the two adults just said that these four children are all geniuses of Konoha and the beloved disciples of the three ninjas. They are also members of the Hyuga family. We must capture them alive. Only by capturing them alive can we get greater benefits. After hearing the reminder of their companions, the eyes of the newcomers suddenly lit up. They were even more ecstatic in their hearts. I didn't expect that I would get such a great credit just by coming to help. Ha ha ha. Don't grab them. They are mine. Seeing that no one listened to him, he became more excited. Future curled his lips and knew that the uncle's pressure was not something that ordinary people could pretend. He looked at the rock ninja who rushed up and snorted coldly. Then use your blood to make me awesome. As he said this, he rushed towards the rock ninja with the mad knife in hand. The rock ninja had the right to tell others not to grab it, because he was the only chunin in the field. However, the rock ninja was not arrogant. When facing the future, he was ready. Linghua hurriedly reminded, be careful of his right hand, it seems to be hardening technique. In fact, without Linghua's reminder, the future could also see the abnormality. This guy's right hand became extremely dark. Although it is not as bright as Toranishuk's, it is definitely hard enough. The rock ninja smiled and couldn't help correcting, don't worry, I don't need hardening technique to deal with you. Earth spear technique is enough. Besides, I don't know hardening technique either. Toranishuk has been entangled with rope tree. He found that this kid seemed to have exploded, and his strength was equal to his own, which was simply outrageous. With a punch, he beat the opponent back, turned his head and looked at the Uegaku Chunin, and cursed, don't take it lightly, these two little guys are not bad. He was also convinced. These people clearly saw his fight with Minato Namikaze and Senju Ueki, and they should understand that the strength of these two guys is definitely not bad, so why are they so arrogant? It feels like their collective IQ has dropped by 1 degree. And what is that guy Kanda doing? He hasn't come back yet. Hearing his words, the Uegaku ninjas couldn't help but look at each other again. Speaking of which, this kid's sword seems to be very strong, and can release wind blades without seals. But his companion didn't care and said, so what, the attack power is strong, but if it can't hit us, it's useless. As soon as he said this, everyone couldn't help but agree in their hearts. That's indeed what he said. There are already two perverted monsters, it's impossible that these two people are also like this. The smile on the Uegaku Chunin's face disappeared, and he quickly calmed down. Although the strength of these two guys may not be as good as the two that Toranishuk-sama dealt with, but they are disciples of the Sunin after all, so their strength should not be bad. No, I have to be careful. So, his other hand also turned extremely dark. Chapter 299. After a few words, the distance between the two of them was closer. Looking at the other's actions, Wei Lai laughed dumbly. This guy still didn't take full precautions. But it was true that he was too small, so small that people didn't dare to think in that direction. Secret technique swallow return. After being 2 feet away from the Uegaku Chunin, Wei Lai had already used the sword technique. In a short moment, he swung 2 sword moves with different trajectories. One on the left and one on the right, both aimed at his neck. The face of the Uegaku Chunin changed drastically, and he suddenly realized that the knife swung by this kid just now was so fast. If it takes one time for a person to swing a knife from point A to point B, then this kid only needs about 0.1. The speed has increased by more than 10 times. With his eyesight, he can only see one knife. In addition to weight and material, the speed of ninja tools can also increase the attack power. When he vaguely saw the future hand and the knife he was holding, slashing towards his left side, he subconsciously raised his arms and blocked his left cheek. At the same time, he also increased the chakra of earth spear technique. For a moment, his arm became darker. Alas, I don't know if I can withstand it. At this moment, he was also unsure. Ding! A crisp sound came from his arm. This sound, as well as the touch of his hand, made him happy. Although the blade is very sharp and the knife is very heavy. But it seems to be blocked. Thinking of this, he immediately prepared to seize this gap and kill the kid. The two figures intersected in an instant and stayed behind each other. The Uegaku Chunin had already noticed something strange at this moment. His control over his body was actually rapidly declining. In just a breath of time, he could not feel the existence of his body. This change made him a little confused. What happened? He was still thinking, his vision began to shift, and soon the world began to spin. A deep sense of fatigue, coming out of nowhere, soon enveloped his consciousness. Bang! With the pain of his head hitting the ground, his last consciousness was completely shattered. And in his last sight, he saw a headless corpse. This person is so miserable, he actually has no head. This was his last thought. Then the whole person fell into deep darkness. What happened? Not only the Uegaku Chunin was puzzled by this question, even the 7 genin who were watching the battle couldn't figure out what happened. Why was it that in just the moment when the two of them crossed, a Chunin whose name was not even known, had his body separated? Not only were they stunned, but even Toranashuk was stunned. At this moment, his face was extremely ugly. This is a swordsman's move, Uchiha Mirai, you actually practice swordsmanship. Mirai never looked back at the Uegaku Chunin until the other's headless body fell to the ground. He stood up and replied calmly, any questions? His question made Toranashuk stunned for a moment. Yes, there is no problem. And no one stipulates that you can't practice swordsmanship. Then, his face suddenly became solemn. What you swung when you fought with Kongda just now was not a wind blade, but sword chi. At this moment, he realized that it was no wonder that the power of the wind blade just now was so great, and it was a sealless one. It turned out that it was not a technique, but an attack method used by samurai swordsmen. It was also his fault that he had a preconceived idea after seeing their age, and he didn't think that he could practice sword chi. Damn, is Konoha going to usher in a golden age? These 3 children have already shown extraordinary talents, if they are given time to grow up. The future will be the era of the god of ninjas and the Shura of the ninja world. No matter what I say today, I will definitely kill them here. Thinking of this, he turned his head and shouted to the rock ninja behind him, don't stand there, go and call people, we can't let these 3 people get away today no matter what. Hinata Reka was very happy. This guy in front of him didn't even count himself. By the way, this little fat girl can't be let go. Even if she is just making up the numbers, she must be killed. Yes, Lord Toranashuk. A ninja immediately took the order. Hinata Reka, straight face, fuck his grandma, forget it, let's kill him quickly. Just when the rock ninja wanted to turn around and leave, Mirai pointed his sword at him again and said, everyone, don't act rashly. After the sacrifice of the rock ninja Chunin, it was successfully let Future's cuckold spirit be upgraded to the kingly spirit. The same breeze came and blew his hair. But this time, the breeze was like a biting Arctic wind. They were like needles that could penetrate everywhere, quickly piercing their bodies. They made their bones shiver. Even the genin who wanted to shake people away couldn't help but shiver, and their calves were shaking, and they didn't listen to them at all. This little brat in front of him could kill even the Chunin in seconds, and facing these genin, it was as easy as cutting melons and vegetables. Seeing the shivering appearance of the rock ninjas, Future was very satisfied. Successfully pretended to be cool again. So cool. Thinking of this, he turned and looked at Minato and Noeki. When he got here, the two had stopped attacking. At this moment, Minato blinked at Future. Underscore. When he saw Minato's sight, he immediately understood what the other party was thinking. Restrict Toranashuk's actions. Got it. He nodded calmly. In fact, dealing with Toranashuk is much more difficult than dealing with Kyude. Kyude's only flying ability is more difficult, and the rest are all ordinary ninja level. Toranashuk is different. He has full defense points and relies on physical attacks for attack. He didn't see many moves of ninjutsu, so Noeki and others felt uncomfortable facing him. The fight was extremely difficult. Not to mention Minato and Noeki, even if he and Rika went together, they might not be able to defeat the opponent without revealing their trump cards. They are even worse than the combination of Mizuki and Rika. People with high defense can really do whatever they want. He glanced at Rika beside him. Underscore, look. Hinata Rika was slightly stunned, and then she saw Mirai motioning her to look at those rock ninja genin. She understood. Does it mean to kill these genin first? This approach was exactly what she wanted, and she didn't want anyone to see what she was hiding. So she nodded. Seeing that Rika understood what she meant, the two of them moved without warning. Soft fist A cup ointment pressing. IAI/instant kill 3 stages. The two of them were one in front and one behind, cooperating very well. Before those rock ninjas could react, Mirai and Rika's attacks had already landed on them. Rika rushed to the rock ninja with an ultra-fast straight short distance moving speed, and in just a blink of an eye, she pressed the opponent's immobilization A cup ointment. And Mirai quickly finished off behind her. The two did the same thing, and in just 5 breaths, they killed all the Uegakuer genin. As Mirai put away his sword, these Uegakuer genin fell down with reluctance. Seeing such a rich victory, Mirai was very satisfied. He looked at the people beside him and said with a smile, "Our cooperation is pretty good." Hinata Rika also nodded, without refutation. "I was responsible for control, and Mirai was responsible for killing." In just such a short moment, all the Uegakuer genin were solved. "I will do this again next time." Damn it! Torin Ashok's eyes widened with anger. He looked at the two people blocking in front of him, and then at Uchiha Mirai and the others. The fists in his hands were creaking. In fact, when he noticed Mirai and the others moving just now, he wanted to stop them, but was blocked by the two guys in front of him. He just paused for a moment, and then found that an Uegakuer was controlled and then killed. Before he could come to his senses, the 7 Uegakuer genin were all finished. Hearing his angry words, Mirai smiled lightly and then looked at him. "Now there is only you." Hearing Mirai's words and seeing the 4 children surrounding him, Torin Ashok laughed in anger. "He he he. He he he. Ha ha ha. I'm laughing to death. Who do you think I am? You actually want to kill me?" Laughing, he suddenly changed his expression and looked at the 4 children with indifference. "Since you are so evil, I will never let you live." As he spoke, he gathered the few chakras in his body and prepared to fight to the death. Most of his chakras were consumed in the explosion. Chapter 300. Mirai went first. Mirai was knocked away by Torin Ashok's punch. Before he could stand firm, Hyuga Rika also rushed towards him. Looking at the tonnage, Mirai was so scared that he subconsciously jumped to the left. As a result, Hyuga Rika flew sideways and Mirai didn't dodge successfully at all. Torin Ashok wanted to pursue the victory, but was blocked by Nawake from the front and Minato attacked from the side. For a while, he was dragged again. Boom! A collision sounded from a mud ridge wall, but the sound was very light and muffled. However, it was extremely inconspicuous in this explosion and fighting sound. Hyuga Rika covered her lower back in pain and couldn't help groaning. "It hurts. Especially the waist, it felt like it was going to break." She couldn't help but complain, "If you had stopped me instead of trying to get out of the way, we wouldn't have been in so much pain." Being used as a human cushion and almost dying, the corners of his eyes twitched wildly when he heard this. His facial features were distorted. Part of it was because he was angry, and part of it was because of the pain. He just took a slight breath and felt an abnormal tightness in his chest. "Hiss! Get out of the way, I'm suffocating." Hearing this, Hyuga Rika held her waist, yelling in pain, and let the future that was almost embedded in the wall out. Without the opponent's suppression, the future was finally able to take a breath. "Huff! Damn, I didn't die in that person's hands, but you almost set me to death." Fortunately, this mud wall was soft enough for his body to withstand. As he said this, he looked at the other person's fat body in extreme silence. "I'm telling you, you really should lose some weight." The cold and domineering queen temperament after taking drugs, the lowly figure with a baby face and big breasts. Slurp. "I can't think about it anymore, my nose is bleeding." Hinata Rika, ... "What do you care? Who told you not to catch me just now?" Mirai covered his chest. Without the tonnage suppression of Hinata Rika, he felt that his breathing was much smoother. Listening to Hinata Rika's complaints, he rolled his eyes and retorted, "I was blown away. You are after me, why don't you learn from it and pay attention to avoid his moves? How dare you say that to me? All bullshit, why don't you come to help?" Nawake's extremely unhappy voice came over. It was already very difficult for him to resist Torin Ashok's brute force, and these two guys were actually thinking about flirting. Damn. Rope Tree's words made the future and the others feel embarrassed for a moment. Oh. Here it comes. Rika responded, pinching her sword finger and rushing towards Toranashuk. And the future looked at the mad knife in his hand, and there was a burnt mark on the blade. This was the straight punch Toranashuk had just thrown at him, and he had no choice but to hold the mad knife upright in front of his chest to block it. He did block the opponent's fist, but he couldn't block the explosion on the opponent's fist. He was blown away in an instant. Strong attack power, outrageous defense power, only speed is a hard flaw. This kind of person is simply restraining himself and others. It's really disgusting. With their attack power, they can't break the opponent's defense at all. This is uncomfortable. But no matter what, he must be worn to death. Thinking of this, the future picked up the mad knife and rushed towards Toranashuk. There are 4 people here, so he shouldn't need to reveal his trump card or anything. Minato just hinted that he has the ability to kill him, but he needs someone to help restrain Toranashuk. When he approached quickly, he had already put the mad knife into the scabbard. His breathing gradually became rhythmic, making his breath begin to become stable. II/1 term. Toranashuk naturally noticed Mirai's actions, and his face became slightly solemn. This knife is a fine product, and this kid is very strong. With the sharpness of this knife, he dare not guarantee that he will not be injured. He immediately prepared to fight off Senjunawaki and Hyagarika. Without harassment, he can concentrate on dealing with Uchiha Mirai's attack. Earth Escape Fist Explosion. He didn't make a seal, so the power of this move was not very strong, and it only produced a small explosion. Although the force of this explosion was small, it just happened to blow Nawaki and Rika away. Then he turned his head and looked at the future. He raised his right hand and gathered all the strength in his body, which made the color of his arm much darker than other parts of his body. His eyes were fixed on the future. When he noticed that the other party's figure was blurred, his heart skipped a beat. What a powerful boy, such a popular sword skill, can practice to this level. But he was not very panicked. From the moment the boy was in a trance just now, he had already captured the opponent's attack direction. Without thinking, he followed his experience and protected his neck. Ding! A sound of metal clashing sounded instantly. It caused different expressions of the 2 people. Wei Lai was surprised, while Toranashuk was disdainful. Taking advantage of the moment when Wei Lai had not recovered, Toranashuk grabbed the blade of the mad knife. A brute force instantly clamped the mad knife tightly, making Wei Lai unable to pull the knife out for a while. He then opened his mouth and taunted, "Boy, your experience is still too poor. I really can't see the moment you launch the sword skill, but I can see the trajectory before the sword skill is launched. Your attack method is too easy to guess." Hearing this, Wei Lai understood that it was when he attacked that he revealed a flaw. "I have to change it in the future. So, let go," Toranashuk said, holding the blade and turning it hard, trying to break it out of the future's control. Future only felt an unmatched rotational force coming from Kuang Dao, and it was absolutely impossible to resist it with his own strength. What's more, if he resisted it, his arm would definitely be broken. But why should he resist? Future did not let go, but took advantage of the situation to soar into the air, and with the force of Kuang Dao, he also let his body rotate in the direction of Toranashuk's force. Seeing this scene, Toranashuk was stunned. He didn't expect that the boy in front of him would think of using this action to resolve his moves in a very short time. Future didn't just want to resolve this move. He didn't stop turning his body. He just rotated twice, and with the help of Toranashuk's rotational force, Toranashuk's hand holding Kuang Dao was reversed by 2 degrees. Because his hand was twisted, he couldn't help but loosen his grip on the knife. Mirai, noticing this, drew back the mad knife, kicked the ground hard, and quickly jumped behind him. He was out of Toranashuk's attack range. All this happened so quickly that Rope Tree and Rika, who were knocked flying, barely stopped their retreat. However, Minato noticed this, but he still didn't move forward, but waited for an opportunity. Toranashuk looked at Mirai's retreating figure and couldn't help but admire him again. "Boy, you are really a demon." With this brain flexibility, he thought he was facing an adult, not a child. In general, facing the situation just now, children would either want to draw the knife hard or abandon the knife and leave. Absolutely no one would think of using his strength to twist his hand, so that he could not help but relax his strength, and then both the man and the knife would leave like Mirai did. It can be seen from this that this guy is definitely a genius in swordsmanship. Mirai did not reply to him, but landed beside Linghua and asked in a low voice, "How many are left?" Hinata Linghua pursed her lips and whispered, 3. Hearing this, Mirai frowned. There are still so many. Originally, their plan was to consume the opponent's chakra first, so as to limit the opponent's body shape and create opportunities for Minato. After all, this guy's chakra is full of instability. Even without the help of the seal, it can produce explosive attacks, but the power will be much lower. Although it is not enough to blow them to death, the shock wave generated by the explosion alone can also blow them away, so it is impossible to limit it at all. But after grinding for so long, the opponent still has 30% of chakra. This. What the hell? In the past, they relied on their excellent attack power to kill the enemy, and even killed ordinary middle and lower ninjas in seconds. But the result was good, and they met Anangia who was good at defense. Now, their attack power can't break the opponent's defense. If they can't even match their strengths, then the weaknesses of the future and others are even worse. They are like barrels made of wooden boards, and the barrel itself can represent their age. And the wooden boards representing their attack power will be much higher. Maybe they will be higher than other barrels, so they can defeat other barrels. But their barrels themselves are far inferior to other adult barrels. Once an adult barrel has a wooden board that is higher than their attack power board, they will be in trouble. For example, Torin Ashok, his defense is higher than the attack power of the future. So he bullied the 4 future people alone. Because in addition to the wooden boards, the capacity of the barrel itself is also different. The big barrel can holds a lot and lasts a long time. Small buckets are different, they can't hold much.